Chapter 180. Elder Fong Yuan, is it true that you killed Old Man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guiyuebo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Guiyue Fengzheng closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fong Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fong Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties, you can say it out. Tai Ruonan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fong Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang heir was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fengzheng would be implicated, Fong Yuan said honestly. Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fengzheng opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother. Don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fengzheng gritted his teeth. His fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough. Guiyuebo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Fengzheng stepped down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruonan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shueleng reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guiyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guiyuebo's expression softened. Tai Shueleng continued. However, this little brother Fong Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold, and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guiyuebo rubbed his temples and sighed. We the Guiyue clan also hope to give Lord Jiafu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fong Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guiyuebo looked at Fong Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fong Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus there was no punishment. Yes. Fong Yuan looked at Guiyuebo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruonan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shueleng was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruonan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shueleng's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruonan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shueleng was silent for a while before saying, One day, you will understand Ruonan. But that's good. Young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old. I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is. Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jia Fu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including Fang Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even the second time Fang Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jia Fu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fang Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fang Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shueleng asked. Jia Jinsheng's case has happened a long time ago. It is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinsheng's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean. I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fang Yuan? Tai Shueleng asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said. This Fang Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live Gu at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shueleng nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruanan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fang Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fang Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea, before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fang Yuan in front of him, Guyue Mochen painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fang Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fang Yuan out on the spot. But today he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation, and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable. Asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Guyue Mochen fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless. It greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guyue Mochen. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, Guyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger. And at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Feng Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition: you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron gu and a past life grass gu. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guyue Emochen heard this, and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron gu first, but my Mo faction really doesn't have the past life grass gu. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Feng Yuan knew that Guyue Emochen, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right. Wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Feng Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guyue Emochen suddenly spoke, Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Guyue Emoyen. Guyue Emochen heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Emoyen, the clan needs your sacrifice. Can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Feng Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness, Guyue Emoyen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron gu was a rank 2 gu, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Feng Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron gu floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Feng Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing gu were divided into different categories. Some healed gu masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted gu worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron gu was its healing gu. An hour later, the live iron gu became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable gu, but its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron gu, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful gu. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7 and above gu followed this law of nature. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other gu were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu master, while Feng Yuan was only a rank 3 Gu master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak, and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 Gu, causing Feng Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on, before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 Gu master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle Gu and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 Gu appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong Gu masters attracted to it. Feng Yuan was now in the village. There were many people, and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Guyue and Mo Chun, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of Gu masters dying from their own Gu worms was not rare. Many Gu masters forcefully used their Gu worms and died from the backlash of the Gu worms' power. Not mentioning the distant, Guyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Feng Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruonan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter, as she laughed complacently. Tai Shueleng nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad. Only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruonan closed her eyes and activated her intuition Gu. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Feng Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes. It cannot represent evidence. Tai Shueleng reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? He, as long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruonan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fengzheng. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Feng Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past. Fengzheng's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled. Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time, I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude. Thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruonan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade. He probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fang Jing said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance, just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why is there a problem here? In the end, Fang Jing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your big brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your big brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruonan replied in a low voice. What? Fang Jing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your big brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruonan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruonan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruonan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fang Jing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fang Jing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother, you are so scheming, in your heart. Am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fang Jing roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan, all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once in Fang Jing's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fang Jing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fang Jing see his weakness. The mountain in Fang Jing's heart collapsed. However, so this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fang Jing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fang Jing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruonan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Fang Zheng said sincerely. Tai Ruonan nodded then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fang Zheng frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruonan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? Hehehe. Tai Ruonan laughed. Fang Zheng gave him a strange look. Tai Ruonan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guyue tribe. Fang Zheng shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in then? Fang Zheng shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruonan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree, but the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me. I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. Hehehe, if it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruonan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruonan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations, it is not strange. Tai Shueleng said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruonan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Shueleng sighed faintly. Ruonan. When I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black, and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes, black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone, and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white, and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Shuelong consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruonan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, "Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak." Tai Ruonan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. "Forget it, it is still too early for you to talk about this. You should focus on solving the case." "Yes, father." Tai Ruonan curled her lips, not taking Tai Shuelong's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader. Flower wine monk. Liquor. Liquor worm? Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes, the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake Gu, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake Gu's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Howl. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack. The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I am ice and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake Gu also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type Gu worms. It is so strong, yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake Gu did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger, and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the The frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiangfan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiangfan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a gu master. By clan leader side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice, he had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved, and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal snake gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path, and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me, because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity! The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity! The flower wine monk was killed on the spot, and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fangjing went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fangjing said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Guyue Lian had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction? Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the wolf tide, the Qi faction and the Mo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fangjing explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all. Sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueleng. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueleng around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father. This kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Feng Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Feng Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Feng Jing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility, that is the Qi faction was threatened by Feng Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Feng Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruonan racked her brains and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruonan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shuelong. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shuelong's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruonan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color, and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk, as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruonan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruonan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruonan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper, there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruonan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right aptitude, Tai Ruonan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jiafu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Guyue Lian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use. That is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guyue Lian need it? This situation is too common. It happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Qi faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guyue Lian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Feng Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruonan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has B-grade aptitude. Feng Jing said. B-grade aptitude can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruonan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Shuelong shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction, and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Shuelong said, "We are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all. Unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics." Tai Ruanen nodded. Father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo-audio gu to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case. Please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyuebo sat and said with a smile, "Sorry to disturb clan leader." Tai Shuelong said politely. Tai Ruanan and Guyue Fongjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guyuebo suddenly said. Tai Shuelong said, Clan leader, please speak. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guyuebo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Feng Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Feng Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Feng Yuan really killed Jia Jinsheng, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Feng Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them. And it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Feng Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qingmao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Feng Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire, and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Guyue and Mo Chun. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Feng Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Feng Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, this caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating. I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fang Yuan pondered, and placed his thoughts on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices. The first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan had no other choice. The spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guyuebo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guyuebo smiled. Tai Ruanen lightly snorted. Tai Shuelong pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fang Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Shuelong's style. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Guyuebo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Shuelong was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guyuebo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guyuebo was secretly pleased. Guyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book, only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanan's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyuebo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo audio Gu was crushed. This Gu was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyuebo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fangjing quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruanen also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group. Although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guiyuebo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guiyuemabe was tested to have great aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guiyuecheng, who was also tested to have great aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guiyuecheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. Hee. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this and was certain. But soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared, he crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment, and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have C-grade aptitude, how could I not feel a trace of disappointment, and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fangjing's face. The awakening ceremony to him was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fangjing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fangjing saw himself on the stage, and at that time, he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory. This was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fangjing, I have a question. I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fangjing's mood. What is it? Ask away. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fangjing turned back smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fang Zheng fell into his memories. I think he said the road? That's right. It's the road. Fang Zheng's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange. I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Guyue Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed, and several gazes gathered on the painting wall, on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body, and this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Guyue Fang Zheng, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes. Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body. His expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guyue stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Zheng, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken, and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier, and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guyue City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guyue City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Zheng was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous. And that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guyue heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words. But if he has B-grade or a grade aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up. She had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days, I've read some of his poems from his early years. They were grand and grand. Even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guyue shook his head. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy he should be clear about it. Of course he knows. That's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guyue was also confused. Tribe leader Guyue. Tai Ruanan turned around and looked at Guyue solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Guyue was stunned at first, but he soon reacted, and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fang Zheng had seen Guyue show such an expression. Rinzu's 10 sons, eldest son Verdant Great Son, second daughter Gyua Desolate Een. The 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons, and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruonen continued. It is just that in some people, the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline, or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Zheng asked. Don't tell me, this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Guyuebo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Zheng. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruonen spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuelong would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruonen's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right, 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Gyua Desolate Een physique. Guyuebo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here, and named it the Gyua village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Gyua. Why did the first generation take the name Gyua? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed. Passing down the bloodline 100-year plan, Gyua Desolate Een physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it, he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Gyua village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Gyua Desolate Een physique. He would make the world panic, and bring Gyua village to glory. The will also told the descendants, if one day, such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guyuebo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Gyua Desolate Een physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Gyua Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Gyua Desolate Een physique. Guyuebo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Zheng's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruonen looked at him pitifully. Since Qi-Qing can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries. It is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive bamboo gentlemen because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Guyuebo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyue's desolate physique. When it involved the ancestors' prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan, I have to do it. Damn it. This Guyue clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guyue wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This discovery made Guyuebo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shueleng go at this time? Clan leader Guyue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fangzheng, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guyuebo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fangzheng was left. How can this be? Guyue Fangzheng's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my grade aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangzheng's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth. His aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart. From start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down? Watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangzheng's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangzheng suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangzheng's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangzheng, my laughable brother, you can't, like an echo in the valley. It echoed in Fangzheng's heart. He felt stifled. An unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Fangzheng's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force. His nails were peeled off, and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fangzheng's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality, and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, There was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. You killed Jia Jinsheng, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing. So what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fengjing's heart. Resurrection. The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fengjing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha ha ha. Fengjing was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Guyuebo could not find Feng Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Feng Yuan was missing. Tai Shueleng was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Feng Yuan? Guyuebo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruonan who had just arrived. How would I know where Feng Yuan is? Tai Ruonan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Why is Tai Shueleng nowhere to be seen? Tai Clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guyuebo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruonan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shueleng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shueleng. After Tai Shueleng saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruonan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shueleng make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Jia Jinsheng's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute, but the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruonan had always been suspicious about this. And now, Tai Shueleng had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured, you must take care of yourself. Tai Ruonan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shueleng facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruonan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruonan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guyuebo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guyuebo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Feng Yuan. Tai Ruonan laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guyuebo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan. It could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan. It could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruonan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave. I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle. There are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Yuebo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruonan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruonan said, Fang Yuan is missing now, he could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. I hope so. Gu Yuebo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water, like an illusion. Piece after piece of yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 yuan stone that Gu Yue and Mo Chen provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall. He felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it. He had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it. He could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing. A total of 50,000 yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long. I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard. And he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky canopy Gu. Thunderwings Gu. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body. And at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh, the sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the thunder wings Gu was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery, and was not easy to land on. But Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and barely found a rough section of the wall, and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave, there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it. He realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave. He found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow, and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qingmao Mountain's soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange but also full of danger. I don't have much time. How do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The Thunderwings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight, and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh in the blood lake, An undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. They were even faster than the giant python, and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3 Bladewing Bloodbat Goo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo Audio Goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow Goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing blood bats here? For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery. But now, it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing bloodbat. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed, and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Bloodwing Demon sect with the Bladewing bloodbat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing bloodbat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing bloodbat goo. In his previous life 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing bloodbat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally a mortal, but by chance he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level, and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing bloodbat, Blood Guillotine, and Blood Frenzy goo. The rank 3 Bladewing bloodbat goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing bloodbat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The Blood Frenzy goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the Blood Frenzy goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the blood guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him, and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The Blood Sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Before his death he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing Bloodbat goo, the Blood Frenzy goo or the Blood Guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the Blood Sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise, and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world, where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart, to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus many goo masters, after obtaining the Blood Sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the Blood Sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed, and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily, and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the Blood Sea ancestor's death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated, and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain. These damned blood goo masters. I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave, but if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where a new batch will appear. By now, the Blood Sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Feng Yuan had also received the Blood Sea ancestor's inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a Blood Sea inheritance after 400 years, and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Feng Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. Why are there more than 100 Bladewing bloodbats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestor's proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Feng Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The Bladewing bloodbats swarmed towards him. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall, and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the Blood Sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shuelong, why did he suddenly appear here? Feng Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound goo? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo was a rank 5 sound type goo. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type goo. The voice that Feng Yuan heard now was just Tai Shuelong's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Feng Yuan using the Moonlight Goo to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the goo worm. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the Goo Master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the Goo Master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Feng Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales, and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Feng Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Feng Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate, it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a goo master. However, after glancing at Feng Yuan on the mountain wall, the Blood Sea Python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous Goo. It was a mental goo and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous goo and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shuelong, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the Bladewing bloodbat goo panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Feng Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shuelong's supreme might. What a righteous goo! Feng Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous goo's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord, and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Feng Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shuelong to gasp in surprise. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous gu's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shuelong knew Feng Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a gu on Feng Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shuelong could faintly sense the changes in Feng Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous gu. However, Tai Shuelong had met many demonic gu masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous gu and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous gu even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Feng Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shuelong hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the Blood River Python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the Blood River Python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Feng Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shuelong had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the Blood River Python for a moment. Then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shuelong would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter, and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish the seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shuelong brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Feng Yuan, he had used the touching sensation gu on Feng Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation gu was formless and colorless, like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Guyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shuelong opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the Blood River Python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body, and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shuelong, who was in the air. Tai Shuelong was already on guard against the Blood River Python. His body moved quickly and dodged the Blood River Python's bite. The Blood River Python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down, and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Gen Guyue, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a Blood River Python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shuelong sneered and moved in the air. The Blood River Python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The Blood River Python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings goo to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was not in a good state. The thunderwings goo on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time, and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge, and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased, and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Plop. Fang Yuan used all his strength, but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life, he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of Bladewing Bloodbat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The Thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The Thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body, and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted, or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuelong was floating in the air, fighting with the Blood River Python. A battle between rank 5 Goo Masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the Goo Master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the Blood River Python's tail could shatter the armor. The Sky Canopy Goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shuelong could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shuelong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air, and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake's scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shuelong had rich battle experience, and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Goo. The Blood River Python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Shuelong laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Goo master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed, and the oil dragon Goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shuelong did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Goo, starting to activate the fire dragon Goo. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River Python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River Python. It suffered heavy injuries and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River Python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River Python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shuelong's tactic, 2 rank 4 Goo were able to force the rank 5 Blood River Python to retreat. But Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River Python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Goo had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Feng Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Goo's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Feng Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Feng Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Goo and fire dragon Goo can force the Blood River Python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the Blood River Python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Goo might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Shuelong must know. Then Feng Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shuelong had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the Blood River Python to retreat. Tai Shuelong wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Shuelong floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, Bloodbeard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Shuelong's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant hill puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then, the oil dragon Gu flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Feng Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Feng Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the Blood Lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shuelong won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River Python. The 2 dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shuelong allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River Python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River Python exploded with great strength. Feng Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shuelong's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the blood river python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The blood river python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo. A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. First generation Guyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth, it was his abdomen. He kept saying I, thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first gen Guyue in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the blood lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue. You are no longer a living person. Your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. Hee. Although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me. Die. First generation Guyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of bladewing blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type goo, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 goo master Tai Shuelong would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years, and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest, and had a strong geographical advantage. The blood bat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled, and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shuelong feel some fear, and put his full attention on it. Although goo masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a goo master controlling the bloodbat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First-generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shuelong. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shuelong is also injured. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shuelong has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of bloodbats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 bloodbats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These bloodbats can ensure your safety. Zheng Guyue's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Zheng Guyue gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed and another group of close to 100 bloodbats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Shuelong to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu. Howl. The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The Bladewing bloodbat Gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The bloodbat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed bloodbat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the bloodbat group. When Tai Shuelong used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of bloodbats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the bloodbat group. This wave of bloodbats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them, and could only run away. Earlier he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwing's goo was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right, it's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the bloodbat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The Bladewing bloodbat goo was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 goo could completely suppress them. But Tai Shueleng and Guyue's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate, and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbat group closed in, and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guiyuebo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow, but the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right, can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guiyuebo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted. This competition has a circumference of 100 li, and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin. A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition, but the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital goo. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized. Once this Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital goo, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Goo were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining goo. These three aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower Gu to protect their cities. Feng Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital Gu, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical Gu in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, Gu worms that reach rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was 100% chance of failure. As a result, Feng Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had an A-grade cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a Gu master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state. And at the same time, Feng Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Feng Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Feng Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Feng Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material, but strictly speaking this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the Gu master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river, Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical goo world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Feng Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the goo master world was still the goo master world. It was just that history had taken a turn, and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely, and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Feng Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate in rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible, and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better. And the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations, but he had always been cautious, and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood-bat group flew over, but Feng Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other goo were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Feng Yuan's will, a goo withstood the pressure, and slowly flew out of the sea. This goo was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Feng Yuan had used the plunder goo to forcefully take some goo worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture, and obtain them. This goo was a consumable goo, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the goo master's foundation and potential, causing the goo master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture goo explode. Feng Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture goo immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Feng Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Feng Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water, with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark ice soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Bladewing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Feng Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the Bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the bladewing blood bats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 blood bats, without a Gu master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on a C-grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fang Yuan to take out a Yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid, and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had obtained a grass Gu not long ago. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce Yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form Yuan stone. Fang Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only Gu masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fang Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fang Yuan's aperture, turning into snow silver primeval essence. If Fang Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the Yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his Gu. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude Gu masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted, and changed his fighting style, charging into the bloodbat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver sawteeth rotated crazily, slashing at a bladewing bloodbat that was hiding behind it. This bloodbat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this bloodbat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Guyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this bloodbat group. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot, and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the bloodbat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the bladewing bloodbat Gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the bloodbat swarm fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 bladewing bloodbats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, The intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the bloodbat swarm reacted, Fang Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 Bladewing bloodbats were still chasing after Fang Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff huff huff. In the narrow cave, Fang Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fang Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fang Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The Thunderwings goo had been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the Thunderwings goo will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings goo 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings goo left his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings goo and threw it behind him. The Bladewing bloodbat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings goo, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings goo. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing bloodbats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fang Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a goo worm like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The Bladewing bloodbat goo flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fang Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood white corpse goo to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead. It could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of Bladewing bloody bats to fly towards Fang Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shueleng had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shueleng and Guyue's generation is going. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shueleng wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that he had obtained. Although the Bladewing bloody bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong Clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong Clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. So what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fangzheng at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fangzheng's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. This situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fangzheng was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pooey! Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Joining hands. You are afraid of my clans Bai Ningbing. It's no use, this is just the first battle. There is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. So we have decided in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon gu to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end, Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall. But its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster, like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fang Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them, and could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance, and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and destroy the foundation of the Guyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sleep here? And seal itself was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details. Let's leave this place first. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Feng Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 goo, it was easily refined by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan lost the Thunderwing's goo, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider was a type of giant goo that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Feng Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Feng Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the 1,000-li earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 goo. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Feng Yuan. The only thing that worried Feng Yuan was that the goo master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a mount goo moved. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was a rank 5 goo, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus, while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this two-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Feng Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down. The sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset. I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders. What a pity. Especially around me, there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong tribes alliance. The remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you, we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai tribe's Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangzheng, Xiong Jiaosa, Xiong Lin and Qiqing as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant. What a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys only Guyue and Feng Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked. Although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiaosa crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle. And as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big sis is mighty. Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, hee Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao Sa became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue tribe, after Qing Shu died, Emochen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A-grade aptitude Guyue Fangzheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fangzheng. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangzheng seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many Bai tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangzheng's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then if Big Brother appears, Fangzheng stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end. His body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way, I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. We were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. You underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Shueleng had appeared. Although the 3-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain. leaving behind his inheritance, before dying with regret. The thousandly earthwolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately, the thousandly earthwolf spider sealed itself, and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Feng Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy goo was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Feng Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the thousandly earthwolf spider's ability. The thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy, and became more and more uncontrollable. Feng Yuan could only ride on its back, and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the thousandly earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Feng Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Feng Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Guyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear and shock, as if he was still alive. Feng Zheng's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Zheng, walking towards him step by step. The reason Feng Zheng could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it. Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing leaped into the air, and raised her ice blade high up. Slash. The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Ah. Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered. Guyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guyue Bo squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hee, I will tell you the truth. My clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once Guyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake, many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guyue clan Gu master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raiment. Feng Zheng screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu masters screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. "I've finally reached the ground." Feng Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately he saw Bai Ningbing in midair, hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. "Feng Yuan, you're finally here." Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Feng Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. "Open!" Feng Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Feng Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form immortal snake Gu floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form immortal snake's back, looking down at Feng Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Feng Yuan, you really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Feng Zhen crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Feng Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Gu? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Feng Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Gu. Isn't that the thousandly earthwolf spider? Gu Yuebo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade, like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily, like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Feng Yuan, let us fight to the death." Humph. Feng Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3 clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shuelong or Gu Yue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam. The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 Gu worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Feng Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy Gu's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the northern dark ice soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. Feng Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing. he will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanen curled her lips. 10 extreme physique. It must be the 10 extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Feng Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolate in physique. Guyuebo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 extreme physique, and has been hiding it all along. Feng Zheng opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Feng Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Feng Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the thousand-li earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ningbing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ningbing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal. Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Feng Yuan was shrouded by the white fog. His eyes were white. He was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth communication, ear, grass. Feng Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Feng Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousand-li earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousand-li earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged, and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Feng Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousand-li earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousand-li earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Feng Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Feng Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Feng Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The thousand-li earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Feng Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruanen shouted at the side. Feng Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyuebo was anxious, and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyuebo looked at Feng Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you. Guyuebo by clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape. I will be right back. Tai Ruanen took this chance and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5 Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Shuelong is done for. Hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada, and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity. This time, I will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. Hee, this grudge, I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. By clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3 thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend. Let's escape. There are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar. All of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts, panicked screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moonblades, water bullets, metal spikes and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here, the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication ear grass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Gu Yubo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Gu Yubo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanem would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Gu Yubo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Gu Yubo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Yubo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Gu Yubo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Gu Yubo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way. I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu Master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold. "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Gu Yubo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu Master." Evidently, clan leader Gu Yue had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5, it was really limited, and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time, he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first generation ancestor has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Gu Yuebo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fang Yuan continued. Gu Yuebo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fang Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Gu Yuebo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fang Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Gu Yuebo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield, and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it, because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew, these iron beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King, Rank 5 Expert. Soon after, Fang Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Guyuebo. This Guyue clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fang Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Guyuebo, "You are right." Guyuebo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next he shouted loudly, "Everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyue village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me. We will charge out together." His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyue clan leader. The Gu masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyuebo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu masters who were once enemies joined hands, and quickly gathered together. Guyue clan hehe. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them. But he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape. It will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live. I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry, and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit, and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply, and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fang Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up. We swear to protect Fang Yuan's safety. Only he knows that method. Guyuebo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fang Yuan turned around, and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fang Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fang Yuan, and firmly protected him. The healing light wave, and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united, and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The 3 clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves, and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyue village. The Guyue village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuelong and Guyue first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake, and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyuebo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak, because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This. Heavens! Is my Guyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue who had turned into a blood white stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a goo. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my goo worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus, I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? He. It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old. They were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herbmen, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this goo, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial goo, seeking life through death, and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shuelong, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce, back then, we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes. The white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenshuru. Back then, he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Goo to control the myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close, killing demonic Goo masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Goo master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the 2 brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The 2 of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature goo worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenshuru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenshuru by stealing goo worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan goo, and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenshuru's search failed, and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenshuru could only use the life storage Jade Burial Goo to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage Jade Burial Goo method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage Jade Burial Goo could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world, to increase lifespan. Like Feng Yuan's previous life, using lifespan goo to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother. You shameless scoundrel. You despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Haha, heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenshiro finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Gyuu's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat-gu soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat-gu were much smaller than the ironbeak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenshiro was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Gyuu's generation. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenshiro snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item. It must not come into contact with it. Thus he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shuelong, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life. Master Tenshiro roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Gyuu's generation in the red coffin. Gyuu's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie Gu was one of the most classic series of Gu worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie Gu. Rank 3 hairy zombie Gu. Rank 4 jumping zombie Gu. Rank 5 flying zombie Gu. Blood white zombie Gu was one of the flying zombie Gu. It could naturally fly. First Gyuu's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenshiro in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam bam bam. The two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the rank 5 Gu was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Gyuu's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenshiro's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First Gyuu spat out blood mist again. Master Tenshiro activated his Gu worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist attack. After a while, Master Tenshiro was old, his body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Gyuu's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed, you still haven't improved. First Gyuu's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard. Master Tenshiro scolded furiously. He did not expect First Gyuu's generation to become so strong, be it Blood Guillotine or Bladewing Bloodbat Gu, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. It is time to use my trump card. Master Tenshiro snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. one on the left and one on the right. They were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Guyue's generation. First Guyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu. First Guyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale Gu did not spit out ordinary qi, but primeval qi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. But this Gu was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenshuru used it now. Not only was First Guyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale Gu was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by Gu masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on Gu masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tenshuru and First Guyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyue had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead, and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenshuru might be old, and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenshuru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenshuru was also getting closer. First Guyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat Gu, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Guyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat Gu towards Master Tenshuru. Master Tenshuru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenshuru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenshuru's expression was malevolent, and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Guyue First Gen. Guyue First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down and countless Gu masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenshuru's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Feng Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. It was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. Stop! Guyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now, they were destroyed by Master Tenshuru. This was Guyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Guyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenshuru. The Bladewing Bloodbat Gu and Blood Guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenshuru's attacks. Master Tenshuru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Guyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Guyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Guyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Guyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Guyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Guyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Guyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Guyue's eyebrows. Bang! Guyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Guyue, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain goo. And also the talisman flaying goo. Ha ha ha. It seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These two goo were the Tai clan's signature goo worms. The demon suppression iron chain goo could restrict a goo master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying goo could extract the goo worms in a goo master's body and seal them. Tai Shuelong had used these two goo worms to capture countless demonic goo masters. And now he was using them on first-generation Guyue. When did this happen? First-generation Guyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuelong. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Guyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Guyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Guyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life. How could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain goo not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless goo worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain goo's suppression. Like this, first-generation Guyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, Dai. Master Tenchiru's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Guyue's body was covered in injuries. His white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenchiru. Seeing that Master Tenchiru was about to succeed, first-generation Guyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang! The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing, and instantly hit Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru heard this sound, and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow. His white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many goo masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenchiru's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Guyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones. All of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 goo was no small matter. Even if Feng Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 goo masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenchiru saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Guyue. The primeval essence rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Guyue shouted in panic. Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together. A large group of Gu masters rushed over. Not only Guyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Guyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Guyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Ah! Screams resounded. How could Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu Masters' primeval essence compete with Rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant. The primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu Masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it! First-generation Guyue cursed. The demon suppression iron chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuelong was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu Master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain Gu was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain Gu was Tai Shuelong's Gu, and inside it was Tai Shuelong's will to suppress and kill first-generation Guyue's will. First-generation Guyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Feng Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Feng Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Feng Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh. What else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha ha ha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaomen also stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tenchiru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly in a low voice. I will win, all of you will die. The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenchiru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yenji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yenji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From First Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull, and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal, and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the Great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin Yang rotation Gu. Master Tenchiru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, what a pity. I ruined your plans. First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the Blood Skull Gu or Yin Yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenchiru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Guyue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, Quick, come kill this Gu. Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This Gu was sealed by the bottom talisman Gu, and could not be activated by first generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shuelong or a special Gu could unseal it. But this Gu was a consumable Gu, and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several Gu masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed Gu worms, and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed Gu worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz. With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenchiru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5. Why does it look like water curtain skyflower Gu? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this Gu before. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to his feet and sneered. Senior brother, you have good methods. You can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door. Guyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention. Killing intent flashed in Master Tenchiru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless bird-wing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge. It was stable as usual. Master Tenchiru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. What Gu is this? First Gen Guyu raised his head and laughed. Let me tell you, this is the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu that I refined exclusively. Water Curtain Skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 Gu's attacks. This Gu of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the Water Curtain Skyflower Gu cannot enter or leave, But my blood curtain Skyflower Gu can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head, ha ha ha. You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly. Master Tenchiru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Gyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely. All the Gu masters outside the barrier, including Xiong Jiaoman, died. But inside the blood curtain Skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai. The Gu masters gradually relaxed. The first generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? How powerful! I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. He would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenchiru attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First generation Gyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain Skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain Skyflower and water curtain Skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable. It had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenchiru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me. Only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone. I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation Gyue shouted. And immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Gyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply. Yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenchiru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more. We have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first generation Gyue. The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first generation Gyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression Iron Chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First generation Gyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First generation Gyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First generation Gyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first generation ancestor. First generation Gyue raised his head and laughed. Haha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First generation Gyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Guyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Guyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor Yu. Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. Noisy! First-generation Guyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our Yuan stone. How can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person. Everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers. Ugh. A bloody massacre began. First generation Guyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3. How could they be his match? And this blood curtain skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first generation Guyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood curtain skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guyue tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First generation Guyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Guyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical. Not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Guyue's body, and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First generation Guyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Guyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenchiru, saying hatefully, Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade, and mine is C grade? You have a grade aptitude, of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader, and I the second. You are the most dazzling. Just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky, and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. The hope that I yearned for day and night. The hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenchiru stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Guyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade. How could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me. to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied. Why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Gyue actually started sobbing. The Blood White's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more. I can only value myself more. I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder. I can only take more risks. I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So I plotted against you and stole your blood see-through inheritance. Then I became a demon. Haha. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenchiru was speechless. First Gen Gyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into First Gen Gyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Gyue killed more Gyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenchiru was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. First Gen Gyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered. Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. If you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know, this Gu was refined by me. I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Gen Gyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right. You are my descendant. I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed Gu to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Gyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade, 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. The thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hairs stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and First Gen Gyue took a step back. By Ningbing! Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the person who attacked. He was slightly shocked. Bai Ningbing retracted his broken arm. Cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ningbing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against first Gen Guyu was him. Oh, what condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me, and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fang Yuan was moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ningbing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. Io, it really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. TSK, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Gen Guyu let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom. A loud explosion. The two clashed. First Gen Guyu retreated 2 steps. Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This. First Gen Guyu was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But first Gen Guyu could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was now almost immortal, no matter how heavy the injuries were. In an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guyu even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color, and turned into an iceman who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful. The clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu screamed, and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and bladewing bloodbat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood curtain skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood curtain skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenshuru did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained Bai Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha! Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Guyue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this northern dark ice soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan, who was in the glacier. If the northern dark ice soul physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenshuru flew over leisurely. Below him was the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. Earlier, he flew into the sky to help the Ironbeak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python. And now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ningbing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber, trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first-generation Guyue's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenshuru had also recuperated and recovered most of his battle strength. The two's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first-generation Guyue wanted to kill Fang Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenshuru wanted to stop the first-generation Guyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus he could only make the first move and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature, they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured, and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these 2 people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of 2 rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was 2 incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the Gu worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this Gu to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle, using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the Great Tao. Mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other Gu worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. It is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now, I have no other choice. I have to use this Gu. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times, when a Gu master uses a high-rank Gu worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Gyue Qing. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital Gu. Little brat, hand over your life, Contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good. You can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru attacked at the same time. Feng Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff. He could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light. He shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura? How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 Gu worm. At this moment, the two rank 5 Gu masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him, take the rank 6 Gu. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad. Hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. Feng Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the two rank 5 Gu masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river, called time. Humans are like fish in the river. The current is rapid. Almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, one or two fish would jump out of the river, looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change. The world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small Gu worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Feng Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance. The yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit. With a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Feng Yuan's body shook. A yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment, and Feng Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success. He was overjoyed. He had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed. His wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, oh, so it was at this time. Tai Shuelung's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead. It was the demon suppression iron chain Gu, as well as the flick bottom Gu. And that Master Tenchiru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move. He could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom Gu, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull Gu inside the yellow light. Blood skull Gu. After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenchiru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, two peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. It was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Feng Yuan's memories, Master Tenchiru was shouting, "Yin-yang rotation Gu. My good senior brother. It must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, what a pity, I ruined it." Feng Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming. His hair was disheveled. He had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet red Gu, translucent like a water ball. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Blood Curtain Skyflower Goo. It was this goo that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood Curtain Skyflower Goo was developed by Guyue's first generation. Feng Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly, kill this goo worm." Several goo masters heard this, and immediately went forward to destroy this goo. Buzz. With a soft sound, Blood Curtain Skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier, while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Feng Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenchiru's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, "What goo is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion Blood Curtain Skyflower goo. Water Curtain Skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Water Curtain Skyflower goo's owner cannot enter or leave, but my Blood Curtain Skyflower goo can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head. Ahaha." Master Tenchiru was furious and attacked again but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The goo masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of Yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the Yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenchiru saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give. We have to give Yuan stone even more. Chapter 201. Large amounts of Yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly, but Feng Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly, but made a different choice from before. First generation ancestor, the situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First generation Guyue laughed loudly. "Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy." He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged bloodbats to kill Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged bloodbats to protect Feng Yuan. Secondly, Feng Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner Yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Feng Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenchiru and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Feng Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Feng Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. "With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you, move aside and let him in." Heavenly essence treasure lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenchiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. "First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past, you had such great achievements. Today, you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure lotus should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, this young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later. But at this moment, Feng Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue, and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth, and with all his might he fiercely threw. Shwa! As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish, and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenshiro. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Feng Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment, there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned, and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenshiro was stunned, as if he was dreaming, and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure, and looked at Feng Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on, and collapsed, did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Feng Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Feng Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out, and gave Feng Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Feng Yuan, have you gone crazy? Feng Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor. You even schemed against the ancestor. Are you still human? Why yeah, Feng Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and the crowd was agitated. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. I am rank 3 peak stage. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand. And because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed, and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guyue, Feng Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. Feng Yuan laughed, and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Feng Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the blood curtain skyflower Gu. To activate the blood curtain skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Feng Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain Gu, or the bottom of the talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master Tenshiro roared, and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain, and struggled with all his might. Suddenly, the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain skyflower goo was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used, it could not be moved, and could not be closed. To him, it could only be used and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First generation Guyue's grievance, and his hatred towards Feng Yuan, could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenchiru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First generation Guyue could only give up on the blood barrier, and turn to resist Master Tenchiru. He had chewed large amounts of yuan stone earlier, and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First generation ancestor, do your best. First generation lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the two rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze, and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between two tigers, and he, Feng Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenchiru, or first generation Guyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured, and him gaining an advantage, was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state, and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Feng Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan, there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the northern dark ice soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle, especially when the two strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Feng Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it, and also looked back at Feng Yuan. In the crowd, they looked at each other. Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe, with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes, and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Feng Yuan changed the topic. But this method's success rate is not high, and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Feng Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, but I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting. Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Feng Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart, and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while he asked, then what do I need to do? Feng Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Feng Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4 and immediately submitted. Feng Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's head hurt, and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked, and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Guyue let out a miserable howl, and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Feng Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked, and took a step back. First generation Guyue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon Master Tenchiru attacked. I want you to die. I want you to die. First generation Guyue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru was shocked and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and said to Bai Ningbing, "Follow me to kill." Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly and cut a Gu master beside Fang Yuan in half. Blood Skull Gu. Chapter 202. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop. The enemy is right in front of us. How can there be internal strife? Quickly stop, or else. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.creadreadnet. I will only kill Guyu clansmen. Those who are not involved, step down. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Fang Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fang Yuan to be so crazy. Fang Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind. Let's attack together. That's right, if this continues, we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy. We will all be killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was like a hornet's nest. The crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing knew. The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good. Lord Bai Ningbing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ningbing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Sigh, since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well, for the fun of it. He, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fang Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ningbing, who was close to death. His strength was very strong, and he killed many more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull Gu reached its limit. The surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull Gu above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed this. He breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fang Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the Mambi's life burial Gu, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fang Yuan, you crazy bastard. Guyue coldly rushed over. Fang Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fang Yuan, spare us. We are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dongtu and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moonblade flew out, and two heads fell to the ground. The blood skull Gu took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fang Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Gu master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and a grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fang Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But my cultivation has fallen. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to be grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two Gu were in conflict. But the blood skull Gu was rank 4, while the stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu was above the stone aperture Gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture Gu was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger. He slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry, and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenshuru saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later, Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on, the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end, it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade. A grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to be grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier, and the 2 people outside were left. Fang Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape, and the blood curtain skyflower disappearing. And then? Bai Ningbing asked. And then? Fang Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling. And then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fang Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know you can do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence, live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fang Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. Then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time, I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you, and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now, but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Feng Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Feng Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager, and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. Hee, so exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble, haha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Feng Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Guyue was at a disadvantage, and was completely suppressed by Master Tenshuru. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenshuru in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenshuru had already figured out his methods, and would not let Gen 1 Guyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Guyue howled to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Guyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go. Master Tenshuru immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier Skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned, and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenshuru. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen, and purplish-red poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenshuru was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Gen 1 Guyue. He actually killed Gen 1 Guyue? Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Feng Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Gen 1 Guyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Gen 1 Guyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those 2 gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenshuru floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly, but did not speak. Master Tenshuru was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color, and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. Frost spread, and endless glaciers rose. Chapter 203. Bam bam bam. The glaciers cracked as Master Tenshuru attacked. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. We cannot let this old man escape. Feng Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak. He resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glaciers spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenshuru roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenshuru's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenshuru. Although Master Tenshuru was rank 5, after killing first-generation Guyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again, but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming. He finally realized, activating the life-retaining Jade Burial Goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fang Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process, as expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface. His consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates, he would truly die. Seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him, Fang Yuan was clear. Relying on himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Sooner or later, he would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These 2 goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the black glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fang Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 snow-silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin Qi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fang Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation goo's yin goo on you just now. This goo can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of reviving the dead. But it has a flaw. Once it is used, the goo master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fang Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped, and I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Haha, so what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique. Although this method has lowered your aptitude, as long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day, you will return to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. At that time, you will need the remaining Yang Gu. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fang Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the Yang Gu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation Gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin Gu, so you must use the Yang Gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other Yang Gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This Yang Gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fang Yuan said casually. Right now, Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fang Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the Yang Gu? Fang Yuan laughed for a while before saying seriously. This Qingmao mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days, they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead. He is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qingmao mountain anymore. We must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my goo worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation, I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting, and Qingmao Mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Umph. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fang Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it. But there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. By Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at? Is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fang Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger. All these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, how did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qingmao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu. If the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation, yin-yang rotation. What did you think it was? Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly. Fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fang Yuan, cursing angrily. This time, she had to get that one and only yang gu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fang Yuan consoled. Great fortune, my ass. Why don't you try turning into a woman? Bai Ningbing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha, the ice cracked, and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenchiru let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial gu was a rank 5 gu, and was extraordinary. As long as the gu master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy, and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damn thief. He cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Guyue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fang Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his gu to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious, and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it. To think he actually hid here. Humph, the most dangerous place is the safest place? So crafty. Master Tenchiru's body suddenly shook, as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer, and soon he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fangjing's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death, and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenchiru swore that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fangjing, he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him, it's just that they look alike. He sighed deeply and suddenly he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case, he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenchiru's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Guyue's generation in this vast world. Among all the living beings, I did not completely fail the sex mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fangjing opened his tired and heavy eyes, and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry, and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time, his whole body was sore, and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the Three Clans competition. The sky was filled with iron-beak flying cranes, and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fang Zheng was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenshiro? Master Tenshiro stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fang Zheng from head to toe, and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me, you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly. Don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked around him, and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky, and he was walking in the sky. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Fang Zheng exclaimed. I am Master Tenshiro, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent? Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Chapter 204. Yellow Dragon River, southern border's third largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanghua Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Guibei Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicei Mountain and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character, passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand. The waves were grand and majestic, splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast, with a white tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again. Evidently on the river surface, they had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward. The bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man, with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes and black hair. The other was a young girl, wearing a white robe, blue eyes and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark ice soul physique, trapping Master Tenshiro temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft, they immediately escaped. Fang Yuan's thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier, with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on, relying on their own strength. Their speed was too slow, and would definitely be chased by Master Tenshiro. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river-swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River, and accidentally landed at the foot of Qingmao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft, and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft's speed was ultimately not faster than the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. However, the Ironbeak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fang Yuan would be. Moreover, Fang Yuan remembered that after Master Tenshiro killed Guyue, he came back alone. The iron-beak flying crane king was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fang Yuan's words, she knew what Fang Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this yellow dragon river will be very exciting. But if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. Hee, this is quite interesting. Fang Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days, they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experience Baigu Mountain's inheritance in my previous life, I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require 2 people to work together to pass. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl. And he had the Yonggu. It was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Baigu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good, the rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing. She immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days, it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope, I will handle this for now. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down, and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it. Only Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming. She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fang Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged, according to this situation. It can only last for 1 more day. After 1 day, we will have to reach the shore. Fang Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. Thud. Suddenly, a soft muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fang Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river, it's attacking the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast, and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it, and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed, and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish, damn it, quickly reach the shore. Fang Yuan shouted, and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had 2 sharp heads, and a large midsection, like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often, there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous, and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green thatch bamboo was an excellent bamboo, and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam and fiercely attacked. Crack! A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted, and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly. After she self-detonated, all the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack, crack, crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread, and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan cursed and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo. Fang Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately, the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a grade aptitude, and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak, and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam bam bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken, with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 goo master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore. The shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Huff. We are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days, he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured, and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day, but there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs, and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood, and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? Chapter 205. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, He was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre, he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days, Fang Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food, they all died one after another. Healing goo worms, Fang Yuan had always been lacking, and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence and spitting it out. A red light appeared, and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusita flower. Fang Yuan willed, and the Tusita flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fang Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions, and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it, and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back, and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan smiled, and did not reply. He took off his clothes, and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fang Yuan was already used to it in his previous life, and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste, and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. Your medicinal paste is quite useful. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed. Sigh, now that I think about it, how good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me. Fang Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the Tusita flower and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's better to be prepared. Fang Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately, he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing her wounds and changing her clothes. What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Yanggu? She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. Didn't I say it before? I'm going to Baigu Mountain. As for the Yanggu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice. I have to wait until you reach rank 3? She had never thought that one day, she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damned strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river, and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness. He could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person. Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now, she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single goo worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fang Yuan. The yang goo was refined by Fang Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation goo came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. We don't have a healing goo now. If we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this. I don't have a single goo worm on me. I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild goo worms to refine. Otherwise I won't even have the strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was speaking, when her stomach suddenly growled. Damn it. She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat, I'm starving. During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fang Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing. What are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me. Bai Ningbing frowned, and reluctantly took the black robe. Fang Yuan called out 2 sita flour, and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation, and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking, and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fang Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this Bai clan genius ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat, and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh, I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fang Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great. We can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side, and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake, and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single goo, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fang Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this, and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fang Yuan. You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. What do you think? Fang Yuan laughed and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. You can go scoop some river water. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water, and Fang Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot, and Fang Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it, and subconsciously licked her lips. Fang Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yellow dragon river water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? I'm still not full. Give me another half bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied, and rubbed her stomach. Fang Yuan immediately rejected. I can't eat anymore, I have to use it sparingly. Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us. How many wild animals can there be? Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan glared at her. Of course I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous, and can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing choked, and was speechless. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan, and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame, and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fang Yuan continued. It's getting late, we will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place with cliffs on 3 sides. There will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless, we will take turns to keep watch. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you for now. Familiarize yourself with them, Fang Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now, and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm, and could not help but look deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside it. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm, and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed, and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chapter 206. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the chainsaw golden centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the chainsaw golden centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the chainsaw golden centipede like a sword. From time to time, she would use her mind to control the chainsaw golden centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky canopy goo. She kept the sky canopy goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white-silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day, I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A-grade talent primeval C immediately appeared. 90%. It was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, goo master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was goo worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable, and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and goo worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qingmao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and goo worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time. And it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the third rank. Feng Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper true Yuan Sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Guyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Feng Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Feng Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white-silver primeval essence. Right now, Feng Yuan was at the initial stage of the first rank, green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in Feng Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 goo, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 goo, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover, and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 goo, my primeval essence will fall sharply, the consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Feng Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence, and it was an initial stage jade green one. The quality was too low. Other than this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Feng Yuan had some other goo. First was his vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 goo was ranked 7th in the world's strange list. Once it became his vital goo, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now, it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, its aura was no longer as strong. The yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body, and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the River of Time, starting another round of recovery. Feng Yuan understood in his heart. I cannot use Spring-Autumn Cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the River of Time and self-detonate for nothing. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp fossil-like stealth scales goo quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval sea water to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder goo. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang goo from yin yang rotation goo. The rank 4 blood skull goo was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other goo worms, including the blood moon goo, they had turned into a red crescent, hidden in Feng Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Feng Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The Tusita flower was placed on Feng Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to by Ning Bing. Counting the numbers, Feng Yuan now had a total of 12 goo worms. This number was too much. Normally, it was normal for low-level goo masters to have 2 to 3 goo. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 goo. Even the great divine investigator Tai Shueleng only had around 7 goo. Don't look at Guyue's generation and Master Tenchiru, those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of goo worms Feng Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary goo masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the goo master, as well as logistical pressure. These goo were carefully selected by Feng Yuan, and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the Tusita flower were limited, and still brought a burden to Feng Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the Tusita flower, but in total, it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year, I need to find new wine. Or I can reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder goo's food was hard to find. and there was not much left in the tusita flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this tusita flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, they both needed fresh blood, and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation goo had both yin and yang, it would be a complete taiji light ball, with yin and yang energy transforming, and would not need the goo master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin goo, and only the yang goo was left. Feng Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang goo was very important. With the yang goo, he could restrain Bai Ningbing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ningbing, he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on, Feng Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment, without yang energy, the yang goo would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ningbing would become Feng Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now, Feng Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The goo worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 6. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank goo worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly, he was severely lacking in healing and movement. These were his 2 biggest shortcomings. Next, I need to solve these problems and collect wild goo worms. Hopefully my luck is good, and I can find a suitable goo worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck. But I can't be so lucky every time. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, then with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing holding a white eggshell, walking over. Look, I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede, and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ningbing said. This egg was half the size of a wash basin. The white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained. Feng Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Not good. This is the egg of a 6-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the 6-legged crocodiles lay their eggs? He quickly stood up. Quick, activate the chainsaw golden centipede. See how many more of these eggs there are under the beach. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, and she pointed behind Feng Yuan. It's too late, look. Feng Yuan turned around, and saw hundreds of dead trees, on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke, and the yolk flowed out. Roar. The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily, and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Guyue village. White snow covered the land, and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails, nailed into this white world. Father! Tai Ruanen knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shueleng had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruanen's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these 2 Gu worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanen rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way, she met with danger, and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Shueleng was a prudent person, and as a precaution, he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanen received the help of the reinforcements and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead, and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched. The white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing. These days, we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Bloodsea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Bloodsea inheritance among these survivors? Tai Ruanan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold snowy ground. A gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruanan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruanan stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruanan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. You. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Gui. The young Gu master spoke. Yes. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back. Yes. Gui hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and also did not have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed. It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here. How are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fang Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight. Fang Yuan glanced at her and urged. Why else would I lend you the Gu worms? Don't forget, the Yang Gu is with me. Bastard. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened. Her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles, or Fang Yuan, or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and charged forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver edge saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 Gu's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms. Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor, attack their abdomens. Ha ha ha, such a domineering Gu worm, much better than the Iceblade Gu. I like it. Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, one attack could cut a six-legged crocodile in half, but now 3 attacks can only heavily injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the chainsaw golden centipede, and saw that the silver-edged saw was uneven, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, and immediately thought of Feng Yuan's warning, and curled her lips and snorted. A 6-legged crocodile charged in front of her, and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death. Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede, and slashed at the 6-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky 6-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach, and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice, and then completely stopped moving. It could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The 6-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience, and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain, and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. Roar! The crocodiles roared. Dozens of 6-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning lichen had human-like intelligence, but among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their #1 priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Feng Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing did not retreat, but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, 6-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde, but Feng Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Yanggu was in Feng Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Feng Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Feng Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Feng Yuan like she understood herself. With Feng Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Yanggu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worm. Feng Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Feng Yuan was clear. Feng Yuan was not surprised, and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Feng Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected, and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the 6-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted, her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy, and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon gu flew out of his palm, towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon gu originated from the moonlight gu, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moonblades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. Chapter 208. Ordinary rank 3 Gu masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere until now. If a Gu master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fang Yuan's leisurely expression, leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded. Fang Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line, and you're actually watching the show? Fang Yuan snorted. The former Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the great Bai Ningbing, now you can't even deal with 100 beast group? Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated. If you have the guts, go. Fang Yuan sneered. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago. Why would it be your turn? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant. She was fuming with anger. Fang Yuan said sternly. Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Gu masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude, you need to be more meticulous. Ha! Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. My battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders that I am number 1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me carefully. Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fang Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first, she didn't care, but gradually, her expression started to change. From disdain to solemnity, and finally to solemnity. Fang Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat, no little girl? Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Guyue's generation or Master Tenchura's experience couldn't compare. These 2 old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. The real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fang Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she was, she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The six-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the six-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's figure, emitting a cold killing intent. This was the king of the six-legged crocodiles. 100 Beast King Crocodile King. Different from the other six-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs, but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called 4 arms. Its arms were thick, and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ningbing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100-beast king alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100-beast king that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind. "Take it." A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ningbing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus," Fang Yuan answered. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder even Guyue's generation wanted it," Bai Ningbing exclaimed before scolding. "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fang Yuan laughed, saying to himself, "Fortunately, this crocodile king is only at 100-beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest." Saying so, his body flickered, and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the stealth scales goo. Crafty and treacherous. Bai Ningbing scolded Fang Yuan in her heart, before concentrating on the crocodile king. On its chest, there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? Howl! The crocodile king roared, and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The chainsaw golden centipede smashed into the crocodile king's back. Sparks flew, and the chainsaw golden centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ningbing down. There was a white mark on the crocodile king's back, but other than that, it was unharmed. Whoosh! It swung its crocodile tail, and the wind blew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters, before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ningbing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo, with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam bam bam. The crocodile king moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the crocodile king charging towards her. The crocodile king was ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If it was anyone else, they would either be paralyzed from fear, or run away. But Bai Ningbing was Bai Ningbing. Her willpower was like iron. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing that the crocodile king was about to reach her, at the last moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She managed to avoid the king crocodile by a hair's breadth, while the king crocodile crashed into the cliff. A large amount of rubble tumbled down and buried it in an instant. A beast will always be a beast. Bai Ningbing laughed, and was about to chase after the Crocodile King when she suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Crocodile King swung its tail, and the rocks flew everywhere. Bai Ningbing watched quietly, and after a while the Crocodile King finally broke free. It was in a sorry state, with half of its teeth broken, and blood flowing out of its nose. His golden pupils had now turned red. It roared towards the sky, and this time, it crouched down, and with an even faster speed, charged towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she gave way. Bam! With a loud sound, the cliff collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Crocodile King covered the white skin on its chest, but it could not stop the blood from flowing out. Soon after, it fell on the unrecognizable beach with a plop. This blood moon goo is actually quite useful. Because of its bleeding effect, the Crocodile King died so easily. Bai Ningbing thought as she looked at the red moon insignia in her hand. With the Crocodile King dead, the remaining 6-legged crocodiles, although there were still hundreds of them, had lost their backbone, and their morale plummeted as they escaped into the river. It's finally over. Bai Ningbing threw away the chainsaw golden centipede in her hand, and sat down on the sand in exhaustion. Fang Yuan's figure appeared, and he squatted beside the Crocodile King's corpse, searching. Found it. When he retracted his hands, there was a goo in each of his hands. Bai Ningbing saw this, and was so angry that her breathing became erratic. She had fought with her life on the line, and finally killed the Crocodile King, and repelled the crocodiles. But the result was that the unharmed Fang Yuan came out to collect the spoils of war. Fang Yuan looked carefully. Among these two goo, one was on the verge of death, and was still struggling. It was like a turtle shell, palm-sized, but the protruding surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. This was the carapace goo. The other was unharmed, but it did not move, allowing Fang Yuan to pinch it with his thumb and index finger. This was the crocodile strength goo. It was very small, about the size of a human finger. It was like a miniature crocodile, with a head, body and tail, but it lacked crocodile legs. Be it the carapace goo or the crocodile strength goo, they were both rank 2 goo. Normally speaking, 100 Beast King's body had a rank 2 wild goo. 1000 Beast King had a rank 3 goo. Myriad Beast King had a rank 4 goo. As I expected. Fang Yuan looked at the 2 goo in his hands, not surprised. He was experienced, and after observing the battle for a long time, he had already seen through this Crocodile King's weakness. Immediately he let out a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined these 2 goo. The carapace goo flew to Fang Yuan's back, and turned into a large-scale imprint, like a tattoo, extending from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist. It covered his back. As the name suggests, it was a goo that could strengthen a goo master's back defense. The crocodile strength goo turned into a dark yellow light, and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. It had the same effect as the black and white boar goo. It could permanently strengthen a goo master's strength, the strength of a crocodile. The market price was very high, and it was usually a rare goo with a price but no supply. It's like this again, instantly refining a goo. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing ignored her anger, and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. When she fought with Fang Yuan earlier, she had discovered this secret of Fang Yuan's. After returning to the clan, she flipped through the records, and found some supplementary goo that could achieve this effect. But now that she saw it again, she suddenly felt that the truth might not be so. This guy, he has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy goo, Blood Moon goo, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and now he even has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle techniques are completely superior to what the clan taught him. What goo did he use just now? Bai Ningbing thought of this, and felt a chill in her heart. Chapter 209. 6th segment. Night resting in the treetop. Swish, swish, swish. The river tides came and went, the sky was dark. Under the dusk, the beach was dyed red by crocodile blood, and hundreds of 6-legged crocodile corpses surrounded the 2 youngsters. Beside a huge crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. When the 6-legged crocodile group attacked, Fang Yuan did not even think of escaping. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. Using her cultivation and his rank 3 goo worm, it was possible to eliminate 100 beast group. On one hand, he needed to use the 6-legged crocodile group as an external force to suppress Bai Ningbing and train her. On the other hand, he needed a suitable goo worm for himself. Although I am rank 1 initial stage, I have a great aptitude, and with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery is extremely fast, thus I can use rank 2 goo worms. But be it the crocodile strength goo or the carapace goo, they are not ideal. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The sky canopy goo was rank 3, and was lent to Bai Ningbing. Feng Yuan indeed needed a suitable defensive goo for himself. But the carapace goo could only defend the back, it was too small. The crocodile strength goo was precious, but currently Feng Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and was strong enough. If he increased his strength, it would harm his body. Below rank 6, a goo master's body was a mortal body, it had a limit, and could not keep increasing his strength. Feng Yuan had already used the black and white boar goo to modify his body, raising his strength from the roots. If he used the crocodile strength goo now, it would exceed his body's endurance, and would harm himself. That is to say, unless he found other supplementary goo worms and used it with the crocodile strength goo. Before that, using the crocodile strength goo would be suicidal. In Bai Goo Mountain's inheritance, there is a jade bone goo that can increase the strength of a goo master's bones. If I use this goo and use the crocodile strength goo, there will be no problem. But right now there is still a distance to Bai Goo Mountain. It will take at least 10 days to half a month. Feng Yuan looked towards the southeast direction, and with a thought, he summoned the crocodile strength goo. He gave the crocodile strength goo to Bai Ningbing, and recalled his Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Using this crocodile strength goo can increase your strength by 1 crocodile strength. The process is a little tiring, but it should be done after a month of continuous urging, Feng Yuan warned. Bai Ningbing nodded, feeling happy in her heart. With crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weakness in strength. Previously in Bai Clan Village, she had also searched for it, but her luck was not good and she did not find such a goo. To think that he would actually obtain the goo worm that he had yearned for day and night in the wilderness. When a goo master roams in the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time, it is filled with opportunities. Let's go. The smell of blood is too strong here, and the cliffs on 3 sides have almost collapsed. It will definitely attract some ferocious beasts. It's definitely not safe to camp here. Feng Yuan's suggestion received Bai Ningbing's approval. However, before leaving, Feng Yuan gathered as much crocodile blood and crocodile meat as he could and stored them in the tusita flower. Crocodile strength goo feeds on crocodile meat. Fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already set and night had begun to fall. In the distant sky, stars could be vaguely seen. The cliffs had collapsed from the impact of the male crocodile king, making it easy to climb. After Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed up the cliffs, a lush and dense forest appeared in front of them. The dense forest stretched out. The distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp, 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 a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the 2's ears. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day. But they had no other choice. Let's go. Feng Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Feng Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, and the colder it became. Feng Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. I say, set up the stove later, let's warm ourselves up. Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. Warm ourselves up? Fang Yuan laughed. Don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front. Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down, and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong. Their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch, there were vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps, or like two open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened, they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid, and spend tens of days, or even months slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted. There were at least 30 to 40 beast trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long, and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast trap forest. No wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter. I can use the strength of a rank 3 gu to forcefully open a path. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan shook his head. What we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes widened. Here? Beast trap forest, it's still safe? Fang Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain. Instead he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. The Yanggu was with Fang Yuan, so she could only follow Fang Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses, and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this. Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fang Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings, and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight, Fang Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the 6-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast trap tree. Whoosh! The nearest vine immediately sprang out, as fast as a shadow. 2 leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then, the vine twisted, and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep, we still have to hurry tomorrow. The leaves on the top of the tree rustled, and Fang Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene dumbfounded. After a while, she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and followed Fang Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach, and rolling to the beast trap tree. Almost at the next moment, she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally, the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside, and through the gaps between the leaves, she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. The sky is full of stars, our luck is not bad, tomorrow will be a good day. Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable, but the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fang Yuan's instructions, this was the beast trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body, and was temporarily safe. Right, I should use the crocodile's strength gu first, then rest. Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain, and gradually closed. Almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fang Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body and called out Tusita flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous, after this arrangement, there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fang Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight, he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 210. The sun was high in the sky, and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth, and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly, one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile, and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously, and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all, and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree, and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Achoo! Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high, like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard, and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out. A voice came. It was Fang Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication eargrass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fang Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself, but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fang Yuan come out. Why are you so late? I woke up a long time ago and even cultivated for a while. Fang Yuan's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fang Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to be in such a good state. It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beast trap tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned. Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly, they might contain poison. Yes, you're right. Fang Yuan nodded. You can choose not to eat them. Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. You're poisoned, I don't have any healing goo worms. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday. It had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously, the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fang Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him, but he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fang Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fang Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the northern dark ice soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up, loved life, and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring, and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled free and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon, and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves, and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing, because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now he was only rank 1 initial stage, and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud, and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fang Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious. Let's take it slow. I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey, with Bai Ningbing leading the way. They walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast trap trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground, covered with thick moss. Or at certain joints, there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into two by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls, and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled. The light and shadows swayed, like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally, they would see deer, foxes, rabbits and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups, either flying in the sky, or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally, the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times, relying on the earth communication ear grass. Feng Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again, and Feng Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired. Even if it was a hard rock, she would fall asleep the moment she laid down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent, evidently the cold had entered her body. Feng Yuan saw this, but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly, because they lacked a movement goo. Previously, Feng Yuan had the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake goo. They were both goo used for transportation, and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Feng Yuan was not impatient. His cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day, he would travel in the day, and even if it was time to rest, he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating non-stop. At night, he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching a cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Feng Yuan could only stop and take out the Tusita flower's medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot, and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Feng Yuan who helped her. If not for Feng Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm, and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less, and she was often silent. Sometimes, they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less, and naturally, Feng Yuan's authority increased. In this way, he slowly became the leader of the two. Chapter 211. 8th segment. Xian Yuan Divine Chicken. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around, and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt, she had adapted to this wandering life, and learned many things from it. Feng Yuan was clear. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally, she would give some rebuttals. Although shallow, they were no longer immature. Feng Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day. But this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster, and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the two protrusions on its back, as if they were two mini volcanoes. As it breathed, two plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is a thousand-beast king. The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the thousand-beast king's body, there was a wild rank 3 goo worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage goo master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first. Fang Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the beast king had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air, and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Puchi. It slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The third advancement moonblade hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom! The lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere, and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times, but did not pursue. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. The lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fang Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier, and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo. The blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days, we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes, and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts, it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, we can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight, then we can reap the benefits. Fang Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence, and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea, jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning Leakin, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded. We don't have a movement goo. This method is still risky, but compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources. Like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces, there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fang and Bai explored with the lava crocodile king as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley, in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, a 1,000-beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way, they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus, they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots, fist-sized venomous bees fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a washbasin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fang Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound, and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open, like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fang Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength, and can only rely on luck. Forget it. I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now, it seems that killing the lava crocodile king is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow, and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly, the lava crocodile king's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that lava crocodile king. The two looked at each other, and immediately walked out of the cave, looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley, rainbow lights were shining, and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. In the dazzling rainbow lights, a golden pheasant the size of a small hill appeared. Its comb was like gold, standing tall. The feathers on its body shone with a myriad of colors, constantly changing and shining. Not good, it's the Xianyuan divine pheasant, a myriad beast king level bird. The lava crocodile king is in trouble. Fang Yuan immediately said. Xianyuan divine pheasant? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. This is a solitary myriad beast king, flying in the sky, and landing on the ground when hunting. Divine pheasants are rare, and are scattered all over the world. All kinds of rainbow goo live on their bodies. Once they fight, the sky will be filled with rainbow lights, and the rainbow will be dazzling. Sigh, there is no hope for the lava crocodile king. Let's quickly retreat. This divine pheasant's vision is extremely sharp, like an eagle's. If it discovers us and attacks us, it will be very bad. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. Chapter 212. About half an hour later, the lava crocodile king let out a final scream and went silent. Then Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xianyuan divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xianyuan divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One lava crocodile king wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the lava crocodile king, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xianyuan pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xianyuan divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition, and more than half of it had collapsed. The lava crocodile king's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xianyuan divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xianyuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo. It was most suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xianyuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak, and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred beast king level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fang Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that in a way, the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 beast kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fang Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while, they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end, one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later, the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin, rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while, the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet, not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two walked closer. Soon a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. "What is this smell?" "It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans," Fang Yuan said as he pried open a part of the beehive. Crack! The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on Earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. "We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flower?" Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. "I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today. It will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander." Bai Ningbing smiled. Fang Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz, 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 the sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky, only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. They were killing the 2 of them. Although the frenzy needle wasp's nest was pushed down by the Xianyuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious part of the nest was eaten. But not many of the frenzy needle wasps were killed. The frenzy needle wasps could not cause any harm to the Xianyuan divine pheasant. After the latter ate and drank to its heart's content, it did not waste any energy to kill these insignificant little things. The frenzy needle wasp's home was destroyed, and their intelligence was low, so they began to chase after the Xianyuan divine pheasant. But after the Xianyuan divine pheasant flew into the sky, they could not catch it, so they could only return to their nest and prepare to rebuild their home. Then they saw 2 youths standing in their home, eating their beehives. Under such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Their anger towards the Xianyuan divine pheasant was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, countless frenzy needle wasps flapped their wings, and like millions of raindrops, rapidly descended. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Still not running. Fang Yuan turned around and ran, spreading his legs. With this reminder, Bai Ningbing also turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle wasps chased closely behind them. Fang Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have movement goo worms, and Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the frenzy needle wasps. Bam bam bam. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and the white light armor shook. In an instant, he suffered over 1,000 attacks. The frenzy needle wasp stinger was like steel and iron, very hard. Together with their high speed, they were no less than a rain of arrows. The huge quantity caused a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval sea continued to fall. The frenzy needle wasp's attacks could not be underestimated. What was more troublesome was that several of the frenzy needle wasps had already become goo. The rank 3 frenzy needle wasps had the ability to penetrate, and even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back soon had several bloody holes, causing her to groan in pain. Her running speed was stimulated, and she actually broke through her usual limits. Bai Ningbing had never thought that one day, she would be able to run so fast on foot. Mountain rocks and trees seemed to be crashing towards her. She had no choice but to focus all her attention. Once she tripped on something, the frenzy needle wasps would immediately surround her. Under the group attack, she would definitely die. With Bai Ningbing sharing the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence and poured it into the back armor goo on his back. The skin on his back was uneven and slightly bulged, turning into a thick and hard crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle wasps could not hit the crocodile skin armor. As for the few bee goo, they were all attracted to Bai Ningbing. After running for another 7 minutes, the frenzy needle wasps were still in hot pursuit. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting, and their speed started to slow down. "We're saved, there's a lake in front." As the situation became more dangerous, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. The trees gradually became fewer, and a blue and white watery light appeared, mixed in with the green color, increasing in number. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake appeared in front of them. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a splash he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The frenzy needle wasps locked onto them, and also shot into the water. The white armor on Bai Ningbing's body shook intensely, and in an instant, she suffered a large number of attacks. She bit her lips in pain, and her hands paddled, trying her best to dive deeper into the water. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came ashore from another place. The beehive smell on their bodies had already been washed away. Looking at their original location, there were still large numbers of frenzy needle wasps circling in the air, attacking the water surface from time to time. The frenzy needle wasps were small in size, but they were very agile. Even if they fell into the lake temporarily, as long as they did not go too deep, they could fly back up. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed softly. Her heart still had lingering fear. Her expression was very unsightly. Be it Xian Yuan divine pheasant, white ape group, or frenzy needle wasps, she could not deal with any of them. If she had been discovered by Xian Yuan divine pheasant last night, she would have become its food. Rank 3 cultivation, in this cruel world of nature, was only at the bottom. I've had enough. When can we reach Baigu Mountain? Should be quiet. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He half squatted and pointed at the remains of a bonfire on the shore. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned. Undoubtedly, this was left behind by someone else. Chapter 213. The lake was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Having just escaped the frenzy needle bee's pursuit, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood was heavy. In front of them, there was a trace indicating that someone had started a fire to roast meat at this location. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan willed, and ginseng roots grew out of his ears. The ginseng roots dropped down and rooted into the ground, causing Fang Yuan's hearing to increase sharply. After listening for a while, his expression relaxed, not discovering anyone hiding in the surroundings. Then he walked up to the remains of the bonfire and reached out to rub the ashes. He did not let go of any other clues. This bonfire was started half a month ago. The person was alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fang Yuan reported the results of his investigation. Alone? Clan Gu masters travel in groups of at least 5 people. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned, sighing. If it was a clan Gu master, they were all righteous, and there was a possibility of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they met, it would be a battle. Such a scene was not because righteous people are usually kind, while demonic people are evil. But when they are alone, they would show their true nature. In the wilderness, there were no restrictions, so they could act without worries. Righteous Gu masters usually travel in groups. Thus, when dealing with matters, they would consider the opinions of the people around them, and act closer to the normal social norms. Demonic Gu masters usually travel alone, with high vigilance and a strong sense of danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would first ensure their own safety. This was not good news for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. If they met a righteous clan Gu master, they could still avoid fighting. But if they met a demonic Gu master, a battle was unavoidable. Unless they showed great strength, causing the demonic Gu master to cower in fear. However, Gu masters who could travel alone in the wilderness were mostly rank 4, and had special methods. How many weaklings could there be? But Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. One was a rank 3 rookie, while the other was a rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient comprehensive Gu worms, walking in the forest could be said to be difficult, with dangers everywhere. If he met a demonic Gu master, he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, we discovered the traces of this bonfire in advance. Next, don't rush blindly. Take a rest first. At the very least, treat the injuries on your body, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. With his reminder, she felt a dull pain in her back. Fang Yuan summoned the tusita flower, took out some bandages and herbs, and gave most of them to Bai Ningbing. The carapace Gu's defensive area was small, and its practicality was barely satisfactory. But this time it was a great help to Fang Yuan. Because Bai Ningbing attracted the majority of the attacks, the wounds on Fang Yuan's body were negligible. Fang Yuan quickly took care of his own matters, and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her clothes, revealing finger-sized bloody holes all over her back. It was a ghastly sight. Frenzy Needle Bee Gu was a rank 3 Gu. They were numerous and had the ability to penetrate. It countered the Sky Canopy Gu, but fortunately Bai Ningbing had used the Ice Muscles Gu before. The 2 layers of defense combined to protect her life. Hiss hiss, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath from time to time, enduring the pain of treating her injuries. After a while, the injuries were treated. Fang Yuan placed the empty medicine jar and the remaining bandages back into the tusita flower. There isn't much medicine left, and so are the bandages. Even though we have been frugal, we have reused the bandages as much as possible. It seems we need to find a healing Gu as soon as possible. Fang Yuan stood up, his expression solemn. Medicine would be used up eventually, and it was difficult to concoct them, so collecting them took time. If there was a healing Gu, not only would the effects be much better, it would also consume primeval essence. Primeval essence could be recovered naturally. Comparing the two, it was clear which was better. But an ideal Gu worm was hard to find. In fact, in this half a month, they had encountered many opportunities. But it was either they were not strong enough, or the environment did not allow it, and the conditions to capture it were not sufficient. We need to get a healing Gu. But before that, I have a problem here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked from the waist up. She turned around and pointed at her chest. Here, it's these 2 lumps of rotten meat. They are too much of a hindrance. When I run, they are bouncing. When I fight, they are also a burden. I want to cut them off, but I am worried that the wound is too big. And without a healing Gu, it will be even more troublesome. She was a genius of Bai clan, and had always been focused on cultivation, ignorant of other aspects, and did not pay attention to women. Although she had turned into a female body, she had been a male since young. Psychologically, she did not care, and did not treat this body as something important. Anyway, she knew that the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands could help her, and she felt that she would return to a male body sooner or later. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never treated herself as a woman. Fang Yuan expressionlessly glanced at her. It will be troublesome to cut it off. You can bind your chest. What is binding my chest? Bai Ningbing asked. It is using a bandage to wrap the chest, treating it like a wound, and fixing it in place, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was vexed and helpless, sighing. Sigh, I can only do this for now. The sun gradually set in the west and night fell. Wild beasts continuously came to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay by the lake for long. Not far away, Fang Yuan found a natural cave on the precipitous rock wall. Although the space was small, it was safe enough. After getting rid of the birds, this became their temporary residence. A few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually recovered. The 2 set off again, heading towards Baigu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic Gu master, along the way, Feng Yuan was extremely careful, constantly stopping and using the earth communication eargrass to scout the surroundings. On the second day of their journey, his cautiousness reaped him some rewards. Under the tree, he found firewood that had been burnt to ashes. Evidently, it was done by that demonic Gu master. On the third day, they found traces of an intense battle beside a stream. The corpse of a huge green python lay there. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales, and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen. Feng Yuan observed carefully, and his tone relaxed. That demonic Gu master once fought with the green python here. This is 100-beast king level green python, and such an intense battle. It seems that this demonic Gu master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Feng Yuan did not want to meet this demonic Gu master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or Gu worms. An intelligent Gu master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic Gu master, to Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing, was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the two found traces of the demonic Gu master again. This demonic Gu master is injured. There are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned. Feng Yuan said. On Earth there were no pythons with poison, but in this world it was extremely common. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes brightened. No doubt this was good news. The weaker the demonic Gu master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days, the traces left behind by the demonic Gu master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Feng Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic Gu master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic Gu master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic Gu master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Feng Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing. If they were to fight, Bai Ningbing would be the leader. Feng Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the two moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. The ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. I found that demonic Gu master. She is in that cave on her last breath. Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ningbing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Feng Yuan. Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days, she will die from the poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent lessened. But at this time, the two of you outside. Why are you still hiding? I found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic Gu master inside was a woman. Feng Yuan's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Don't you want my Yuan stone and Gu worms? The voice came from the cave again. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. You want to leave after coming? How can there be such a good thing? Stay behind. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. It's up to you. Feng Yuan's figure flickered and he hit himself. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating the sky canopy Gu and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female Gu master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female Gu master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground and shot back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam! A loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ningbing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. Chapter 214. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Bai Ningbing was on the ground from the explosion, but with a flip, she stood up again. She had the sky canopy goo's protection and was unharmed. But the sky canopy goo in her aperture was shaken, and the white armor on her body dimmed. What is this? Bai Ningbing cursed, focusing her gaze. At the location of the explosion, there was a small crater with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. In the cave, the demonic female goo master laughed proudly. Good. I didn't kill you this time, little girl. If you have the guts, come again? Humph. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. The explosion just now was protected by the sky canopy goo. But if it were to happen a few more times, the sky canopy goo would be destroyed. What method was that just now? An explosive attack came from underground. If I leave the ground, would I be able to avoid that attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although she was ignorant in other aspects. She was extremely sharp and intelligent in battle. I don't have a flying goo, and even if I jump, I will still touch the ground. No, I don't have to attack. This guy's words just now were obviously to provoke me into attacking, hee. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing laughed sinisterly. Do you think you will be safe if you hide in the cave? As long as I guard the entrance, you won't have to worry about not coming out. Ha ha ha, then go on and guard. I have already prepared a large amount of food. The wind and rain are strong in the outer sect. Let's see who can outlast the other. The demonic female goo master immediately retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. The more time passed, the more advantageous it was for her. Because this demonic female goo master was poisoned by the green python. The longer she stayed, the weaker she would get. But at this time, Feng Yuan cupped his fists towards the demonic female goo master. We met in the wilderness. We were just passing by. Sai, making things difficult for you is making things difficult for ourselves. Let's hope we never meet again. Goodbye. Saying so, he turned and left. Why are you leaving? She is only a rank 3 goo master. As long as we understand that explosion method, we will win. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. You are also a 3rd rank. I am only a 1st rank. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. Don't get into so much trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment before she realized that Feng Yuan was performing. Although she didn't know what Feng Yuan was planning, based on her understanding of him, Bai Ningbing still chose to cooperate with Feng Yuan. She purposely said angrily, "You're always so timid. Sai, forget it, I'll spare your life." She looked deeply at the demonic female goo master, not concealing her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Feng Yuan into the forest, out of the demonic female goo master's vision. After pulling away enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion of hers isn't something to worry about. She didn't use it when she fought me just now. It was not until she retreated into the cave, and I stepped on the spot that the explosion occurred. I guessed that she was a goo worm that was buried in advance, but it couldn't be moved. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to attack the cave, testing her methods. These words revealed Bai Ningbing's battle prowess without a doubt. But Feng Yuan laughed, asking in reply. And then? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Feng Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. According to what you said, we lure a group of wild beasts to test her methods. But so what? Force her into a desperate situation. She knows she has no chance of survival and will fight to the death, pulling someone down with her. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of letting us get nothing and destroy all the goo worms in her hands. A goo master only needs a thought to destroy their own goo worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her goo worms, so what's the point? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier, they were on guard against this demonic goo master because they were afraid of her sneak attack, and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic goo master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak demonic goo master, and obtain her goo worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild goo worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The goo worms on a goo master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner, and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people could take all the goo worms after killing the enemy. Other than the losses during battle, the goo master could make the goo worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their goo worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic goo master, but it was not easy to take all the goo worms on her body. Don't you have a plunder goo? Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. A plunder goo has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a goo master, there are harsh conditions to succeed. Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, and said worriedly, "If we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do?" Fang Yuan laughed and said with a firm tone, "In the short term, she will not escape. Righteous goo masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic goo masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path, fugitives. These people had gone through training and had the foundation of a goo master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a goo master halfway through their training. This demonic female goo master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance." Fang Yuan continued to analyze. That explosion just now should have been caused by a rank 2 grass goo that she buried in advance, called charred thunder potato. No matter who stepped on it, there would be an explosion. A farmer, how much knowledge can she have? She was poisoned by the python, and with no way to deal with it, her injuries became more and more serious. Her heart was filled with fear and no sense of security, so she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potato goo at the entrance of the cave. If we force her, she will do something extreme. But taking the initiative to leave can let her breathe a sigh of relief and temporarily calm her emotions. She will definitely suspect if we really left. Going out is dangerous, and she might bump into us. And those charred thunder potato goo gave her a huge sense of security. So in the short term, she will not leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that Fang Yuan's analysis was extremely reasonable and penetrating. She could not compare. "Your analysis is correct, but she has snake venom in her body, and dragging it out is not a solution. She will eventually walk out of the cave." Bai Ningbing retorted. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. "So we need to monitor her." His earth communication eargrass, although only rank 2, had a detection range comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. This move of yours has its drawbacks. Activating the earth communication eargrass consumes primeval essence continuously. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can replenish your primeval essence, a person's energy is limited. However, a person's energy was limited. They needed rest and sleep. You can't possibly keep eavesdropping, right? Facing such a question, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. "When did you become stupid? The other party is only one person, but we have 2. Goo worms could be borrowed, and the 2 of them could use the earth communication eargrass alternately, taking turns to rest." Bai Ningbing's expression froze, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment. Damn it. Such a simple question. How can I not understand it myself? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for making such a low-level mistake. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. In the end, Bai Ningbing did not want to see Fang Yuan surpass her, so she subconsciously wanted to refute Fang Yuan, but ended up losing sight of the other and losing her footing. Fang Yuan was happy to see such a retort, because every time Bai Ningbing failed in her rebuttal, he would be convinced by Bai Ningbing. This kind of submission was minuscule, and it was a subtle influence. Even Bai Ningbing herself could not feel it. By the time she came to her senses one day, she would have already been used by Feng Yuan unknowingly. To Feng Yuan, the demonic female Gu master was only one of his targets, and Bai Ningbing was the second. Chen Chuihua was terrified. She was originally a peasant woman who accidentally fell into a hole in the ground when she was plowing the soil. In the cave, she found a corpse, and without knowing it, she obtained the inheritance and became a Gu master. Gu master. Chen Chuihua could never have imagined that one day, she would become a high and mighty Gu master. But after a short period of joy, she was met with misfortune. A mountain leopard as big as a cow, with a green whirlwind around it, attacked her village. The entire village died, and she was chased by the leopard, using her Gu worms to escape. After wandering in the wild for half a year, the Gu worms she had were getting lesser and lesser. Finally, recently she met a green giant python. Although she killed the python, she was poisoned. Especially today, she had encountered 2 Gu masters. This was already her 3rd time meeting Gu masters. The previous 2 times taught her a painful lesson, and taught her to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked Gu master, and lacked the foundation of a Gu master. Thinking of the battle earlier, Chen Chuihua panicked. She was not that girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potato Gu. Luckily, that boy was cowardly and chose to leave. Chen Chuihua saw their figures disappear into the forest, and heaved a sigh of relief. But she could not be sure that they had really left. Her investigative Gu allowed her to see everything within 350 steps. The degree of clarity was as if it was right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. Let's wait. After 3 more days, I will go out. Chen Chuihua thought to herself. Now she had learned to be cautious and patient. Chapter 215. High up in the sky, the winds howled. Die. Master Tenshuru roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Zhen Guyue. You want to kill me, you are too naive. Blood White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Zhen Guyue. Bam! Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the 2 of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change, the rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Zhen Guyue laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Ironbeak Flying Crane King. It didn't die? Damn it. Zhen Guyue's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Ironbeak Flying Crane King, Master Tenshuru also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the Flying Crane King fell to the ground, and the Blood White was destroyed. Master Tenshuru grabbed Zhen Guyue's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain. But he was suppressed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation, and had no choice but to use the life-burying Jade Gu. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangzheng. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenshuru. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a Gu worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the Gu master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenshuru was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule. But he was too senior, and few Gu masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenshuru. But it was extraordinary. He Fengyang Supreme Elder, rank 6 Gu Master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager, gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenchiru stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenchiru had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shin was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age, but strength. Although Master Tenchiru was a rank 5, and was only one rank lower than He Fengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was immortal, rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenchiru. He Fengyang spoke slowly, his voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenchiru quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time, but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room He Fengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenchiru's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark ice soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? He Fengyang asked. I have already investigated. It is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Feng Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Feng Zheng. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Feng Zheng the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly. He Fengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan. But do you have enough time? Master Tenchiru's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life burial jade goo, it will not change this situation. In his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the crane gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader, and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Feng Zheng into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the crane gate. Master Tenchiru said. He Fengyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Feng Zheng really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him. He can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenchiru knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging. Elder, please give me one more chance. He Fengyang was silent for a while, then said, All right, I will grant you one last chance. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Master Tenchiru was overjoyed. Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed. Master Tenchiru's voice trembled with excitement. He could only retreat. Southern border, Wanqing Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of li. Tai Clan City started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages. It was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain. It was heavily guarded and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling. The Gu masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, 2 people stood. One was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold as steel, but his eyes hid some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Ruanan. You have only returned for a few days? But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young, and now your father. But you must remember, you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece. I will not let you take the risk. Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Ruanan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it. Even when he was injured, he did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue. Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Shueleng's shadow on Tai Ruanan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Shueleng was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, I will kill all the criminals in the world, and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower, even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim. The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears, but his best friend was no longer around. The eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry and encouragement. The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on. Tai Ruanan did not reply, but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wanqing Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura, as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent, many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was 1,000 feet tall, with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanan spoke with a firm tone, as if talking to Tai clan leader, or to herself. There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wanqing Mountain. I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on anymore. Chen Chuihua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit, her whole body was weak, and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day, she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff, and had to find a healing Gu worm as soon as possible. Damn it. If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild Gu worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless, ever since she was poisoned. She had been trying to find a healing Gu worm, but the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms, so she had no progress. Bai Ningbing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ningbing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear, it was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ningbing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others, but even more vicious to themselves. And it was these people who could give up and give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it, she's out, Fang Yuan said, and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass, and followed behind Chen Chuihua. Not long later, he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Chen Chuihua's condition was terrible, her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive Gu. This will be a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato Gu. Strange. This goo master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet? Looks like she has some support goo, like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fish Bubble Goo and so on. After watching for a while, Fang Yuan felt that the time had come, and called out the Stealth Scales goo, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. She hid her body, and quietly approached. Bam! With a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato goo. This time it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damned boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Chen Chuihua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly, she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death, and the demonic female goo master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Chen Chuihua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Chen Chuihua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, "There are only 3 goo in the aperture." Goo worms refined by goo masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild goo worms. The demonic female goo master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 goo were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder goo. He willed, and easily took out these 3 goo. They were a rice bag grass goo and an iron thorn bramble goo, and a charred thunderbean mother goo. Of course these were not all. Fang Yuan searched for a while, and found a hairy leg goo and a jumping grass goo on the demonic female goo master's leg. Finally, he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about goo masters. There must be some secret recipes and so on. Fang Yuan said regretfully. Forget about the bookworm. This demonic goo master actually doesn't have a healing goo? Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fang Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing goo. He had expected this result. The demonic female goo master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing goo, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female goo master's performance was very strange. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed a grade comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques, and only had a great aptitude. The goo she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female goo master's chest wrapping cloth. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. It's third watch goo. Fang Yuan was surprised. Third watch goo, what is that? Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked. This goo is rank 5, and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once, and is a consumable type goo. When it is used on a goo master, it will form this silver triangular tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch goo, when used on a goo master, can speed up this goo master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day. But to a person affected by the third watch goo, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Chen Chuihua, who was affected by the third watch goo, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why, in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance, there are advantages and disadvantages. Third Watch Gu had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to a third of the original. Chen Chuihua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her, it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate, and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, 1 day was 1 day's effect. But when Chen Chuihua was poisoned, 1 day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the Third Watch Gu, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine, falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the Third Watch Gu was very harmful, forcefully reducing a Gu master's lifespan to a third. But in fact, it was very useful for demonic Gu masters. Because demonic Gu masters usually fought alone, without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty. And the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The Third Watch Gu condensed the Gu master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming, like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the Third Watch Gu, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Gu masters who use the Third Watch Gu are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate, without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Fang Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground, before retracting his gaze. Bai Ningbing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing Gu, what would happen? This demonic female Gu master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Fang Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path. No matter how broad the path of others is, it might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths. What is there to worry about? Bai Ningbing heard this, and her expression was dazed, before gradually rising. She nodded, saying, "You are right." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic Gu master, he obtained several Gu worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing Gu, and at the same time he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next he might obtain a healing Gu. Or he might end up like this demonic female Gu master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment, he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet, he just had to continue. Gu Master Text, welcome readers to log in. Chapter 216. Swoosh 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 in the aperture. The waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 Gu masters possess green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green, and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly, before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment, the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done. I've finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage Gu Master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Fang Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female Gu master. During this period, I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity, if I had a liquor worm, my speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 Gu master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards, he bought another one from the caravan, and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately, the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 Gu masters, and was of no help to the current Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qing Mao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Guyue's Yao Le. This liquor worm had been in Fang Yuan's hands until the Tai father and daughter came to Qing Mao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Shuelong's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened. Whether his actions were right or wrong, since Fang Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Guyue's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Gu masters nurture Gu, use Gu, refine Gu. Gu refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu worm to a high-rank Gu worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son Gu to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm. Or he could use the revert Gu, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation Gu, he would obtain the Irichi butterfly. If he used unpredictable Gu, the Gu worm he obtained would be uncertain. It might even be a completely new Gu worm. To Fang Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son Gu. But the prodigal son Gu was much more precious than the liquor worm. It was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert Gu. If he used the revert Gu, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fang Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation. Keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Right now, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation. Wandering from place to place, survival was the most important thing. And the faster his cultivation, the higher his chances of survival. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the cave, monkey cries could be heard as well as footsteps. Fang Yuan's ears twitched. He was very familiar with these footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was covered in a layer of thorny clothing. This special robe was completely made up of dark green vines and sharp black wooden thorns. While it gave Bai Ningbing a defensive effect, it could also be used as an attack. To those who fought barehanded, these wooden thorns that were as hard as steel would leave a deep impression on them. This layer of thorny clothing was formed from the iron thorn bramble Gu. After Bai Ningbing killed the demonic female Gu master, he had his eyes on this rank 3 grass Gu. He asked for it and refined it into his vital Gu. So troublesome. Every time I enter the cave, I have to be so careful. That charred thunder potato Gu, can't you bury less of it? He grumbled as he stared at his feet, sometimes jumping, sometimes striding, cautiously avoiding some spots. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yuan replied indifferently, before looking at Bai Ningbing's waist. On his waist hung a string of monkeys. These monkeys were small. The biggest was no bigger than an arm's length. They had round heads and their bodies were covered in fine and thick black fur, glossy and shining. What was most eye-catching was the leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle and connected into one, covering the monkey's hips and butt. It looked exactly like a grass skirt. These monkeys were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, and these days, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been eating them. The captured grass skirt monkeys also realized what was going to happen next. They struggled with all their might, but it was useless. The entire cave echoed with their shrill and panicked cries. Looking at the time, it was lunchtime. Roast them, I'm a bit hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her stomach, throwing the strung-up grass skirt monkeys on the ground. I'll deal with them first, you can roast them. The meat you roast is much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill the monkeys. Fang Yuan stopped her. Today I'll teach you a new way to eat them. Immediately he hooked his finger, and a blood light flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's hand, turning into a blood moon mark. It was the blood moon goo. In Fang Yuan's palm, a faint red glow appeared. Although the blood moon goo was a rank 3 goo, Fang Yuan did not use it to attack, thus he could barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know what Fang Yuan was planning, but her blue eyes stared without blinking. She saw Fang Yuan stretch out his hand, lifting up one of the grass skirt monkeys. He grabbed the neck of the monkey, causing it to be unable to move its head. Next, he placed his palm glowing with red light on the monkey's head, circling it once. Back then he used the Moon Valley goo to open rocks. Now he used the blood moon goo to cut the monkey's head. After circling around his palm, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was completely depleted. The red light in his palm disappeared, and Fang Yuan smiled, lightly grabbing the monkey's head, lifting it up. Immediately, half of the monkey's head was ripped open. A complete white monkey brain was exposed to the air. The grass skirt monkey struggled madly, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The screams were sharp and ear-piercing, echoing endlessly in the cave. But Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars. His hands were like pincers, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's hands and feet were clawless and delicate. It scratched Fang Yuan's arm, but could not hurt him at all. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan took out a soup ladle, handing one to Bai Ningbing. Are we going to eat it raw like this? Bai Ningbing hesitated as she looked at the white monkey brain mixed with some traces of blood. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating first. He used the soup ladle to cut the monkey brain, digging out a piece and putting it in his mouth. His throat moved and he swallowed it. In that instant, the grass skirt monkey's cries were raised by an octave. Its body trembled as if it was electrocuted, its limbs flailing around like it was having a seizure. Bai Ningbing tried, digging out a spoonful of monkey brain and putting it in her mouth. Immediately, a vanilla taste spread on her tongue, without the slightest smell of blood. It was as soft as tofu, and with a light bite, the whole monkey brain melted in her mouth, with a hint of sweetness and coolness, filling her mouth with saliva. Her Adam's apple moved, and she swallowed the monkey brain. Her blue eyes immediately shone brightly. Her fair and translucent face also revealed a trace of intoxication. It's so delicious, the girl exclaimed. Only this kind of grass skirt monkey can be so delicious. Their monkey brain is a natural delicacy, Fang Yuan said, digging out another spoonful, and put it in his mouth. It was a small happy thing that he had advanced to the intermediate level. Now that he ate the monkey brain, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, and her movements were twice as fast as before, swallowing a second mouthful of monkey brain. After a short period of madness, this grass skirt monkey whose head had been cut open was on the verge of death. Its bright eyes like jewels had completely dimmed. When the other grass skirt monkeys saw the state of their companion, they struggled madly, trying to escape. But under the binding of the hemp rope, their struggle was futile. In the end, they could only roll on the ground. Eating this monkey brain was similar to eating ice cream or ice cream on Earth. The two of them worked together, and quickly destroyed the monkey brain. Again. Bai Ningbing licked her lips and waved the ladle as if she hadn't had enough. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had already recovered to 90%. He used the same trick, and cut open another monkey brain. For a moment, the delicacies entered their mouths, and the two of them ate happily. Inside the cave, the grass skirt monkey's painful and shrill screams and howls reverberated. After eating the monkey brain, they roasted the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass skirt monkey was delicious, especially the breast. The taste of the entire monkey meat was similar to that of grilled fish on sugarcane slices. Rice bag grass. Fang Yuan willed, and shot out a green light from his aperture. The green light landed on the ground, and immediately sprouted. In a few breaths' time, the green sprouts grew into green leaves, and the green leaves grew into vines. The vines moved, and after covering an area of 10 m, a few branches grew out, and large leaves grew out. These leaves were as plump as a bucket. At first, they were only the size of a finger, but they gradually grew to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a bowl, before they were considered ripe. Bai Ningbing was familiar with the process, and plucked a piece first. She untied the top of the leaf, and there was a handful of rice inside. The rice grains were plump, white and flawless. Bai Ningbing looked up, and poured a mouthful of rice. After chewing and swallowing, she ate the monkey meat. A full stomach is a kind of happiness. She sighed. How are the grass skirt monkeys? Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused. It's fine if we don't go deep into the forest. But once we go deep, the 3 monkey kings will appear. The wine you want is at the center of the forest. You probably won't be able to get it. If you like this work, you're welcome to ESO. Chapter 217. In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Renzu's legends. Renzu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and his second daughter, Desolate Guyue. Verdant Great Son and Desolate Guyue were together day and night. He could not help but have feelings for his sister. But Desolate Guyue rejected Verdant Great Son's pursuit time and time again. Verdant Great Son was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help, thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But Verdant Great Son persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment, and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world, there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine, go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant Great Son went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After Verdant Great Son drank it, from then on his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced. So wine is sweet. Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, in the west of the world there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine, you can go drink it. The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Son went to the west and drank the wine. From then on, his tongue was yellowish-brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. So even wine can be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him, wine is sweet and bitter, love is the same, life is even more so. In the north, there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine, you can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Son liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking. He wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually, he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. It's too hot, he shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on, he had hair that burned like fire. When Verdant Great Son woke up, he found Wisdom Gu looking at him. What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine? Wisdom Gu asked him. Verdant Great Son sighed. I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation. Wisdom Gu laughed loudly and said, in the south of the world, there is a group of Skywater monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see. The Skywater monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant Great Son lightly tasted the wine and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy and floating. Wisdom Gu asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened. Wisdom Gu laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore, in this world, humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey, on the other hand, walked in front of the human. Normally, monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fang Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand, he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand, it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time, the feeding period would be longer. Feng Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the Tusita flower was limited. After the long journey, there was already some space left, and it would be best if it wasn't enough to store some monkey wine. Wine could disinfect and also drive away the cold. If he were to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would need wine as a supplementary ingredient. Even if the conditions for reverse refinement were not met, it would still be good as food for the 4 flavors liquor worm. But getting the monkey wine was not easy. This grass skirt monkey group, although it was a 100-beast group, had close to 1,000 members. There were 300 beast monkey kings. Monkey groups had always been united, and once they faced an enemy, they would attack together. Although Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage, he was still alone, and attacking forcefully would be courting death. Although Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the help he had in this situation was negligible. But Feng Yuan was insistent on snatching the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. So we need to outsmart them, follow me. Feng Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, and stood up. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried charred potatoes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the forest was green, and the sun shone brightly. The two walked for a while, and approached the periphery of the monkey group. Feng Yuan observed carefully, and finally chose a slope. Using the higher ground, he surveyed the area, and finally nodded in satisfaction. He stepped on the ground and said, "Let's dig." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had dug a pit that was 30 feet deep and 50 feet wide on the slope facing the sun. Charred thunderbean mother goo. Feng Yuan squatted at the bottom of the pit, and with a thought he summoned a goo. This goo was shaped like a potato, and its surface was uneven, and filled with small holes. Its appearance was terrible, but it was a genuine rank 3 goo. "My primeval essence is not good enough. I'll lend it to you." Feng Yuan passed the charred thunderbean mother goo to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held it in his hand, and injected his primeval essence into it. Soon he could see that on the surface of the bean mother goo, there were green sprouts growing out of the small holes. The sprouts quickly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In almost a breath's time, the finger-sized dark green fruits ripened. As the branches withered, they fell into Bai Ningbing's hand. Feng Yuan took these dark green fruits, and carefully selected them, eliminating the bad, dead, and empty fruits, leaving less than a third of the good ones. These fruits were the charred thunder potato goo, a rank 2 goo. Buried in the ground, it could use the fertility of the soil to grow. Once a living creature stepped nearby, it would cause a tremor. The charred thunder potato goo would self-detonate. Feng Yuan took out one of them, and instantly refined it. He pinched it between his fingers, and injected his green copper primeval essence into it. The charred thunder potato goo immediately let out a faint green light, and slowly floated up. Next he willed, and the charred thunder potato goo suddenly burrowed into the ground. Feng Yuan purposely buried it deep, and only stopped when the bean goo was an arm's length away from his feet. The primeval sea level in his aperture rapidly decreased, and the surrounding earth's strength gathered on the charred thunder potato goo's body. In Feng Yuan's perception, this small grass goo, in an instant, grew into a fist-sized potato. This was a mature charred thunder potato goo. As long as it was shaken, it would detonate. Bai Ningbing saw this, and could not help but feel strange. "I saw that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo very shallowly, and it would easily detonate. If you bury it like this, even if I stomp on it, I probably won't be able to detonate it, right?" "Of course," Feng Yuan replied, and continued to bury his head. Bai Ningbing slightly pouted. Feng Yuan did not answer her directly, and the prideful her did not pursue the matter. Instead, her gaze concentrated, and she started to ponder. After interacting with Feng Yuan for so long, she knew that Feng Yuan would not do useless things. After Feng Yuan buried the bottom of the pit, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after a short while, when the bottom of the pit increased by 15 meters, Feng Yuan called for them to stop, and continued to bury the charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ningbing saw this, and immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. So it was like this. The charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo, and the explosion of one has limited power. You buried so many at once, and once it detonates, even 1,000 Beast King would not feel good. But how are you going to lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Although the charred thunder potato goo was an offensive goo, it could not be moved, and its practical value was greatly reduced. How difficult is this? When the time comes, I just need to catch 2 or 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains in this pit. Their screams will definitely attract the angry monkey groups. At first it will only be an ordinary monkey group, and all you need to do is block them and kill them. After that, it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fang Yuan buried the grass goo as he replied. Bai Ningbing could not help but nod. Wild beasts were wild beasts after all, and had limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan was extremely crude, but it would definitely be useful. As long as I kill those 3 Monkey Kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as pie. Of course, if I can catch a few wild goo from the Monkey Kings, that would be even better. Bai Ningbing pondered. Next, they spent the entire afternoon in this pit. They continuously stimulated the charred thunder potato goo, and then buried it personally by Fang Yuan. Next, the 2 of them filled the pit. After 1 layer of soil, another layer of soil was added. This continued until the pit was filled. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and Bai Ningbing had the strength of 1 crocodile to perfection. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but continued to dig. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan said, "One pit is not safe, we have to make preparations. Every little bit of preparation is a good thing." Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally realized Fang Yuan's abnormal caution. They dug 5 pits and buried large numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Of course, the first pit was the largest. Because of the ample preparation, the plan to deal with the grass skirt monkeys went very smoothly. Only 2 pits were detonated, and the monkey group was routed. 2 of the 3 Monkey Kings died, and 1 was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the goo worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fang Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the tusita flower could not hold it all. It was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the 2 pits. Fang Yuan said. Do we need to be so careful? Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fang Yuan glanced at her, and with just 1 sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we found that demonic female goo master? It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female goo master along the way. Dig a pit, don't end up burying yourself in it. Chapter 218. By Goo Mountain, we are finally here. On a slope, Fang Yuan gazed at the white mountain peak far away, sighing. Beside him, Bai Ningbing stood silently. Both of them were dressed in rags, their faces full of fatigue. Just a moment ago, they had struggled to escape the pursuit of the angry steel boar family of 5. The angry steel boar was a special beast group. They were few in numbers, usually in families. The number of members would not exceed 10. But as long as it was an adult angry steel boar, it was at least 100 Beast King. In the family of 5 that chased after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was already 1,000 Beast King, Daddy Boar and Mommy Boar were 100 Beast Kings. Even the son and daughter had rank 1 goo worms. Another 5 days had passed since they obtained the monkey wine. After a difficult journey, Bai Goo Mountain was already in sight. The southern border was vast with many mountains. Ordinary hills were not worthy of being called a mountain. Only those that were at least 10,000 feet tall could be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, gazing into the distance. This was the first time she had seen Bai Goo Mountain. Around Qingmao Mountain, there were many hills. But this Bai Goo Mountain was like a lonely general. The surrounding terrain was very flat. It rose from the ground, reaching into the clouds, a deathly white color. This kind of white was not the white of snow, but the white of bones. Bai Goo Mountain, as the name suggested, Every rock on the mountain was made of bone. People called it bone rocks. Baigu Mountain was not a dead and desolate place. There were many special plants growing on the mountain. Large numbers of bone beasts lived there, and at the same time, there were many bone-type wild goo worms. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows as she read on. Any mountain or river was a place where the essence of elemental energy gathered. Baigu Mountain did not have any traces of humans. It was a completely wild mountain. Large numbers of wild beasts, goo worms and deadly plants gathered on the mountain. The danger level was definitely higher. What was Feng Yuan's motive for insisting on entering this mountain? Or rather, what was it that was attracting him so strongly? Feng Yuan's imagination was running wild. Baigu Mountain was still a barren mountain, no signs of human habitation. But this situation, after 10 years, would completely change. A large mountain stronghold would move the entire clan over and develop here. This clan's surname was Bai Clan Village. In the future, with the White Bone Mountain as the center, it would radiate for thousands of kilometers, becoming the overlord of this place. What left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan was not the rise of the Bai clan's power. Because in this world, the power of an individual could completely override the power of a group. They were a pair of siblings from the Bai clan, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. When this pair of brother and sister were 18 years old, they were competing in the back mountain of White Bone Mountain, and they had accidentally discovered a cave. In this cave they activated the inheritance. The complete inheritance of a righteous rank for Goo Master. This Goo Master's name was unknown. Only his title was left, Flesh Bone Master. 100 lives and 100 flowers had benefited from this. After receiving the inheritance, they had grown into the Righteous Path's twin stars. Close to 100 years later, they both advanced to rank 5 and took over Bai Clan Village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Goo Masters pushed the clan's power to a new peak. The Goo Worms in the complete inheritance must cover the 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage, and investigation. Once I obtain this inheritance, I will be able to gain a stable foothold and know when to advance or retreat. Previously, when Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their cultivation was not enough, and their Goo Worms were not complete. It was like a boat sailing in the raging waves, or walking on the edge of a cliff. If their luck was bad, they would be in danger of dying. After many twists and turns, an opportunity came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female Goo Master. After snatching her Goo Worms, with the rice bag grass goo and jumping grass goo, they could barely survive. But they still had their flaws. Not only because they lacked a healing goo, but also because their cultivation was too low. Even if Feng Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green Copper Primeval Essence was still Green Copper Primeval Essence. Right now he was relying on his A-grade aptitude, as well as the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus's quick recovery of Primeval Essence, allowing him to barely deal with the situation. But in reality his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he would have died tragically in the crocodile's stomach when he was stranded by the river. To be able to get here, it was all because of Bai Ningbing. But relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. If I can obtain Baigu Mountain's inheritance, many problems can be solved. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. First was the Jade Bone Goo. With this goo he would be able to rid his body of the weakness of mortal bones, making his bones harder and more resilient. His current body could only bear the strength of 2 boars. With the Jade Bone Goo, he could add another crocodile's strength on top of this foundation. Next was the Healing Goo. Feng Yuan remembered that in this inheritance, there was a very famous rank 3 healing goo, Fleshbone. In his previous life, it was obtained by Bai Hua, and became a famous healing goo master. Finally, it was the Bone Flesh Unity Goo that Feng Yuan valued the most. This goo was created by Master Bone Flesh, and was the only one in the world. This goo had extraordinary effects, and in his previous life, all the forces in the southern border were attracted by it. According to their effects, the goo worms in the world could be divided into 7 categories. First, attack, second, defense, third, healing, fourth, scouting, fifth, storage, sixth, and seventh, cultivation. Whether it was liquor worm, for flavor liquor worm, Mambi's life burial goo, relic goo, or even heavenly essence treasure lotus, They were all under the cultivation category. This bone-flesh unity gu was a mystical gu in the cultivation world. Like the yin-yang rotation gu, it was a pair of gu, used on two gu masters. It could allow these two gu masters to dual cultivate, and their cultivation would advance at the same time, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If I get the bone-flesh unity gu, with Bai Ningbing's help, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. After rank 3, it will rise at a terrifying speed. Especially at the early stages, the effect is much better than the liquor worm. Bone-flesh unity gu, I must get it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing from the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing did not know, and was still looking at Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and was about to leave, when suddenly several figures flew over. Righteous gu masters. Be it Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing, their hearts shook. A total of 4 gu masters quickly approached. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved closer to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old gu master, emitting an obvious rank 3 aura. The other 3, however, were rank 2. They wore the same clothes, moved in sync, and had a strong aura. This is the wilderness. How can we meet righteous gu masters? Gu masters and wild beasts are two completely different concepts. Although I am rank 3 peak stage, with the chainsaw golden centipede's blunt edge, and with Fang Yuan dragging me down, I am not these people's match. This is troublesome. The 4 gu masters approached step by step, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were complaining in their hearts. Dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the night crows cawed, flying back to their nests. Tai Aotian's expression was cold, walking in the middle of the group. When they set off from Qingmao Mountain, there were 8 people with him, all experts of the clan. But now there were only 3 left. Thinking of the sacrifices along the way, Tai Aotian's heart started to bleed. The casualties were too great. This was far beyond his expectations. It was not that their cultivation was insufficient, but their luck was too bad. After finding Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's traces, they started to drift down the Yellow Dragon River. But the river was too fast, and it was hard to leave any traces. Even if they used gu worms and had investigative and tracking experts, they had still gone too far in their pursuit. They had no choice but to go against the flow, and after some time, they finally found the place where Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's bamboo raft was stranded. Then trouble came. They were attacked by a large group of 6-legged crocodiles. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. It turned out that this shoal was one of the 6-legged crocodiles' spawning grounds. After the destruction, the 6-legged crocodiles that occupied this place were also destroyed. Among the beast groups, there was a division of power. So the owner of this territory was already dead. This ownerless land naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of 6-legged crocodiles. Just as they were about to spread their influence here, the Tai clan's hunting team came ashore. What are you? How dare you barge into our territory? This territory belongs to us 6-legged crocodiles. Trying to snatch my territory, you are courting death. The territorial concept of wild beasts could not be violated. Thus a huge battle erupted. Under the attacks of 2,000 beast groups and 300 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 people and were forced to escape. Fang Yuan's method of dealing with traces was very experienced. This caused their investigation to be unable to make any progress. With the help of gu worms, they finally found out the direction Fang Yuan was heading in. Then, a colorful nightmare descended. And Xian Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky and targeted them, treating them as food. Right now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Aotian's heart. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant's figure became the culprit that woke him up from his dreams every night. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant took away the lives of 3 of their companions. Among them were their most professional investigative gu masters, as well as rank 3 defensive gu masters. Their losses were severe. Right now, the gu masters in charge of investigation were all taking turns. Although he suffered such heavy losses, Tai Aotian did not want to give up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan, with a great aptitude. He had high hopes placed on him since he was young. He cultivated hard, inheriting the Tai clan's strong and resolute character. Supporting Tai Shuelong and his daughter was his first official mission. However, he only saved Tai Ruanan. Divine investigator Tai Shuelong sacrificed himself. There was a huge gap between this and his ideal result. But if he could capture the demonic remnant of the Bloodsea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shuelong, how successful would that be? Such a contribution would turn into his capital for the clan leader's position in the future. This would allow him to gain the support of more clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic remnant. During the pursuit, they had already discovered from the clues that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength was limited. Maybe because of their injuries, they only had the strength of a rank 3 Gu master. Although we lost many companions, I am rank 3, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With the help of the other 2 rank 2 Gu masters, our strength surpasses the other 2. Once we capture the demonic remnant, our losses will become the proof of my tenacity and never giving up qualities. Tai Ao Tian's eyes shone. Fourth young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems we are pursuing in the right direction. At this time, the Gu master in charge of scouting returned and reported, "Oh, bring me there quickly." 15 minutes later, 2 deep pits were dug, revealing a large pile of corpses of the grass skirt monkeys. It has not even been a week since these grass skirt monkeys died. Young master, it seems we are about to catch up to those too. Tai Dao Ku was pleasantly surprised. Tai Ao Tian breathed in deeply, his expression suddenly becoming excited. Finally, we are about to succeed. He clenched his fists, walking around excitedly. He looked at the western sky, the sunset glow shining on his young face, his eyes shining brightly. All his patience and hard work had not been in vain. He was finally going to get the result. Although the sun is about to set, I can see the future and hope from this. He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to climb this hill and enjoy this beautiful moment. The Gu masters beside him looked at him with admiration and admiration. Fourth young master, he is indeed fourth young master. Along the way, we all had the thought of giving up. Only fourth young master persisted, and now he is finally going to get the result. From fourth young master, I can see the hope of the clan and a bright future. In this life, I will follow fourth young master with unwavering determination. The Gu masters looked at Tai Ao Tian slowly climbing the hill, dazed for a moment. They could almost see the scene of Tai Ao Tian ascending to the position of clan leader in the future. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! Chapter 219. Bai Mo Xing was already 68 this year. At this age he should have retired long ago. But Bai clan's situation was not good these years. As the clan leader's uncle and an important official, he had been working hard and doing his best, but could not leave. At this crucial moment of the clan's survival, he accepted the order and left the mountain. While marching, he unexpectedly found 2 Gu masters' aura. Could they be demonic Gu masters? This mission was extremely important to Bai clan, they could not afford to fail. He immediately led his troops and rushed over. 2 youngsters. After seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, he could not help but feel surprised. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Bai Mo Xing with her blue eyes, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young, but already rank 3 genius. Not only Bai Mo Xing, the other 3 all had the same thought when they saw Bai Ningbing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes gathered on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had turned into a woman. Her appearance was elegant and beautiful, emitting a cold aura, making her look like a snow fairy. Even though she was in a sorry state, it could not hide her pearl-like radiance. It could even serve as a foil to her strong and unyielding nature, causing others to sigh in admiration and love. Compared to her, Fang Yuan, who was behind her, was much dimmer. Fang Yuan had an ordinary appearance, and only rank 1 cultivation. Many people's gazes swept past him before turning back to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He hoped these people would pay less attention to him. But Bai Mo Xing was different. Soon, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing protected Fang Yuan, showing a stance of not retreating no matter what. And Fang Yuan hid behind Bai Ningbing, but his gaze was calm. To be protected by this genius girl. This young man seems to be the leader of the 2. What kind of person is he? Bai Emoshing was an old fox after all. His gaze was extremely shrewd. Originally, he thought they were two demonic Gu masters, but now his heart wavered. Looking at Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's stance, as well as their orthodox Gu master attire, they looked like young masters of large clans. If it's a demonic Gu master, we can just kill him. But if he was the young master of a big family, he had to be careful. If I provoke the revenge of the powers behind them and bring trouble to the Bai clan, then I, Bai Emoshing, will be the sinner of my clan. Fortunately, I'm strong and the enemy is weak. The situation is under my control. As Bai Emoshing was thinking, Fang Yuan took a step forward and suddenly stood out. He cupped his hands together and said, I'm Guyue Fangzeng, the young master of the Guyue clan of Qingmao Mountain. Greetings, senior. Qingmao Mountain? The young master of the Guyue clan? Everyone was astonished. Bai Ningbing was also surprised, but she slightly lowered her eyes to hide the flaw in her gaze. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to bluff. Now that the enemy was strong and they were weak, the only way to escape was to outsmart them. She had a clear view of the situation. The tacit understanding she had developed over the past few days made her take a small step back and stand beside Fang Yuan. He was still glaring angrily, looking like a bodyguard who was unafraid of death. Young lad, you're lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed. Do you think I don't know? Bai Emoshing's expression was cold as he shouted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and spread his hands. It is because Qingmao Mountain has been destroyed that I am here. May I ask for senior's name? Bai Emoshing was hesitating if he should say his name, but a young lad beside him already spoke. Then listen carefully. We are the elites of the Bai clan. This is our Bai clan's #1 elder, and also my clan uncle, Lord Bai Emoshing. At this moment, Bai Emoshing wanted to kick his nephew to death. The Bai clan's operation this time was done with great fanfare, but other than the upper echelons of the clan, no one knew of their true objective. These people were also kept in the dark. On the surface, they were out to hunt and train their young master's courage. But their true objective was to investigate the location of the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain and carry out the preliminary cleanup. However, I don't think they will be able to guess. Bai Emoshing looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing and quickly calmed down. As expected of the Bai clan, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. From the appearance of these 4 Gu masters, he already had a rough guess. The Bai clan's spirit spring was on the verge of drying up. Thus they needed to find a new spirit spring and relocate the clan. The matter of relocating the clan was extremely important, and there was a lot of preparation work. At the same time, it had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, if the enemy forces found out and sabotaged the work, the Bai clan would be in danger of being exterminated. It was just that Fang Yuan did not expect this Bai clan leader to have such foresight. 10 years ago, he had already started the preparations. He sent these clansmen to Baigu Mountain from time to time to investigate. There was indeed a reason for the Bai clan's future prosperity. The appearance of the Bai clan's Gu masters surprised Fang Yuan. This would no doubt have a huge impact on his following actions. But on his face, Fang Yuan showed a slight smile and cupped his fists. So it is a fellow Bai clan member. Nice to meet you. Then he turned to Bai Ningbing. Ningbing stepped down. Don't worry, the Bai clan is not a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing heard Fang Yuan speak to her in such a gentle tone, and almost got goosebumps. She endured the annoyance in her heart and retracted her battle intent, taking a step back and remaining silent. This action made the 4 Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Ningbing was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Emoshing's nephew muttered in his heart, his gaze somewhat dazed. Bai Emoshing squinted his eyes and probed. It sounds like nephew Guyue met a demonic Gu master on the way? Yes. My heart still palpitates when I think about it. Fang Yuan patted his chest, his gaze revealing a trace of fear. But fortunately, the clan leader and a few elders arrived in time and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders? Bai Emoshing's heart thumped and he quickly asked. Don't tell me Guyue clan leader and elders are not far away? Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. We got separated from the main group. Bai Emoshing immediately relaxed. Then Fang Yuan's next sentence made his heart skip a beat. But I believe that not long later, we will meet up with the main group, because our destination this time is the White Bones Mountain. Bai Mo Xing immediately tensed up. Baigu Mountain? What are you doing at Baigu Mountain? This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated and did not say it. Bai Mo Xing snorted, a bad answer appearing in his heart. Qingmao Mountain was already destroyed. What did Guyue clan's remnant members do first? Of course it was to set up camp and rebuild their homes. Don't tell me they also chose Baigu Mountain? Damn it! In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with intense killing intent. According to his conjecture, Qingmao Mountain's main group was his Bai clan's enemy. But he quickly restrained his killing intent. He was already old. He was not as impulsive as youngsters. Old people always prioritize safety when dealing with matters. He calmed down and thought carefully. Even if he killed these two immediately, it would be useless. Killing them would not stop Qingmao Mountain's remnant members from coming to Baigu Mountain. Instead, it would make the situation worse. First, it would create a group of enemies. And this group of enemies, although they did not have any foundation, they were very strong. Didn't you hear what Guyue clan's young master said? There were clan leaders and elders in the main group. What was even more frightening was that these people were even more determined to die in battle when they were in a desperate situation. Secondly, even if they attacked now, that girl called Ningbing was a genuine rank 3 Gu master. And on his side, although they were strong, there would still be casualties. Furthermore, such an important matter should not be decided by himself. The clan leader was not far away. Why not ask her for instructions? Thinking of this, Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing first. He smiled, saying passionately, "This is such a coincidence, nephew. Our Bai clan's main group is nearby. We are holding our annual big hunt. Our Bai clan is like half the host. Nephew must come and be our guest. Let us do our best to be the host." This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. "Come, our Bai clan's roasted lamb leg is top-notch." Bai Mo Xing's nephew also persuaded, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, showing a difficult expression. He seemed to be somewhat apprehensive, but also somewhat eager. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone brightly, laughing loudly. "Nephew, don't hesitate. If you continue to hesitate, you are not giving me face." Fang Yuan bowed. "Then I shall trouble your clan." A banquet was prepared in a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing each had a banquet, sitting next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite, and the main seat was by clan leader. The top of the tent was opened, and the blue sky could be seen. In the center, a lamb was being roasted, and the fragrance had already filled the tent. "Come, the lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please enjoy," Bai clan leader said passionately. She was a middle-aged woman. Under her signal, the servant in charge of roasting the lamb first cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Then he cut another leg and placed it on a silver plate, placing it in front of Bai Ningbing. The lamb leg was giving off steam. Fang Yuan took a bite. It was crispy and tender. If it was dipped in some honey or cumin, it would be even more delicious. It is indeed a delicacy, not inferior to the grass skirt monkey brain. Even Bai Ningbing praised after eating. "The guest likes it. That is what makes the host the happiest." "Ah." Bai Mo Xing laughed. As Fang Yuan ate, tears flowed down. Everyone was shocked, and Bai clan leader hurriedly asked, "Nephew Fangjing, why are you crying? The delicacy is truly too delicious, but thinking of how Ningbing and I have been in danger these days, wandering from place to place, and thinking of how our clansmen are barely clothed and starving, I cannot help but feel heartache. I hope clan leader can forgive me." Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists. The few clan elders looked at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, "My clan deeply sympathizes with Guyue clan's disaster. Can nephew tell me what actually happened on Qingmao Mountain?" If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ESO. Chapter 220. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had now become a land of ice and snow. Such a shocking change had already attracted the attention and investigation of the nearby powers. In these few months, the news of Qingmao Mountain's destruction had already spread far and wide. "I don't dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain." Fong Yuan sat down with a sorrowful expression. Servants, bring the wine. Bai clan leader saw that Fong Yuan did not want to talk about it, so she did not pursue the matter and ordered a servant to bring 2 jars of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent. She never drank wine, only water. Fong Yuan directly removed the seal and gulped down a mouthful, tears falling down his face again. Bai clan leader was shocked. Nephew, why are you crying? After drinking your noble's wine, it is intoxicating. I can't help but think of my clan's green bamboo wine, and the days of drinking on Qingmao Mountain. Fong Yuan said as he wiped his tears. The clan elders sighed even louder, and many of them comforted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's experience resonated with them. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was showing signs of drying up. If they could not find a new spirit spring, the miserable state of Guyue clan would be the future of Bai clan. Bai clan leader comforted Fong Yuan again before stopping his tears. Who wouldn't be sad when their home is destroyed? I can understand nephew's feelings. But as long as there are people, there is hope. Nephew, don't be sad. I believe that in a few days you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. Bai Emoshing probed. Fong Yuan pretended to be ignorant, wiped his tears and casually replied, yes, probably in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Emoshing and Bai clan leader quickly looked at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Emoshing for a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is not good. Guyue village was destroyed. Why did these remnant people specially rush to Baigu Mountain? It is very likely that they want to seize this territory. Should we make the first move? Bai Emoshing said worriedly. The Bai clan's matriarch laughed lightly. Bai Emoshing was slightly stunned. Why is clan leader laughing? The matriarch narrowed her eyes and consoled. Elder Emoshing, don't be impatient. There are pros and cons to this matter. As long as we operate it well, it will save us a lot of effort. With this reminder, Bai Emoshing started to think. That's right. The spirit spring of the 100 clans had been used for many years, and was about to dry up. He needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible. This time's mission, in the name of hunting, was actually to find a suitable spirit spring on Whitebone Mountain. The Bai clan's team had just arrived not too long ago, but they had not found anything yet. However, Guyue's remnant group had traveled such a long distance to come to Whitebone Mountain, so they must have obtained some information. It could be deduced that the Guyue family definitely had information regarding the spirit spring's location. Bai clan leader saw the change in Bai Emoshing's expression and continued. Looks like you have also thought of it. Actually, as long as it was a famous mountain or a great river, it was a place where vitality gathered, and there would always be a spirit spring. However, it was not easy to find the exact location of the spirit spring. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Around our Bai clan are the Fong clan, Liao clan and Fan clan. They are all powerful clans, and they have always kept each other in check. If the news of our Bai clan's spirit spring drying up were to spread, they would probably try to take advantage of us and hit us when we are down. Thus, we had previously discussed to secretly find the location of the spirit spring, and this time, we are using the pretense of hunting. However, this way, our hands and feet will be tied, and the manpower and material resources needed to search for the spirit spring will be even greater. At this point, the 100 Clans clan leader wanted to say something but hesitated. She was deeply worried. Bai Emoshing continued. So clan leader, you want to directly obtain information regarding the spirit spring's location from the Guyue family? Exactly. Bai Emoshing nodded, her eyes glowing. The Guyue family's clan leader and elders are definitely not easy to deal with, but who asked those 2 youths to fall into our hands? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Bai Emoshing frowned. However, I don't think those 2 youths are stupid. It was obvious that the girl was a stubborn person with a firm will. Although the boy's cultivation was a little weak, he was calm in the face of danger, and calm in the face of trouble. The first time we met, he did not panic at all when he was surrounded by us. It will not be easy to pry open their mouths. Bai Emoshing snorted. If they do not have such determination, how can they be the young master of a clan? These 2 youths are very outstanding. If they are not, then I will suspect their identity. Bai Emoshing continued. So, clan leader, you have to think thrice. If we torture them, I am afraid they may not give in. They left traces along the way, and the remnants of the Guyue family will arrive very soon. These people are standard desperados who have nowhere else to go. Bai Emo Xing waved his hand. Clan elder does not need to worry about this. I already have a plan. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Bai Emo Xing's murky eyes lit up as Bai Emo Xing listened in detail. After Bai Emo Xing finished, Bai Emo Xing could not help but praise. This plan has great potential. I have observed that Guyue Fangzheng, he is indeed concerned about the clan. He shed tears twice during the banquet. He is a person of character. He is a youngster after all. Clan leader's plan is like placing honey in front of a bear cub, or a carrot in front of a rabbit's nose. There is no need to worry about him not taking the bait. Fang Yuan pulled open a corner of the tent's curtains. It was already late at night, but Bai Clan's temporary camp was brightly lit. The tents were arranged in picturesque disorder, and there were torches on metal frames at intervals. From time to time, there were patrolling Gu masters. Young Master Fangzheng, what's the matter? Fang Yuan had just pulled open the tent's curtains when two guards walked over. Fang Yuan purposely burped. I drank a lot during the banquet. Where can I relieve myself? Young Master, this way please. You are our clan's esteemed guest. The clan leader has specially arranged a place for you to relieve yourself. It is less than 30 steps away. One of the guards immediately said. Point me in a direction. I don't like people nearby when I relieve myself. Fang Yuan waved his hand. We do not dare to disobey young master's orders. The wooden hut is over there. The guard pointed and bowed before retreating. Fang Yuan went to the wooden hut, and after taking a piss, he pretended to be drunk and purposely walked in the wrong direction. Before 20 steps, several patrolling Gu masters walked over. Esteemed guest, you are walking in the wrong direction. Your tent is over there. Is that so? I remember it was over there. Fang Yuan burped. Esteemed guest, this way please. The Bai clan Gu masters showed a hypocritical smile, with a hint of unyieldingness. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent by these people. In the tent, the lights were lit. On the east and west sides, there were 2 beds. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating and using her primeval essence to cleanse her aperture. Hearing the sound of Fang Yuan entering, she opened her eyes and asked with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her before lying down on the bed. Ningbing, you should sleep early too. These days must have tired you out. Not long later, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Towards the end, he had already closed his eyes and was breathing, as if he had fallen asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupil shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was putting on an act, purposely saying this to prevent any surveillance Gu worms. He had just gone out to relieve himself, but came back so quickly. It showed that this place was heavily guarded. It was impossible to sneak away at night. Thinking of this, she could not help but worry. Although she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, her Gu worms were not good enough, causing her battle strength to be lacking. In this camp, the Bai clan leader was a rank 4 Gu master. There were also 5 to 6 rank 3 elders and large numbers of rank 2 Gu masters. Meat on the chopping block was the current situation. Although the Bai clan was a righteous faction, humans would die for wealth and birds would die for food. Once the benefits were huge, they would definitely kill them. Bai Ningbing knew that the Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands were all top quality. Especially the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and Blood Skull Gu. Once they were exposed, it would definitely attract the greed of the Bai clan Gu masters. The reason why they did not make a move now was because Fang Yuan had used a tiger's skin, using the non-existent Guyue clansmen to temporarily deceive them. If they did not see the Guyue clansmen in a few days, they would definitely be suspicious. By then, Fang and Bai would have no way out, and the situation would be very dangerous. How do I get out of this? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already laid down with his back facing her. Listening to his breathing, it was calm and even, as if he was really asleep. You sure can keep your composure. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, feeling slightly annoyed and helpless. The next day, the weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. With 3 drum beats, Bai clan leader gathered the clansmen. Our Bai clan's annual hunting competition will last for 7 days from today onwards. It will be the time for you to display your strength. According to the rules, those who obtain a good ranking will be rewarded handsomely. Next, display your bravery to your heart's content. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gate opened. The Gu masters who were already itching for a fight immediately rushed out impatiently. Not long after, they merged into the various mountain forests and disappeared without a trace. The previously crowded camp immediately became spacious and empty. Nephew Fangzheng, did you sleep well last night? Bai clan leader turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. Many thanks to clan leader for your hospitality. I fell asleep the moment I laid down last night, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Ha. Bai clan leader laughed, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder with an amiable attitude. Nephew, do you want to participate in our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the heroic bearing of a Guyue man. Fang Yuan showed an awkward expression, declining. I am ashamed. I was heavily injured not long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Fortunately, the clan healed me and saved my life, but now I am only rank 1 middle stage. Actually, even without Fang Yuan's words, his rank 1 aura was already obvious. Nephew doesn't need to worry about this. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will naturally receive preferential treatment. How about this? As long as nephew can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic Gu will be your reward. Bai clan leader lightly clapped her hands, and a Gu master beside her opened his palm like he was presenting a treasure, and a finger-sized spherical Gu appeared in his palm. Fang Yuan looked at this Gu and sneered in his heart, but his eyes revealed a fervent expression. Then Junior will respectfully accept. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. Chapter 221. Roar. In the forest, a fat black bear was 2 meters tall when it stood up like a human. It roared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent. The black bear was enraged, and ran towards the 2 youngsters on all fours. Don't be fooled by the bear's clumsy appearance. Its running speed was extremely fast, usually twice that of a human. The black bear was only 50 steps away from him, but Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile of success. Bam! An explosion resounded, and soil flew everywhere. The black bear let out a miserable howl, as if it was hit in the head, and its charge was immediately halted. It was infuriated by the sudden attack. It quickly adjusted its direction, and charged towards Fang Yuan again. But just 10 steps later, another explosion occurred on the ground. Roar! The black bear's chest was covered in blood, and its eyes were bloodshot as it furiously pounced again. Wild beasts will always be wild beasts, lacking intelligence. Fang Yuan sighed, and turned around to retreat. The black bear chased relentlessly from behind, but every few steps it took, it would detonate an explosion. After dozens of steps, the black bear's body was covered in injuries, and none of its fur was intact. Its 4 limbs were crippled, and it was limping, no longer as ferocious as before. Its anger subsided, and its survival instincts took over. Even though Fang Yuan was not more than 20 steps away from it. But it chose to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already predicted its retreat direction, and dug a deep hole along the way, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato Gu. Bam! A loud sound and the battle ended. At the same time, a wisp of smoke floated in the tent. Within the smoke, images flickered, showing the entire process of Fang Yuan's battle. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Seeing the battle end, Bai clan leader asked. In the entire tent, there were only her and Bai Mo Xing. If I am not wrong, this Guyue clan young master should be using a charred thunder potato Gu, right? This Gu is a one-time consumable, buried in the ground and growing by absorbing the earth's energy, then exploding after being shaken. It is quite powerful among rank 2 Gu worms. However, this Gu would be greatly weakened in by Gu Mountain. There was no soil on the White Bone Mountain. Even the mountain rocks were bones. The charred thunder potato Gu cannot be planted at all. Bai Mo Xing pondered. The 100 Clans clan leader shook her head. Your analysis is correct, but that's not what I'm focusing on. Did you notice, from the time he buried the charred thunder potato Gu to the end of the battle, it was all done by Fangzheng alone? He clearly had a rank 3 guard beside him, and it was very taxing for him to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo. Every time he buried a stone, he would have to use a yuan stone to recover his Yuan. But he insisted on doing it himself. What does this mean? Bai Mo Xing's eyes lit up. I understand. This Fang Zheng was a man of integrity, and was not the kind of person who would resort to trickery. He agreed to participate in the hunt. Even if it would be troublesome and tiring, he doesn't want to use external forces to cheat. Crafty and deceitful people usually don't have strong wills. A righteous man is always steadfast. If we want to find the location of the spirit spring from these two, the best way is to beat them with our wits. Hee, I am even more confident in last night's plan. Bai clan leader laughed. I did not disappoint you. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan handed a tattered bear skin to Bai clan leader. Hee, in such a short amount of time, you managed to kill an adult black bear. As expected of the Guyu clan's young master. The Bai clan leader's face revealed an appropriate amount of surprise, which quickly turned into a smile. Nephew, you can go back and rest. The green copper relic goo will be delivered soon. Thank you, clan leader. Junior will take his leave. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left the central tent and returned to their residence last night. A moment later, a goo master delivered the green copper relic goo. Fang Yuan took it and immediately used it in the tent, advancing his cultivation to upper stage from middle stage. A goo master's small realm was easy to break through. It was a matter of painstaking effort. But large realms needed the support of aptitude. Relic goo, stone aperture goo. Many goo worms could allow a goo master to forego painstaking effort and raise their cultivation in a short period of time. However, rank 1 upper stage was still rank 1. Such a small increase could not change the current situation. At night, Bai clan leader set up a banquet in the tent and invited Fang and Bai. Bai clan had a tradition. During the hunting competition, there would be a bonfire banquet every day. The super large bonfire banquet would be held outdoors in the camp. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the top few of the competition would be invited. Fang and Bai, because of their different statuses, were still guests. Come, let me introduce our tribe's Hope Star to nephew. You youngsters should get to know each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. In the central tent, there were 4 youngsters. 2 males and 2 females without exception, were all rank 3. One of the males was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, called Bai Mo Ting. He had a thin body and was 3rd place on the first day of hunting. Of the 2 females, one was called Bai Chao Shui. She had a sloppy appearance but was 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had a beautiful appearance with white skin and thick and dense eyelashes. She had a fresh and natural aura, and was the publicly recognized beauty of the Bai clan. The 2 girls sat next to each other, forming a sharp contrast. Bai Zhanlai greets the 2 esteemed guests. The last young male goo master took the initiative to speak, taking over Bai Mo Xing's words. He had a tall and sturdy body, filled with arrogance and surging battle intent. His gaze swept past Fang and Bai, pausing on Fang Yuan for a moment, revealing a disdainful smile. However, his gaze was fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like an ice fairy, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her beauty surpassed Bai Lian by a head. More importantly, she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, attracting Bai Zhanlai's interest. He snorted. It seems in your Guyue tribe, there are more yin and less yang? Bai Ningbing's expression was like ice, not changing at all. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold and ugly. Bai clan leader laughed. This is the #1 expert of the younger generation in our tribe. Nephew, don't blame me, I have always spoken like this. I don't dare. Fang Yuan's lips curled as he faced Bai clan leader. Brother Zhanlai is indeed a dragon among men. Fang Jing admires you. His tone was complex, but he displayed it perfectly. There was the patience of living under someone else's roof, the helplessness of having weak cultivation, and the unresigned arrogance of a young man. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but raise her eyebrows. Bai Zhanlai snorted coldly. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He knew of Bai clan's difficult situation, but Bai clan did not know his true background. Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan firmly held the advantage in information. How to use this advantage is the key to escaping. Green copper relic goo is a good sign. This shows that Bai clan is wary of the non-existent Guyue troop. They don't want to use force, and want to use schemes to deceive. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece of Bai clan? Thinking about it carefully, his words seem too forceful. If he really is the next chess piece of Bai clan, it will be somewhat troublesome. Why don't I personally give my weakness to the other party, and reveal my weakness? If Bai clan casually set up traps like this, Fang Yuan would no doubt become more and more passive. Thus he might as well give the other party a weakness, and purposely expose some fake weaknesses, and fight for some initiative in disguise. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the tent, and immediately came up with a plan. He looked at Bai Lian opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to sense Fang Yuan's gaze, and Fang Yuan turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere. As the banquet continued, Fang Yuan stole glances at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with Bai Lian. During the latter half of the banquet, Fang Yuan kept peeking at her, and the frequency increased. This scene was witnessed by the 100 Families clan leader, and some of the elders. The clan elders revealed smiles in their eyes. It was normal for a young man to be in love. Bai Lian was the clan flower of Bai clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyue clan's young master. After the banquet ended, Bai Mo Xing excitedly requested to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see the scene during the banquet? Bai clan leader nodded with a smile. Let me make some more plans. The night was silent. On the second day of the hunt, Bai clan leader summoned Fang Yuan again, and asked Fang Yuan to hunt an earthhorn rhinoceros. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using charred thunder potato goo to blast the earthhorn rhinoceros, and brought back the rhinoceros horn. After Bai clan leader praised him, she rewarded him with a clearing heat goo. Clearing heat goo was like a beetle fossil, with a translucent jade-like texture. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a cool air. This goo was specialized in detoxification, and was a rank 2 healing goo. After obtaining this goo, Fang Yuan finally made up for his greatest weakness. At the day of the bonfire banquet. This is my son, and this is my daughter. Bai Sheng Bai Hua, stand up and offer a toast to this brother. Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up and raised their wine cups like adults, saying together. Bai Sheng offers a toast to young Master Guyue. They slightly bowed with a solemn expression, showing that they had good upbringing, without the slightest bit of mischievousness of children. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, and could not help but size up this pair of siblings. According to his previous life's memories, these two children would become the twin stars of the righteous path, and for a period of time, they would be unparalleled. Eventually, both of them would reach rank 5, and push Bai clan's power to an unprecedented height in history. At the same time, they were the inheritors of Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance. Among them, Bai Sheng was the future clan leader of Bai clan. In a clan, the position of clan leader was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But like Guyue village, where the clan leader did not have any children, they would select the best among the pure-blooded clansmen. Humans had to go through a process of growth. This pair of twins, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, could become heroes in the future. But these two were still too young, and could not even be considered students. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, and turned his attention back to Bai Lian. The banquet continued. During this time, Fang Yuan kept sneaking glances at Bai Lian. Bai Zhanlai was finding fault, and his tone was getting more and more impolite. Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting, was sneaking glances at Bai Ningbing. Chapter 222. On the third day, Bai clan leader summoned Fang Yuan. In the name of hunting, she gave him a lot of yuan stone. During the banquet, besides sneaking glances at Bai Lian, Fang Yuan also toasted Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader did not say it, but she was very satisfied in her heart. That night, Bai Lian visited Fang Yuan, saying that a friend of hers was poisoned and only clearing heat goo could cure it. But clearing heat goo was rare, thus she borrowed it from Fang Yuan. You can't endure it anymore? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, and lent clearing heat goo to her without saying anything else. After this, Bai Lian was very grateful. Fang Yuan took the initiative to talk to her passionately, and the two got closer as their relationship heated up. On the fifth day, During the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, "Nephew, does your Guyue tribe want to set up camp on Baigu Mountain?" Feng Yuan quickly stood up, his expression calm, but he could not conceal the panic in his eyes. Baigu Mountain is adjacent to Bai clan village. It can be said to be your tribe's territory. Junior would not dare to offend you. Bai clan leader laughed in her heart, and was even more certain that Guyue tribe's destination was Baigu Mountain. She said hypocritically, "Nephew might not know, but the situation here is very complicated. My Bai clan is under a lot of pressure. If Guyue tribe can stay on Baigu Mountain and become my tribe's ally, that would be for the best." Feng Yuan quickly denied it. Bai Mo Xing also tried to persuade, but Feng Yuan seemed to be moved, but he did not say anything. After the banquet ended, Bai Lian also came to ask. Feng Yuan had a complicated expression but still did not admit it. This kid's mouth is really tight. After the banquet, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is how a young master of a tribe should behave. I am not surprised. It is time to add fuel to the fire. Bai clan leader's gaze was deep. Thus, the next morning, before Feng Yuan could get out of bed, he was woken up by the quarreling outside the tent. He walked out of the tent and saw Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian pulling at each other. 100 Zhanlai. How many times have I told you to stop bothering me? Feelings can't be forced. Bai Lian shook off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said coldly, "I still have things to do. You can leave first. Today's hunting competition is about to begin. What else do you want? You went to find that pretty boy from Guyue's family again, right?" Bai Zhanlai roared angrily. "What are you talking about? Young Master Fangzheng was a kind person, lending the clearing heat gu without hesitation. If it weren't for his help, would Parks and View have recovered so quickly? Lianer, can you not be so naive? Clearing heat gu hee. I think he wants to be intimate with you. Didn't you notice the way he looked at you?" Bai Zhanlai said anxiously. Bai Lian glared at him. "Bai Zhanlai, stop before you go too far. Young Master Fangzheng." The two quarreling discovered Feng Yuan standing outside the tent. Feng Yuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and his gaze was somewhat worried. He said to Bai Lian, "So it's Miss Bai Lian. If you have anything to say, come into the tent." "You brat." Bai Zhanlai flew into a rage, and wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway. "Bai Zhanlai, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest." "What esteemed guest? He's just a stray dog." Bai Zhanlai spat and pointed at Feng Yuan's nose. "Brat, if you have the guts, let's have a real contest. Whoever loses can no longer bother Lian. I am rank 1 and you are rank 3. You still have the nerve to say such words. Is there no fairness in the Grand Bai clan?" Feng Yuan's expression turned ugly. "In this world, there has never been fairness, only the strong and the weak. If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. So Guyue clan is full of cowards, ahaha." Bai Zhanlai raised his head and laughed, his voice attracting the attention of many people. "What's going on?" Bai Mo Xing hurried over. After Bai Lian explained, Bai Mo Xing immediately reprimanded Bai Zhanlai. "You are really reckless. You dare to be rude to an esteemed guest." Bai Zhanlai raised his head. "He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. He is not a brave warrior. Since he is not a brave warrior, why treat him with respect?" "You." Bai Mo Xing glared. Bai Lian said, "Only a fool would agree to such a challenge of yours. Young Master Fangzheng's cultivation has declined because of his injuries. If he was at his peak, you might not be his match." A young girl speaking to Feng Yuan like this, if Fangzheng was here, he would probably be extremely grateful. But Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. "What a good show. I will represent young Master Fangzheng and compete with you." Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai was so angry that he was breathing heavily. "Why are you standing up for him? Also, what right do you have to represent him? He is just a pretty boy, a good for nothing. I can beat 10 of him. I won't compete with you, brat. Stand up if you have the guts. Are you still a man if you don't say a word? If you want to compete, then compete. Who's afraid of who?" Feng Yuan looked like he couldn't take the provocation and said with an impulsive tone, "Sir Elder, did you hear that?" He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted happily. Bai Emoxing frowned. Life should be brave enough to accept challenges. Nephew Fangzheng, your courage is obvious to all. But you are an esteemed guest of my clan. If anything happens to you, it will be hard for us to answer to Guyue's clan. Also, both parties have different cultivation levels. It is unfair to challenge. Sir Elder is right. This junior didn't think it through. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to retreat, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly exchanged glances. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and provoking him. Bai Lian clenched her teeth and walked in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her big watery eyes and said with a gentle voice, "Young Master Fangzheng, this one has a presumptuous request." "Oh, what do you want?" "I sincerely request young master to accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai. I really can't stand his harassment anymore." As she spoke, Bai Lian was about to cry. A young girl was begging a boy for help, asking him to chase away a very hateful pursuer. Especially this boy, he also had a good impression of the young girl. Tell me, how could this boy not agree? Thus, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed. "Miss Bai Lian, please don't worry. Your problem is my problem. I will definitely do my best to help." After a pause, Fang Yuan's tone became hesitant. "But my cultivation is currently weaker than his. If I lose..." "Don't worry, young master. I already have a plan." Bai Lian smiled like a blooming daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, "Lord Family Elder, although young Master Fangzheng has agreed to the duel, if we were to really have a duel, it would probably harm the harmony between us. I have a suggestion. Why don't we use this hunting competition as an opportunity to split into 5-people teams and compete based on the results of this hunt?" A good suggestion. Bai Emoxing stroked his beard and nodded. "Then you can choose your people. But to be fair, the 5 people must have similar cultivation." Bai Zhanlai snorted in displeasure. "Yes." Bai Lian hurriedly bowed in excitement. An hour later, the two groups set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian, as well as 2 other female Gu masters. Their ages were similar to Bai Lian, and they had rank 2 cultivation. One of them was called Bai Shengjing, and was very grateful to Fang Yuan. Earlier, she was poisoned and was saved by Fang Yuan's clearing heat gu. The group was very harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the center of attention. "Young master, don't worry, we have already obtained detailed information, and know where there are more precious prey. Just follow us." Bai Shengjing had a lively personality and was in charge of scouting. Everyone followed her, and sure enough, they killed many unique prey. Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, and the whole process was more like a field trip. "Young Master Fangzheng, I heard that your Guyue tribe is moving to Baigu Mountain. Is it like this?" On the way back, Bai Shengjing seemed to ask casually. "These are all groundless rumors." Fang Yuan laughed. "Young master, you are cultured and refined, a gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhanlai. Sai, if we can settle down on Baigu Mountain, we will be able to see each other often." Bai Shengjing continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian who was walking beside him. Bai Lian had a worried expression. Settling down and establishing a village is not a simple matter. The first condition is to find a spirit spring. However, around the spirit spring, the primeval energy is dense, and there will definitely be beast groups or strong wild gu worms. When the predecessors establish a village, they must go through intense battles to kill the beast groups or wild gu worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are large numbers of bone beasts living on Baigu Mountain. These bone beasts have tough bodies and are hard to deal with. There is no soil on Baigu Mountain, only pure white bone stones. It is not impossible to establish a village on this mountain, but the price to pay will be very high. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's smile showed a trace of reluctance, his gaze revealing a trace of deep worry. However, he pretended to ask casually, "I am rather interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, you are half the owner, tell me, how many dangers are there on this mountain?" Bai Lian laughed. "If young master wants to hear, I will tell you." She exaggerated while secretly activating the accumulating anxiety, gu in her aperture. This Gu's effect was like the spring breeze and drizzle, silently affecting the surroundings within 10 steps of the user. It could make one's mind heavier and their worries deeper. Feng Yuan's smile gradually faded, the worry in his eyes showing clearly. Young Master Feng Zheng doesn't need to worry. This time we will definitely win against Bai Zhanlai. Bai Shengjing purposely comforted. Feng Yuan nodded and answered a few sentences, but he seemed to be absent-minded. Following that, he asked even more questions. They were all related to Baigu Mountain, especially a certain part of the back mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all of them. This scene was playing out in the tent at the same time. The little fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader laughed complacently. Back mountain. She started to compare the map on the table. Chapter 223. After a while, Bai clan leader retracted her gaze from the map. She gave up helplessly. Baigu Mountain was huge. Although the range had been reduced to the back mountain, it was still far from the accurate location. Guyue clan's lad is wary of my Bai clan. He will definitely not ask for the location directly. It seems I need to work harder to find the Spirit Springs location. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth thinking. Once they know the location of the Spirit Spring, Bai clan will carry out a detailed investigation. If there are not many beast groups around the Spirit Spring, and the price of killing them is not high, then I will make a move directly. Strike first to gain the upper hand. But if there are too many ferocious beasts and Gu worms, then I will provide logistics to support Guyue clan. I will let them be the vanguard. And when the time is right, I will reap the rewards. If I do it well, I might even be able to swallow up the remnants of Guyue clan. Thinking of this, Bai clan leader could not help but chuckle. She still did not know that the so-called remnant of Guyue clan was just a fabrication. On the contrary, Feng Yuan obtained a lot of valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous path inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain. Feng Yuan did not hide this. However, there were many bone beasts and many Gu at the back mountain, occupying an area. It was difficult and dangerous. He knew that Bai Lian's words were exaggerated. With his 500 years of experience, he got rid of the exaggerated content, and Feng Yuan obtained a fact. If he and Bai Ningbing were to reach the inheritance location, they would need at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was different from the forest. There were large-scale beast groups and at the same time, ferocious beasts and dangerous Gu worms. Many places needed to be avoided, and some places needed to be avoided. After returning to the village, it was as Bai Shengjing said, their battle results surpassed Bai Zhanlai's. After a day of rumors, this competition was widely known. The 5 of them walked in the camp, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is because Lord Bai Zhanlai's luck was not good. You have to know, hunting also depends on luck. If we don't encounter any rare prey, it won't work even if we have the strength. Are the 2 people over there from Guyue's family? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Her beauty is actually not inferior to Bai Lian's. I heard that the young master of the Guyue clan is interested in Lady Bai Lian. A toad lusting after swan meat. In my opinion, this person's character is unshakable. You already have one by your side, yet you still want another. No wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai is angry. Everyone can see Lord Bai Zhanlai's feelings for Senior 100 Lotus. I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Sigh, it's a pity that the falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water is heartless. Many whispered and bowed their heads in discussion. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have a heavy heart. Although he had won, he did not look happy. In the evening, there was another bonfire banquet in the central tent. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, this pair of siblings, after toasting Feng Yuan, were led away. There were a few new faces in the tent. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to be separated from the normal hunting competition. Therefore, the positions that were originally occupied became empty, attracting the appearance of 2 young talents of the Bai clan. These 2 men were obviously close to Bai Zhanlai. During the banquet, one glared at Feng Yuan, while the other ignored him. Nephew, it has already been a few days. Why haven't we seen your clansmen? During the banquet, the Bai clan leader asked. Feng Yuan showed a trace of worry. According to my calculations, it should be in the last few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some unforeseen events. But I think that with their strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Bai clan leader nodded. Her main concern was still on Fang Yuan. She had spent a lot of effort to build such a stage. Seeing that progress was fast and success was in sight, she did not want the appearance of Guyue's remnants to ruin this great situation. What the Bai clan leader did not know was that her worry was completely unnecessary. In this world, only the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, were left in the Guyue tribe. Nephew, don't worry, I have already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news of your clansmen soon. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, while Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. It was still fine now, they could use excuses to dodge the situation. After all, encountering some unexpected troubles in the wilderness was a normal thing. But once the situation drags on, Bai clan would become suspicious. They might even be able to see through their own side. But these days, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly while hunting in the wilderness. She knew that there were definitely Bai clan Gu masters monitoring the surroundings, hiding at the side. They lacked a powerful movement Gu, and the complicated situation in the forest greatly restricted their speed. From Bai Ningbing's point of view, the situation was worsening day by day. They were like sinking into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. If left alone, they would sink and rot sooner or later. Then what are your plans? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan who was sitting beside her. She understood Fang Yuan, and knew he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. But because of her limited life experience, she could not think of a good way to break out of this situation. In this environment, she could not directly discuss with Fang Yuan. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was getting heavier. Another day passed like this. Fang Yuan's team's battle achievements were close to surpassing Bai Zhanlai's. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing to discuss a secret plan. The female clan leader tapped the table with her finger. We cannot continue like this. Bai Lian kept talking about the dangers of Bai Gu Mountain during today's hunt. I can already feel Fang Zheng wavering. But time waits for no man. Once Guyue tribe's main force appears, Fang Zheng will have found his backbone, and our efforts will be wasted. Time waits for no man. Bai clan leader heaved a long sigh, unable to conceal the worry on her face. She did not know that Bai Ningbing was actually more worried than her. Time was even more precious to Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, in my opinion, it is not realistic to make Fang Zheng trust us and tell us the location of the spirit spring in a short period of time. I have an idea, but we still need to beat around the bush, but we need to add some fuel to the fire. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Mo Xing mumbled in a low voice. Bai clan leader nodded. You are right. That Fang Zheng is very worried. He must be worried that the tribe will suffer great losses in order to attack the spirit spring. Doesn't he want to know the location of the spirit spring? He must be thinking about it, but he is worried about us. Moreover, their cultivations were too weak. Your idea sounds good. Faintly, the female clan leader felt that there was something wrong with this idea. But there were no other good ideas now. They could only give it a try. Thus, on the third day of the battle, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during his hunt, causing a commotion in the camp. Bai Lian's expression was heavy. The situation is not good. Swimming dragon butterfly Gu is a rank 3 Gu. It is extremely rare. Bai Zhanlai is already far ahead. We can only take a risk to have any hope of victory. I know the situation of the surrounding forest. We can only go to Bai Gu Mountain to hunt and kill bone beasts, or subdue wild bone Gu. Bai Ningbing's heart jumped when she heard this. Bai Gu Mountain, isn't this the best time to break the deadlock? Haha, to think such a good opportunity would come knocking on our door. Although Bai Gu Mountain is dangerous, it is the best way to get rid of Bai clan. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. This is too dangerous. Lady Bai Lian, our strength is limited, let's forget about it. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, wishing she could strangle Fang Yuan. Bai Lian smiled. Young master, don't worry, I have a plan. I have a close relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua young masters. We can coax them to join the hunt tomorrow. They do not have any cultivation, so we can't secretly bring them in. But they will definitely have hidden Gu masters protecting them. Now that we're on the White Bones Mountain, if we encounter any danger, will these guards not intervene? We will not steal the corpses of the beasts they kill. We will hunt our own. There will always be the old, the weak, and the young in the beast group. The wild beasts on Baigu Mountain are much more valuable. Feng Yuan was stunned. To think that Bai Clan would do this in order to not arouse my suspicions. Although he thought so, he said, "This is a great plan. Lady Bai Lian, you are so intelligent. I have a whole new level of respect for you." "Not at all, young master is too kind." Bai Lian smiled shyly, her eyes concealing a hint of pride. The next day, in the dark central tent, Bai Clan leader stared at the colorful smoke in the air. Within the smoke, a scene appeared. In the scene there was a group of 7 people. Other than Feng Yuan, Bai Lian and the others, there were 2 children. They were the 2 young masters of Bai Clan. It seems Baigu Mountain is very peaceful. We have been walking for so long, but we have not met any trouble. In the scene, Bai Shengjing spoke. Bai Clan leader immediately snorted in anger. To protect them and open the path, she sent large numbers of Gu masters. Even the clan elders around her followed them secretly. Feng Yuan's group moved without any obstruction, and the scattered wild beasts they met were purposely left out by Bai Clan's Gu masters. In these 6 hours of trekking, Bai Clan had already sacrificed tens of outstanding Gu masters. Even 3 clan elders were injured. Among them, 2 were already unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was only the foot of Baigu Mountain. The further they went up the mountain, the more dangerous it became. Feng Yuan's group might look relaxed, but it was actually because the Gu masters ahead had used their blood and lives to exchange for it. Especially Baigu Mountain, there were no signs of human habitation. It was the territory of ferocious beasts and wild Gu. To explore the path, one had to pay a huge and high price. Feng Yuan's group continued to climb, and under Bai Lian's intentional guidance, they unknowingly arrived at Baigu Mountain. "Our information is limited. I don't know where to go next. It is getting late. Maybe we should return," Bai Lian purposely said. "Since we are already here, we might as well take a look," Feng Yuan said. He looked around, trying to discern, as if he was looking for something. He started to lead the way, and according to his memories, he knew the inheritance location was not far away. Hey, can't you at least act more realistic?" At the side, Bai Ningbing saw this and felt anxious. Feng Yuan's actions were too blatant. Bai Ningbing worriedly looked at the people around her. But what made her feel strange was, be it Bai Lian or Bai Xingjing, none of them seemed to have sensed it, and silently allowed Feng Yuan to move. "Good, that's it. It seems this place is extremely close to the spirit spring." In the tent, the clan leader's excitement was clearly shown. "Hehehe, Fengzheng, you are still too inexperienced, eh?" They entered the cave. "Is the spirit spring inside the cave?" The scene flashed, showing the scene inside the cave. Just as Bai clan leader was feeling puzzled, someone outside the tent reported. Reporting to clan leader, an investigative Gu master has returned and captured a Tai clan Gu master. Furthermore, I have important intelligence to report. Chapter 224. Important information? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent. The clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Feng Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave, and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. Bai clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. "It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring." Bai clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, "Call them in." The tent flap was opened and a valiant investigative Gu master walked in and bowed. "Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. I have important information to report." His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. "You captured a Tai clan Gu master?" Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Tai clan was a huge force. Even 10 Bai clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. Bai clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Tai clan Gu master was like a hot potato. He should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Guyue's remnant forces, and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Gu master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Guyue clansman, but after treatment, he claimed to be a Tai clan Gu master. And from his mouth, subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated. But there was a mysterious demonic Gu master who escaped from the disaster. Tai clan sent out Gu masters to pursue these demonic Gu masters. The investigative Gu master reported. What did you say? Bai clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped and she frowned. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These 2 youngsters were demonic Gu masters? They did not look like it. Especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic Gu master? How can you be sure this person is a Tai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader asked. This is the Tai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's Gu has the characteristics of the Tai clan. The investigative Gu master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Tai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Tai clan's Gu masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic Gu master that Tai clan is chasing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic Gu masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 family's clan leader's first impression was too deep. But no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tent's curtain was opened and a Gu master was brought in. Tai Daoku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale, as he appeared in front of Bai clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The Gu master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The 2 Gu masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Daoku struggled to no avail, and screamed, "I Tai Daoku kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die." "Oh my, your acting is quite good." Bai clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Soon after he shouted, "Speak, you demonic Gu master, how did you kill Tai clan's Gu master and obtain this token?" Tai Daoku was stunned, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Puffed. I am an upright man, Tai clan's Tai Daoku. I will never change my name. After falling into your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you wish. But now you are still trying to frame me. Don't you seem hypocritical?" The blood did not land on Bai clan leader's body. As if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. Bai clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Daoku sneered, "My Tai clan specializes in investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this. Hee, you better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, hee, your Bai clan will suffer my Tai clan's thunderous revenge." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep saying you are a Tai clan Gu master, but I have seen many Tai clan Gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing, with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance. If you want to act as a Tai clan Gu master, you better act properly." Tai Daoku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qingmao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner. So bitter. Especially when Tai Daoku thought of Tai Aotian's death. The huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature. He had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai clan leader, and the hope of Tai clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Daoku saw hope for the future. But When the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Aotian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive goo worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Aotian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless goo worms were destroyed. The remaining 2 were heavily injured. Tai Daoku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a goo worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person. Half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Daoku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Aotian's situation was even worse. Only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Daoku thought about it, and felt that Fang and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's names and other information, but he understood. This was very likely the work of the demonic goo master they were chasing. Too despicable. Too vicious. Tai Daoku was furious. His hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge, he had to take revenge, and bring this demonic goo master to justice. To Tai Daoku, he could no longer return to Tai Clan. Tai Clan's 4th young master was dead. This responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Daoku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Aotian was dead. His life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qing Mao Mountain's demonic goo master to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge. Revenge. He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Fang and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days, he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups, and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved, and had become Bai Clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past, and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Daoku knelt in the tent, and could not help but shed tears. Bai Clan leader was secretly surprised, and continued to ask questions. But Tai Daoku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic goo master, who disguised his identity, and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai Clan goo master? Bai Clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Daoku did not speak, and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai Clan leader's eyes turned, and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan hosted 2 Guyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Guyue clan." Before Bai Clan leader finished speaking, Tai Daoku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the 2 goo masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it must be them. To think I would meet them here, and 2 youngsters at that. They must be demonic goo masters who escaped from Qing Mao Mountain." Tai Daoku naturally did not know about Bai Clan. The investigative goo master was only interrogating him. It would be strange if he told him this. Bai Clan leader saw that he finally spoke and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai Clan goo master, where are your companions?" Tai Daoku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead." "Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Daoku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic Gu master would say. Don't tell me. Bai clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. Your clan's young masters are in our hands, get out now. In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Sheng and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage, and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger. So you are demonic scoundrels. Chapter 225. Bai clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai clan leader was not an idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai clan to complete the migration, and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These two scoundrels are actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. Young master. The two young masters are in their hands, what should we do? In the tent, the other Gu masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the two young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's mother. Her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. I have misunderstood Tai clan's hero. I apologize to you here. She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai clan leader's ability to let go. Right now he was only a prisoner, his life and death was at the mercy of Bai clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. Come, help Tai clan's guests to their seats. Bai clan leader ordered. Tai Dao Ku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain. Are they the two of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these two youngsters? Tai Dao Ku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person, and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clans leader, the most important thing now is to capture these two thieves and save the two young masters of your clan. Tai clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku's mouth. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fang Zheng, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the two young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Shengjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the two young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Fang Zheng, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters. Your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters and we will spare your life. Fang Zheng, let go of the young masters now and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Fang Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The two children shouted with difficulty. Their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Feng Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These two children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future. The leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now they had no strength to even truss a chicken, and were being strangled by Feng Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Feng Zheng, don't make a mistake, let go of the two young masters. We have given you the chance. As long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want, Yuan stone or Gu worms? The three elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Humph. Wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise. Feng Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it, and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister. Let go, let go. Bai Sheng stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might, but Feng Yuan used a bit of strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time, other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Feng Yuan laughed. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave this cave, your young master's arm will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Feng Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Ah! Everyone screamed in shock. Oh my god! A young female Gu master covered her eyes. Leave the cave. The clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated. But before they left, they all glared at Feng and Bai. If looks could kill, then Feng Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Feng and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave and Feng Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu mountain had no rocks or soil, it was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears. They were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Feng Yuan had never been to this inheritance before. But in his previous life he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Sheng and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the Spiral Bone Cave, then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Feng Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Feng Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain, and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it, and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. Feng Zheng, you are already surrounded. You can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Feng Zheng, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge. The cave was not deep, and many Gu masters' shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Sheng said, Feng Zheng, stop. Let us go. I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely. He was so young, and in such a dangerous situation, he was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next he lightly twisted it. Creak! With a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Fang Zheng. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying and stared blankly at this change. "Ah, there is actually a cave here," Bai Sheng shouted. Shut up." Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Sheng's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good. They are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Fang Yuan growled. "Whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Sheng first." This voice immediately stopped the Bai Clan Gu masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into this secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave, there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Fang Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. "It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path." Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. "These bone spears are extremely hard, don't be anxious." Fang Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack. With the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Fang Yuan laughed and turned to Bai Ningbing. "Welcome to Baigu Mountain." Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai Clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. Chapter 226. The secret passage was not long. Fang and Bai walked for a while and arrived at a large hall. The pure white hall was made of bones. In the center of the hall, there was a huge vat. The vat was filled with a white liquid that seemed to be milk, emitting a fragrant smell. Fang Yuan walked closer to the vat, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to Bai Hua's description in his previous life, this vat should be connected to a spring. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water was like milk, tasting sweet and delicious. Not only was it a good drink, it was also nutritious. Children could grow up after drinking it, and the elderly could grow stronger after drinking it. Milk spring was a specialty of Baigu Mountain. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Bai Clan moved here, they developed 5 milk springs. This made the milk spring a specialty of Bai Clan, not only supplying themselves, but also being traded as a commodity, attracting many caravans to trade every year. "There is a gu in this vat," Fang Yuan said, gesturing to Bai Ningbing with his gaze. According to his memories, there was no danger here. But Fang Yuan was a cautious person. After all, this was not his own experience. The information was all from hearsay. It was better to let someone else do the risky things. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, activating her defense and stretching out her hand like a vat. "There are so many gu inside." Soon her brows raised, showing a shocked expression. When she retracted her hand, Bai Ningbing's hand was already full of gu. These gu were the size of a person's index finger, completely white. One end was smooth, while the other was sharp like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is rank 1, there are too many of them. This vat is almost filled to the brim with them. Bai Ningbing said excitedly. Bone spear gu, similar to Guyue Village's Moonblade gu. It was the foundational item of this Bai Gu inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai Clan found this inheritance, most of the clan's gu masters were equipped with this gu. The bone spear gu became a specialty of Bai Clan's gu masters. "Look around again, there should be rank 2 gu in this vat." Fang Yuan stood at the side, his expression calm. Bai Ningbing searched a few times, finally finding rank 2 gu. This gu was similar to the bone spear gu, but the surface of the bone spear had spiral markings, spiral bone spear goo. This goo was the evolution of the bone spear goo. When it was shot, its attack power was higher and had more penetrative force than the bone spear goo. In the vat, the bone spear goo occupied the majority, only a small portion was the spiral bone spear. This way, I finally have a regular and stable attacking method. Feng Yuan held a spiral bone spear goo as he thought. The charred thunder potato goo was very unstable and needed to be planted on the ground. If others did not step on it, it would be a white seed. If it was a goo master with a terrible memory, forgetting the location where they planted the charred thunder potato goo would bring disaster upon themselves. Moreover, the charred thunder potato goo's usage was restricted. It must be used in the soil. The more fertile the soil, the better. As for a special place like by Goo Mountain, the charred thunder potato goo could not be used. Otherwise, Feng Yuan wouldn't mind laying 1 or 2 more traps. A pity there is no rank 3 goo. Bai Ningbing was rather regretful. She chose a spiral bone spear goo and placed it in her pocket, planning to refine it later. But this kind of rank 2 goo, to her, was a novelty. In a real battle, it would not be able to display the strength of a rank 3 goo master. Seeing that there was no danger in the vat, Feng Yuan started to move. He fished out the goo worms by the handful, and relying on the spring-autumn cicada's aura, he spat out his primeval essence and instantly refined them. You are? Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied. In just a short period of time, Feng Yuan had already refined tens of goo worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring-autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude in Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than the refining speed, causing him to move non-stop. This was like a crazy performance. In Feng Yuan's aperture, there were 200 bone spear goo and over 20 spiral bone spear goo. Refining goo had always been a difficult task for goo masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Feng Yuan instantly refine goo a few times, it had never been as visually impactful as this time. In Feng Yuan's hands, refining goo was like eating and drinking. No, it was as easy as winking his hand. It was simply too easy. What kind of trump card does he have? Bai Ningbing was extremely bewildered. At this moment, Feng Yuan's image in her heart became even more profound and unfathomable. But on the surface she curled her lips and said calmly, "You have so many goo at once. Can you raise them all?" Feng Yuan laughed. Of course not. Bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo, they both fed on milk. Thus they were raised in this milk vat. Don't look at how the milk spring water was full, but the consumption was huge. It was because the bottom of the vat was connected to a spring, thus it was like this. If Feng Yuan wanted to raise so many goo, he would have to have a milk spring of his own. Although I can't raise them all, I like to bring as many as possible. Otherwise those Bai clan people would benefit from it. Feng Yuan laughed and pointed at the vat. Alright, you can destroy the rest of the goo. There were too many goo in the vat. Although Feng Yuan had refined a lot, considering his rank 1 aperture's endurance, there were still quite a few left. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the ground full of goo corpses with a complex expression. She was extremely clear of the huge value of these goo. Destroying them was like destroying a small mountain of yuan stone. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. However, if they were left behind, they would be taken by Bai clan. Rather than giving resources to the enemy, it was better to destroy them. The two left this hall, and followed another secret passage, entering the second bone hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there was a carving of a human hand, only the flesh was shaved off, leaving only the bones. In the hands of the white bone men, there was a goo worm. 3 pillars, there were 3 goo worms in deep slumber. Feng and Bai walked closer. The surface of the pillars were carved with words. It was an explanation of these 3 goo worms. Rib shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept across as she mumbled. Soon, her gaze focused on a line of words. Choose one of the 3 satisfied. By Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. The meaning was clear. They could only choose 1 goo worm. This opportunity would be given to the fated person in the future. Rib shield goo master could grow 2 rows of ribs to protect their chest. It had outstanding defense. It was a rank 3 goo worm. Its advantage was, apart from the initial growth stage, it required large amounts of primeval essence. After that, it could be maintained without primeval essence. Similar to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, after refinement, it could be used without the need to pour primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after use, could form 3 spinning bone shields. The surface area was small, floating around the goo master. Arm bone wings goo, on the other hand, grew a pair of bone wings on the forearm. Flapping the bone wings could slightly increase movement speed. The most important thing was the increase in attack speed. Rib shield goo can be used with his carapace goo, forming a front and back defense. But the carapace goo is destined to be eliminated by me. With only 1 rib shield, the area of defense is too small. I have the jumping grass and am not specialized in fighting, so the arm bone wings goo will not be of much use. Feng Yuan thought for a while, choosing the flying bone shield goo. He crushed his hand bone, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo worms, they did not move. This was a righteous inheritance, testing the fated person's ability to control themselves. If they really could not control their greed and desire, and took the 3 goo worms, the secret passage would change. Although there would not be any sinister traps, the gains would be greatly reduced. Righteous inheritances were different from demonic inheritances. Normally speaking, they were designed with benevolence in mind. If the goo master was fated to meet them, there would be gains. The only difference was the amount of gains. Bai Ningbing saw that Feng Yuan did not move, and did not dare to move, afraid of any traps. The 2 followed the secret passage, entering the 3rd hall. There were no other secret passages in this hall, and a human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the wall. In front of the human skeleton there was a large book. This book was made from bones. It was an arm's length, half an arm's width, and 8 inches thick. Feng Yuan motioned for Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing that there was no danger, he took it. This book was named Grey Bone Book, by the Bai clan siblings in his previous life. Inside there were many goo refinement recipes, and at the same time, the owner of this inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences, as well as the reason for establishing this inheritance and so on. Feng Yuan flipped it open, and it was indeed so. This was a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book it said, "This skeleton is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the fated person has the heart, they can pay their respects and kowtow 3 times. After paying their respects, they can split open the skull of the skeleton and see a goo. This goo is Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo. If the person obtains it, they will benefit the world and uphold justice, and so on." Feng Yuan smiled at this, and handed the Grey Bone Book to Bai Ningbing. He knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. This was a genuine kowtow. His forehead touched the hard ground, and 3 muffled thuds could be heard. Bai Ningbing was astonished to think that Feng Yuan had such a side. After Feng Yuan finished kowtowing, he stood up, but there was no movement in the hall. He did not mind it and smiled slightly. There were no other secret passages in this hall, but it was not the end. This place tested the person's nature. If they were pure and kind, and knew gratitude, they would definitely kowtow. If he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, a new secret passage would be revealed. But this was only 1 layer. If they not only kowtowed, but also remained motionless in front of the skeleton, showing respect to the senior's corpse, a 2nd secret passage would appear. In my previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua both kowtowed, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, and did not make a sound. It was this Bai Sheng who activated the 1st layer of mechanism. But Bai Sheng wanted to open the skull to take the goo, but was stopped by Bai Hua, who wanted to leave the senior alone. Thus, Bai Hua activated the 2nd layer of mechanism. Feng Yuan's imagination ran wild, and he looked at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. They were still unconscious in Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing also looked at these 2, and sighed. It seems that we will have to rely on these 2 to protect ourselves. But I am very curious, what is this Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo? Let's open the skull, and take the goo. Feng Yuan shook his head. This is the ingenuity of this place's design. Curiosity can make people imagine the goo in the skull very beautifully, and it will be even more tempting than seeing the real thing. Don't be anxious. He had just finished speaking when a part of the bone wall shrunk and slid open, revealing a new secret passage. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this passage is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Let's wait a while more. The waiting time was the longest. Especially Fang and Bai, who were still being chased by Bai clan. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ningbing gradually became anxious. Another secret door slid open, and the secret passage quietly appeared. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and walked forward, raising his leg and stepping on Grey Bone Scholar's corpse. With the appearance of this secret passage, this corpse was useless. Fang Yuan took out a goo from the skull. It was a rank 3 bone spike goo. Chapter 227. Boom. With an explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a cave entrance. There really is a cave entrance. No wonder they disappeared. They must have entered this cave. Strange. Why is there a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. When Bai clan leader arrived at the scene, she just happened to see everyone breaking the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Tai Daoku, who came along, deduced with just one glance. So it was like this. It seems these two thieves' true destination is here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a cold light. Such good acting skills. On the way here, she recalled the scenes of these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was actually tricked by these two youngsters. The Grand Bai clan leader and her clansmen all fell in the hands of these two juniors. If this spread, it would be a huge blow to Bai clan's reputation. Junior did not handle the matter well, and did not protect the two young masters. Clan leader, please punish us. Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing and the rest were extremely nervous as they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Get up, all of you. You're acting on my orders. If you want to blame someone, blame those two thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words made Bai Lian and the rest let out a sigh of relief. These days you were together with these two thieves. Did you really not see any flaws? Tai Daoku asked. The three young girls stood up with complex expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Bai Lian. She had initially thought that Fang and Bai were merely playthings in her hands. But to think she was tricked by them first. There were no flaws. These two are too good at pretending. Now that I think about it, they were using our Bai clan. They are really cunning and sinister. The three young girls shook their heads, answering Tai Daoku. On the way, Tai Daoku got a rough idea from Bai clan leader. Of course, the matter of the Bai clan spirit spring was not leaked. This means these two thieves' true goal is to find this place. With their strength, they are not enough to roam around Baigu Mountain. Thus, they borrowed your Bai clan strength. Tai Daoku analyzed as if there was no one else around. Hearing his words, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned unsightly. It was indeed so. In the past few days, in order to open a path in White Bones Mountain, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price. But in the end it was paving the way for Fang and Bai. Damn it. If these two thieves were to fall into my hands, I would definitely chop them into pieces. Patriarch, let us attack. I'm going to kill these two bastards to avenge this humiliation. For a moment, everyone in the cave was furious. Bai clan leader looked around and nodded. How could she not want to kill Fang and Bai? As the mother of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, she could not wait to appear in front of her children. The morale of the army was at its peak. The 100 Clans clan leader looked at the last elder who volunteered. Then order your men to move out. We must open up this secret passage. Yes, the elder replied in a low voice, accepting the order. Slow down. This secret passage is filled with jagged bone spikes, and is completely sealed. How did those two thieves get in? There must be a trap somewhere. Let me test it out. Tai Daoku stood up and raised an objection. The elder who received the order stared. The situation is urgent. The two young masters are in grave danger. How long are we going to wait to find the trap? Bone spike goo. Fang Yuan held this goo and played with it. This goo was like a cactus, fist-sized, with needle-like bone spikes on its surface. Holding it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy. This goo was a rank 3 goo. typically harming the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Because when a goo master uses it, the bones in their body will mutate, producing sharp and hard bone spikes. To use these bone spikes against the enemy, these bone spikes must first pierce through the goo master's skin and flesh. Pain was secondary, but if there was no corresponding healing goo, it would be terrible. The enemy might not die, but the user would be heavily injured after using the bone spike goo. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing looked over curiously, but after hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost interest. It was not because she was afraid of pain, but because she had already used the ice muscles goo. Right now, her skin had been permanently transformed into ice muscles by the ice muscles goo. Not only did it have defensive properties, it could also stop sweat and stop bleeding. If Bai Ningbing used this bone spike goo, the bone spikes would first break the ice muscles, and it would not be worth it for her. Fang Yuan did not have much interest in this bone spike goo, but it was still a rank 3 goo. Thus after refining it, Fang Yuan kept it in his aperture. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the last hidden door. Bai Ningbing was still leading the way. After entering the door, there was a flight of gray bones that extended downwards. This flight of stairs was long, at least 1,000 meters. Halfway down, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the stairs became narrower. Almost in the darkness, Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs. A tightly shut door appeared in front of them. On the door there were 4 words, Flesh Sack Secret Pavilion. These bones are really fucking hard. The Bai clan elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. 15 minutes had passed, but only half of the secret passage had been opened. These uneven and densely packed bone spikes looked no different from the rocks of Baigu Mountain. But only when one truly attacked them would one discover that these bones were shockingly hard. Bai clan leader's expression was not good either. The more time passed, the more danger her 2 children would be in. In the past quarter of an hour, the mother felt like a century of suffering. But as the clan leader, she had to remain calm, at least on the surface. She had to set an example and bring confidence to her clansmen. Crack. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the mechanism activated, and the remaining bone spikes suddenly retracted back into the cave wall. Everyone was stunned, and looked towards the culprit. Tai Daoku rubbed his chin, and analyzed. This mechanism is quite ingenious. Previously, to open the cave, one needed to twist the spiral bone spikes. This left a deep impression on everyone. Before coming to this secret passage, people would often twist the spiral bone spikes around them based on their previous impressions. Unfortunately, to close this mechanism, one needs to pull the spiral bone spikes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The elder who had received the order earlier had a red face, looking embarrassed and embarrassed. After this secret passage, Bai clan's group arrived at the first hall. This is. Many people were stupefied. They saw a ground full of dismembered corpses. These were the results of Bai Ningbing crushing the goo worms in the large vat. This should be bone spear goo, and spiral bone spear goo. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo. This is indeed an inheritance ground. This is the first time I have experienced something like this. Someone was excited. Look, there is a large vat in the center. What is inside the vat? Someone was curious. Other than milk spring water, there was nothing left in the vat. Bai clan's group was disappointed and angry. These 2 thieves are too ruthless. Nothing was left behind. Damn it, they are simply devoid of conscience. So many goo worms, and they've all been crushed. Many people cursed in pain, feeling indignant. Even the elder's eyes were filled with regret. Let's go, the earlier we catch them, the less our losses will be. Tai Daoku's words made everyone's eyes brighten. With this stimulation, everyone's morale rose even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. Everyone arrived at the second hall, and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left behind. The goo master at the front cheered in joy. Clan leader, please take a look. Soon, the arm bone wings and the rib shield appeared in front of Bai clan leader. Bai clan leader only glanced at them before instructing someone to keep them, without any joy in her heart. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned about her children's safety. Did you see? The 2 goo worms just now were both rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance is really worth looking forward to. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. These words are indeed true. Everyone was either deeply moved or shocked. Don't you find it strange? Why did they leave these gu behind? Tai Dao Ku, on the other hand, had a clear view of the situation and felt something was wrong. Choose one of the three satisfied. By Gu Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. Soon, someone discovered the words carved on the stone pillars. It seems this is not a demonic inheritance. I'm afraid it was left behind by a righteous path figure. Has satisfied, but we are not satisfied at all. Let's go, let's go. Let's save the two young masters, then we can go sightseeing. Everyone urged each other, and arrived at the third hall. A cross-legged skeleton and a giant bone book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Greybone Scholar. So it was the senior. An elder opened the huge book and realized this was indeed a righteous inheritance. By clan leaders' tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard so far. Righteous inheritances were usually gentle, unlike demonic inheritances that were sinister. Tai Dao Ku's brows, however, gradually furrowed. He felt that something was wrong. The words carved on the stone pillars made him feel indescribably worried. Everyone split open the skull of the skeleton and picked it up. It was a bone spike gu. Next, a stone wall slid open and a new secret passage appeared. Everyone entered in a line. Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. Bai Ningbing mumbled, trying to push open the door. The door was not locked, so it was easily opened. Behind the door was a secret room. It was not big, but it was very strange. The walls of the secret room were all made of flesh. Fong Imbai walked in, and felt like they had entered the stomach of a monster. The flesh walls were warm and pulsated rhythmically, as if there was a heart hidden inside. As if sensing that someone had entered, the flesh walls suddenly cracked open, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. Bai Ningbing was shocked. The flesh walls seemed to have countless large mouths. The mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of even teeth, tightly clenched. The idiom grimacing in pain was the most suitable to describe it. Hee ha ha. These mouths let out all kinds of laughter. The laughter mixed together and reverberated in this narrow secret chamber, making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 228. The Strange Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths. The mouths opened one after another, revealing a row of tightly closed white teeth. Not only that, these mouths also let out a strange laughter, making people shudder. Fong Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh smile gu, similar to earth treasury flour. It is used to store gu worms. There is no need to worry. While speaking, a mouth suddenly had all its teeth fall off, and a bright red tongue stretched out from it. The tongue was very long, over a meter long. After the tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue opened up, revealing a book. This was also a bone book. But it was many times smaller than the previous gray bone book. It was quite pocket-sized, only half the size of an adult's palm. Fong Yuan took it and looked at it. The content of the book was, since the successor can reach here, it proves that they have a pure character and are qualified to inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, one is called Gray Bone Scholar, the other is called Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sack secret chamber contains many gu worms. If the successor is fated, they can casually knock on the teeth. If their luck is good, they can open the teeth and take out the sleeping gu worm. This is purely a test of luck. Fong Yuan saw this and understood. Bai Hua in his previous life did not explain this checkpoint in detail. Fong Yuan could only try randomly. The first to succeed was not him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her index finger and lightly knocked on the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments. Every time they were knocked, a clear and melodious sound could be heard. She knocked randomly, and the laughter of this mouth stopped abruptly. All the teeth fell off, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a gu. What gu is this? Seeing this gu, Bai Ningbing's face showed a surprised expression mixed with a strange one. This gu had a peculiar shape, like a set of fake teeth. Pure white teeth lined up on top and bottom, extremely neat and clean, emitting a pearl-like luster. Fong Yuan looked at it and showed a joyful expression. Not bad. This is the famous rank 3 healing goo flesh bone. Raise the dead. Flesh bone. Bai Ningbing muttered. Among the rank 4 healing goo worms, the publicly recognized number 1 was raise dead goo. Even if a goo master died, as long as it did not exceed 14 hours and their body was intact, this goo could be used to revive them. But this goo could only be found and not sought, it was too rare. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable item that had a price but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo worm, but it was not an expendable goo and could be used repeatedly. It was often used together with raised dead goo. If the goo master's corpse was not complete, fleshbone could be used to regrow the flesh and blood. He then used dead man goo to revive him. In history, this kind of combination was not uncommon. Many big shots benefited from this, including rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was Feng Yuan's ideal healing goo. Feng Yuan had been searching bitterly for so many days, and he finally got his wish at this moment. You want it? You can use the yang goo to exchange for it. Bai Ningbing held the goo in her hand, smiling proudly. Feng Yuan snorted. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Ningbing's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold. As long as you give me the yang goo, we can cooperate sincerely. Feng Yuan, I have followed you for so long, you know my patience is limited. I am no longer afraid of death, at most we will die together. Of course you are not afraid of death, but do you think I will be afraid? Feng Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a scene. Thus he was not surprised. Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze, looking at the flesh bone in her hand, her lips curling. Maybe killing you is not a bad choice. Look, you are only rank 1, but you can instantly refine a goo worm, and even heavenly essence treasure lotus. Other than these, if I kill you, I can at least take this inheritance for myself. Thinking about it, it really makes my heart beat faster. Bai Ningbing's words were full of threat. Take it for myself? Hehe, you seem to have forgotten about the Bai clan behind us? Maybe they are already walking on the stone steps outside the secret pavilion. Without me, do you know where to go from here? This inheritance seems to be a straight line on the surface, but it is actually divided into many paths. I am indeed unable to defeat you for now. But you are too naive to want to kill me and take my treasures. Do you think I will give you the chance to take away the yang goo? If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying so, Feng Yuan turned around and started tapping his teeth. Actually, after arriving here, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other paths in this secret pavilion. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Yuan completely exposing his back to her, not putting up any defenses at all. It was as if she could kill him with just a slight movement. But even so, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly. Every word Feng Yuan said touched her heart. Without Feng Yuan, what should she do next? Going back the way she came was definitely a dead end. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. For a moment she even thought. Was Bai clan's pursuit also a trap set up by Feng Yuan? Creating external pressure to restrain her killing intent because of benefits? Until now, Bai Ningbing was still in a daze. She did not understand. Why was Bai clan so cooperative, escorting Feng Yuan all the way here? In fact, ever since she was controlled by Feng Yuan, she had been worried. The yang goo was in Feng Yuan's hands. She was afraid that Feng Yuan would use it to threaten her. Although Feng Yuan said that when his cultivation reached rank 3, he would hand the yang goo over to her. But what kind of person was Feng Yuan? Bai Ningbing could not be clearer. To him, going back on his words was a common occurrence, as natural as eating and drinking. Rather than trusting Feng Yuan, it would be better to just knock your head against the wall and die. Since there was no need to give an example, let's give an example around us. That pitiful Bai clan leader was a strong woman, an elite and wise woman. But after she believed Feng Yuan, what kind of outcome did she end up in? Feng Yuan was too good at acting. Bai Ningbing shuddered when she recalled the scene of Feng Yuan crying at the banquet. This was a genuine crafty old fox. There were even a few of them who purposely glanced at Bai Lian, setting up a trap for the Bai clan to happily step into it. She still remembered Bai Lian's shocked and dazed expression when Feng Yuan made things difficult for her. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was that even if Feng Yuan cultivated to rank 3, he would not hand over the yang goo to her. The possibility of this was quite high. Right now, I am rank 3 and he is still rank 1. I still have some initiative. In the future, when he cultivates to rank 3 or even higher, wouldn't I be under his control and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing's anxiety intensified, especially after Fang Yuan used the green copper relic goo and broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was anxious, but there were many people who were even more anxious than her, even to the point of being irritable. What is going on? A group of people stood at the entrance of the inheritance passage, looking at the scenery before them. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They hurried along the way, passing through several bone halls and gaining some gains, but did not encounter Fang and Bai. Finally, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived outside the mountain. As expected, Tai Daoku suddenly heaved a long sigh. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why does Brother Tai say that? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was in the past, with her shrewdness, she would have already known the answer. But now that her son and daughter were kidnapped, the longer this dragged on, the more her heart was in a mess. This Baigu Mountain inheritance looks like a straight path, but there are actually many side paths. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a branch from a bone tree beside him. For the first part of the journey, we went through it together with them, thus we could see the traces they left behind. But after that, we went to a side path, while they went to another side path. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 stone pillars there, and I suspect there are traps on the stone pillars. We entered the third hall and saw Grey Bone Scholar's skeleton. But clearly, this skeleton was not touched by anyone. The crucial point is the secret passage after the second hall. Before Tai Daoku finished speaking, Bai clan leader shouted coldly, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan wished he could extend time by 50 to 60 times. He knew Baigu Mountain's inheritance could at most deceive them for a while. When Bai clan's Gu masters realized the truth behind the layout, they would be in danger. But unfortunately, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other passages in the secret chamber. Going back was definitely out of the question. Even if Bai clan's group entered the side path, they would definitely arrange people at the exit. Don't tell me, this secret chamber is already the end? Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's Gu worms were all obtained from these mouths? No, in my previous life, the rumors said that after Bai Hua and Bai Sheng passed the inheritance, they finally arrived at a remote cliff in Baigu Mountain. This rumor was also publicly acknowledged by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the secret passage is in one of these mouths? Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not much time left. Bai Ningbing was muddle-headed and did not know the details, only thinking that Fang Yuan had some arrangements. But Fang Yuan knew their situation was getting more and more dangerous. This door did not have any effect in blocking enemies. Maybe at the next moment, the furious Bai clan Gu masters would break the door and enter. At that time, I can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, these 2 protective talismans. But this layer of protection is not very reliable. There are too many wondrous Gu worms in this world. Many of them can cause dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis and other control effects. Bai clan is a grand clan, they definitely have such methods. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. The twins were lying on the floor, still in a comatose state. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He decided to wake these 2 children. First, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Secondly, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the true owners of Baigu Mountain's inheritance arranged by fate. Moreover, they were mortals, he did not need to worry about them causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a step forward and raised his leg, kicking towards the siblings. Chapter 229. Bam bam, bam, with the explosions, the bone walls collapsed, and new paths appeared in front of everyone. Destruction was much easier than construction. Especially this inheritance, there was no one in charge. There is news from the front. The 5th path has been explored, but no target was found. Reporting to clan leader, after entering the 6th path, I found a white bone hall. There's a skeleton inside, as well as a huge book made of bones. Reporting, the 7th path also has a hall with a similar layout. There is a seated skeleton and a bone book. Reporting, we found the 8th path. Explore again. Bai clan leader's expression was gloomy. In front of her, there was a stack of white bone books. There were 7 of them stacked together. This kind of design is really well thought out of people's minds. When a Gu master finds a skeleton and a bone book, they will subconsciously misunderstand. They think they have inherited the entire inheritance, but in fact, the gray bone scholar has fallen into many similar halls. The true treasure is still hidden in one of the side paths. Tai Daoku sighed. Bai clan leader's brows furrowed even more. The situation had become complicated. She was not worried that Fong and Bai would go back, because she had already arranged a large number of people at the entrance as insurance. What she was worried about now was that Fong and Bai would escape from one of the side paths. After all, she could only control the entrance but not the countless exits. But at this time, a Gu master ran over with an excited expression. We found it. We found a white bone hall on the 8th path. The skeleton inside has been crushed, and the Gu worms in the skull have been taken away. This must be their path. Tai Daoku's spirit was roused. Lead the way. Bai clan leader immediately moved. A moment later, a group of people rushed to the hall. Why are there 2 secret paths? An elder was shocked. Which path did those 2 demonic scoundrels take? Forget it, we will split up. Once we catch up to them, we need to protect our clan's young master. The stone steps leading to Flesh Sack's secret chamber were so different, attracting Bai clan leader, Tai Daoku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber? Soon, everyone reached the end of the stone steps. Bam! The door was smashed into pieces and everyone swarmed in. However, the secret pavilion was empty. Ha ha. Hee hee, the countless mouths on the wall let out noisy laughter. What the hell are these? Laughing meat goo, specially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is so wide open. Looks like they went in. The 100 Clans clan leader swept her gaze around, then stared coldly at the only secret room in the secret pavilion. You all stay here. The rest of you follow me. A moment ago, in the same secret pavilion, as soon as Baisheng woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stand up. After that, a cold voice resounded in his ears. Baisheng had a deep impression of this voice. The owner of this voice had deceived the entire clan and kidnapped him. What Guyue clan's young clan head? It was probably a lie. Liar, villain, devil. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Baisheng still obeyed and obediently got up from the ground. He found himself in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls were filled with mouths, and noisy laughter lingered in his ears. Flesh smile Gu? He blurted out, thinking of the records in the book. Little guy, you are so young but you have a lot of knowledge. Fang Yuan laughed. In the rumors of his previous life, it was said that the Bai siblings were talented and intelligent, especially the elder brother Baisheng, who had great wisdom despite his young age, and almost had photographic memory. Now that he could recognize such an unorthodox flesh smile Gu, it seemed the rumors were not groundless. You too. Baisheng gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing with intense hatred in his eyes. Big brother. Bai Hua was also kicked awake by Fang Yuan, and ran to Baisheng's side crying. Baisheng quickly protected his sister behind him. What a deep sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly. You vicious woman. You are so beautiful, but your heart is as vicious as a scorpion. Baisheng scolded without fear. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face disappeared. Baisheng's words deeply hurt her. Woman. Beautiful. She did not want to hear any of these words. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward, grabbed Baisheng, and slapped him 3 times. She had the strength of a crocodile, and although she held back most of her strength, Baisheng's cheeks immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Vicious woman, evil woman, kill me if you have the guts. But Baisheng was still cursing. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing slapped him 3 more times. Sob, sob, sob. Let go of my brother, I beg you, let go of my brother. Bai Hua hugged Bai Ningbing's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, don't beg her. Baisheng said with difficulty. Fang Yuan sighed and walked forward, grabbing Bai Hua's collar. The little girl was lifted by Fang Yuan, crying in fear. Baisheng was no longer unyielding, and anxiously shouted. Evil thief, let go of my sister. Fang Yuan stretched out his other hand, tightly pinching Bai Hua's face, and said slowly, "You're so noisy. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongues if you scream one more time? I'll start with your tongue, okay?" The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, filled with killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Sheng opened his mouth to speak, but when he was glanced at by Fang Yuan, his heart suddenly palpitated, and he closed his mouth. "That's right. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live." Fang Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, but Fang Yuan immediately added, "I'm serious. I don't dare to go against your mother, and capturing you is only for our own safety. If you're obedient, we'll let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I don't mind cutting off your tongues, or a few fingers to play with." "Then what do you want us to do?" Bai Sheng took a deep breath. He was not afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but he was afraid of the smiling Fang Yuan. "Do you see these mouths on the wall?" Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. He introduced them, and let the brother and sister knock their teeth. Just a moment later, Bai Hua let out a cry of shock. In front of her a mouth opened, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a quail egg-sized bone ball. The surface of the ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fang Yuan think of an animal on earth, zebra. Fang Yuan took 2 steps forward, and took this goo in his hand, and his brows shone with pleasant surprise. If he was not wrong, this should be a movement-type goo, called Footless Bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was huge, and it could carry a person, and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. This was like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fang Yuan was still worrying about how to escape, but to think that Bai Hua would give him a footless bird. However, the surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Sheng also had some gains. He opened his teeth, and his tongue stuck out, revealing a bone. This bone was round at both ends and long in the middle. Its whole body was green, like a jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fang Yuan took it, and immediately refined it, storing it in his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could modify a goo master's bones, turning them into a jade-like texture, becoming harder and more pliable. This effect was permanent, similar to black and white boar goo and crocodile strength goo. More importantly, jade bone goo and ice muscles goo were used together, and had the best effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscles, and if she had jade bones, it would be ice muscles jade bones. The two effects would affect each other, and have a stacking effect. But this jade bone goo was a one-time consumable goo. It also had a weakness, and that was it would bring extreme pain to the goo master. Many goo masters did not have strong willpower, and would die from the pain after using the jade bone goo. You want it? You can use flesh bone to exchange for it. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She turned her head away, and continued to knock her teeth. But this action was purely based on luck. There were 10 teeth on each side of the mouth, and she had to knock at least 5 of them in the correct order to make all the teeth fall out. Other than the first time, Bai Ningbing had no other gains. As for Fang Yuan, it was even worse. But after a while, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, this pair of siblings, had a pleasant surprise. Bai Hua knocked her teeth out, and Fang Yuan obtained an iron bone goo. Meanwhile, the mouth that 100 lives had opened gradually expanded, forming a new secret passage. The siblings' good luck made Bai Ningbing inwardly exclaim. She did not know that this pair of siblings were the original owners of this inheritance. Fate was a mysterious and mystical power. Especially in this world, some extremely rare goo worms contained fragments of the law of fate, allowing some lucky goo masters to grasp a trace of the power of fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay any longer. Bai clan goo masters could come at any time, and these goo worms were stored in the mouth, and were very sturdy and hard to destroy. He could only leave them for them. Fang Yuan knocked Bai Sheng and Bai Hua unconscious again, and carried one in each hand, following Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. Walking through this secret tunnel, the two arrived at a large hall. This was the widest bone hall that Fang and Bai had ever seen. Just the area alone was more than 6 mu. In the center of the hall, there was a white bone pyramid. The top of the pyramid was shaved into a platform, and there were stairs on both sides leading to the platform above. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Other than this white bone pyramid, there was nothing else in the hall. After probing for a while and confirming there was no danger, the two arrived at the platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform, there was a huge sculpture of a fierce beast skull, about half the height of a human, resembling a lion or a tiger, and its fangs were tightly shut. Chapter 230. A skull sculpture shaped like a lion and tiger. Isn't this the rumored mechanism that requires two people to work together? A thought immediately flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. There are even words carved on the sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She read the words in a low voice. Gemini with one heart, three spirits unite. Fated or not, don't force it. What does this mean? This is the password to activate the mechanism here. Gemini means that two people must work together to activate the mechanism. Three spirits respectively refer to a person's heart, palm, and eyes. Fang Yuan recalled. The most dexterous of the four limbs was the palm, the most agile of the five senses were the eyes, and a person's thoughts were as fast as lightning. They were the most agile. Therefore they were collectively known as the three spirits. Come, place your palm on the sculpture's pupil. In the eye sockets of the skull sculpture, there was a pair of sparkling and translucent rubies. The rubies were as big as bowls, reflecting Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures. But when Fang and Bai placed their palms on the ruby pupil, they didn't move for a long time. Hee, what you said makes sense, but it turns out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. In his memories from his past life, Bai Hua had emphasized on describing this mechanism. Logically speaking, this should be the way to go. But why didn't they move? Gemini with one heart, three spirits unite. Fang Yuan murmured. He did the three spirits unite, but one heart. As he pondered, a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the two people who wanted to activate this mechanism had to be of one heart and one mind? If that was the case, although he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were forced by the situation. In reality, they appeared to be united but were actually divided, each with their own plans. How could they be of one heart? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. Thus, this pair of siblings was kicked awake by Fang Yuan again. Evil thief, what do you want? After Bai Sheng woke up, he let out an angry roar. Bai Hua, on the other hand, stopped crying. Her large eyes stared at Fang and Bai, revealing a deep hatred. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the patience to explain. He grabbed both of their palms and placed them on the pair of ruby eyes. As expected of the destined heirs, the moment their hands touched it, the ruby suddenly lit up. Kacha. The skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a large pile of coal and firewood. In the center of the black coal was a simple and unadorned pottery urn. A scroll rested on top of the urn. What's the meaning of this? Fang Yuan threw the two of them to the ground and picked up the scroll. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the owner of this legacy, the gray-boned scholar, did not have a high aptitude and had been troubled by this his entire life of cultivation. Throughout his life he had been researching and refining a goo that could help goo masters cultivate quickly. He already had many goo worms that could assist him in cultivation. The most typical example was the liquor worm. But these goo worms were extremely rare and hard to promote. The gray-boned scholar had great ambitions and wanted to research and refine a goo worm that could be used widely. But even until the end of his lifespan, he had failed countless times without succeeding. At the final juncture of his life, maybe it was heaven's pity, but when he was setting up Bai Goo Mountain's inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious inspiration. Without the help of goo worms, what was the most important method for a goo master to raise their cultivation? That was to borrow the strength of their elders to carry out impartation. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue Cheng had been receiving the impartation of his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence. But this had a huge disadvantage. That was, primeval essence was different. Relying on the superior primeval essence of the elders to cleanse the aperture walls would leave behind a different aura that would greatly restrict the goo master's future development. Unless the cleansing water goo was used to wash away the different aura. However, the cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and was difficult for ordinary goo masters to obtain. Even clan elders had to rely on luck and pay a huge price. Thus, the importation method was not widely used. Thus this Greybone scholar had a wondrous idea. If there was a goo that could convert other people's primeval essence into its own, then after the importation, wouldn't there be no side effect of the different aura? After a series of attempts, he eliminated many possibilities and finally left behind a plan with the highest chance of success. The name of this plan was Bone Flesh Unity Goo. The scroll said, to refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work at the same time. And these 2 goo masters must be related by blood, parents and children or twins. Relying on the connection of the same bloodline, the primeval essence can be converted. Of course, the Greybone scholar did not have the time to put this idea into practice. After making most of his preparations, he helplessly stopped at the most crucial point. Although he had 2 titles, he was alone. He lacked 2 goo masters who fulfilled the requirements. The last contents of the scroll revealed the endless regret of the Greybone scholar. He did not have time to make further preparations, and could only leave this high platform behind. But if someone was fated to come here and could open this mechanism and see this scroll, it would mean that a goo master who fulfilled the requirements had appeared. There is no harm in trying to refine it. Regardless of the result, please tell me about it in front of my grave. The words in the scroll contained the obsession of the Greybone scholar. It turned out that this high platform tower under Feng Yuan's feet was the Greybone scholar's grave. Without even trying, Feng Yuan already knew that the idea of the Bone Flesh Unity Goo was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua relied on this to dual cultivate and became the Righteous Path's twin stars, pushing Bai Clan's power to its peak with rank 5 cultivation. But to Feng Yuan it was somewhat troublesome now. He had thought that the Bone Flesh Unity Goo was already a finished product, but the truth was that it had not been refined and could not even be considered a half-finished product. To refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, he and Bai Ningbing did not fulfill the requirements, unless Guyue Fengzheng was present. But even so, the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo would not be very good. According to the scroll, Bone Flesh Unity Goo was a general name for a series of goo and not a specific type of goo. The closer the relationship between the 2 goo masters refining the goo, the better the quality of the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo. According to Feng Yuan and Fengzheng's relationship, the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo would not be ideal. In Feng Yuan's previous life, this Bone Flesh Unity Goo was definitely refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. But now, it was brought forward by so many years. Although they were in harmony, they had not become goo masters and could not fulfill this requirement. The Bone Flesh Unity Goo was Feng Yuan's most important goal. Right now, the materials and furnace had already been prepared by the Greybone scholar. Only the final step was needed to refine it. Feng Yuan was naturally unwilling to give up. But to refine it, not only could he not fulfill the refinement requirements, there was also a group of strong enemies chasing after him. Time was pressing. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He and Bai Ningbing only took up half of the quota, but the siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua took up the other half. If the 4 of them worked together, there might be hope of success. Come and lend me a hand. Feng Yuan started to light the dry firewood in the skull sculpture. The flame immediately rose and burned fiercely. You plan to forcefully refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This is not a wise choice. Although she said so, she still made her move, placing her palm on the ruby pupil, and pouring her primeval essence inside. The flame suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The clay urn was being roasted in the flame, and the sleeping goo worms inside were awakened and started to struggle crazily. The clay urn shook continuously, but did not break. The refinement process was not complicated. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns pouring their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the most crucial step. This step required the fresh flesh of 2 goo masters to be thrown into the fire to be roasted. The scroll stated clearly that the more flesh there was, the better the effect. I just happened to have fleshbone with me, There is no harm in cutting off a few pieces of flesh. Bai Ningbing was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Wait, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at the twin siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. You actually want to change the recipe at the last minute? Bai Ningbing immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him. For a moment, he felt the impending disaster, the anxiety and panic of the end of the world. They were meat on the chopping block. When Fang and Bai were refining the goo, they knew they could not escape. Thus they obediently stayed at the side, waiting for their clansmen to rescue them. But now, Bai Sheng was extremely regretful. Feel honored. Your sacrifice will witness the birth of a brand new goo worm. Thinking about it, Senior Grey Bones will be very happy in the afterlife, right? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, pressing towards the siblings. Sister, run! Bai Sheng shouted, not retreating but advancing instead, rushing towards Fang Yuan and hugging onto Fang Yuan's leg. Brother! Bai Hua's tears flowed out. Just as she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan approaching her, a huge panic spread in the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she match Fang Yuan's pace? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sinking to the bottom, struggling in vain as she cried. Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was extremely cold as he knocked her unconscious again. In no time he stripped off the clothes of the brother and sister. Then he picked them up with each hand and threw them into the fire. Once they entered the fire, they were immediately woken up by the heat. The intense pain caused them to run away like crazy. 2 people on fire jumped out of the fire, their limbs waving wildly as they struggled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, kicking them one by one, sending them back into the fire. The requirement in the scroll was fresh meat, but Fang Yuan did not want to kick them to death. Thus, after kicking them in, they ran out and were kicked back in again. This happened again and again, until Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were finally burned to death in the fire. Their bodies gradually melted like candles. The fire turned from eerie blue to bright red like blood. However, it could not turn into bright red or purple for a long time. According to the scroll, only when the fire's color changed to red or purple would this crucial step be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed tightly. Once the goo fusion failed, the goo master would also suffer a backlash. Thoughts churned intensely in Fang Yuan's mind. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua are the destined inheritors, but they actually failed? It seems they are not goo masters yet, thus there is a difference. In that case, I can only try again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out a sharp blade. He straightened his forearm and cut with the sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed, and a piece of his own flesh was thrown into the fire that was taller than a person. You do it. After doing all this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. Are you sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment, and also used the sharp blade to cut her forearm. But because of the ice muscles, the sharp blade felt like it was cutting on solid ice. Without a choice, Bai Ningbing could only summon the chainsaw golden centipede and cut off a piece of her flesh. When her piece of flesh was thrown into the fire immediately turned purple-red. Good success or failure depends on this. Let's inject primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The two poured primeval essence into the gem eyes of the skull at the same time, and the mechanism started to close. It was like a bone beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the raging fire. 2 rows of sharp teeth were tightly clenched together, and the fire burned within, burning the skull into a crimson-red color. With a bang, it seemed like the pottery jar had exploded. The entire skull shook because of this. Hearing this explosion, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan stared at the commotion while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He did not speak, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, and in consideration of the current situation, she could only hand fleshbone to Fang Yuan. She did not have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, fleshbone had no resistance, and was instantly refined. But although Fang Yuan refined it, due to his cultivation he could not use flesh bone. Thus he handed it over to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange-yellow light enveloped the wound on her forearm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flesh grew back, and the wound was completely healed. But Bai Ningbing's peak rank 3 primeval essence was instantly consumed by 20%. The disadvantage of flesh bone was that it required a large amount of primeval essence. If it was Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, even if he used it until his primeval seed dried up, he would not be able to activate it. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing treated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. In just a short moment, he did not have ice muscles to stop the bleeding, so he lost a lot of blood. Although the wound on his forearm had healed, the pain was still intense, and his entire heart was trembling from the pain. He even felt dizzy, but both of them had iron wills. Even so, their expressions did not change, and they forcibly endured the intense pain. After a while, the skull slowly opened, and the flame inside had already dissipated. The pottery jar and Bai Sheng's and Bai Hua's corpses were all gone. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. One was green and the other red, and they were like 2 jade bracelets, intertwined. They floated in the air, quietly emitting a warm luster. This is bone-flesh unity goo? Without time to inspect it, Fang Yuan grabbed it and instantly refined it, storing it in his aperture. Let's go. He sprinted down the platform and entered the new secret tunnel at the end of the hall. In just a moment, Bai Clan's goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined goo here. The remnant aura in the air caused many clan elders' expressions to change. Look, there are 2 young masters' clothes here. Soon, they found the children's clothing that was torn by Fang Yuan on the platform. Seeing this, an extremely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her vision to turn black. She did not even dare to think about it. Chase! They're not far away. My child is definitely in their hands. The 100 Clans master roared. Her eyes were bloodshot. You're right. Chapter 231. Sprinting. There was a secret passage under their feet, and it seemed to be unprecedentedly long. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. A light appeared in Fang and Bai's vision, gradually expanding. It's the exit. Bai Ningbing blurted out. According to the rumors in my previous life, this secret passage should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not speak, only thinking in his heart as he sprinted. He should thank the 2 siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. It was because of their information that Fang Yuan came here. And because of their sacrifice, Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained the bone-flesh unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We finally caught up. We found those 2 scoundrels. Where are you going? Bai Clan's goo masters chased after them aggressively. Bai Clan leader took the lead, with several clan elders following closely behind. The narrow secret passage caused Bai Clan's people to form a long line. Vertical crash goo. Suddenly, an elder sped up like a cannonball, quickly closing the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and swung her palm backwards. Blood moon goo. With a soft chi sound, a blood blade flew out and hit the clan elder behind him, causing his momentum to stagnate. But immediately after, colorful lights blossomed in the secret passage, and a large number of long-range attacks shot towards Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing, catch! Fang Yuan shouted again, lending Sky Canopy goo to her. Bai Ningbing activated Sky Canopy goo, Iron Thorn Brambles goo, and with the defense of ice muscles, the 3 of them blocked most of the attacks. Bai Clan, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the 2 young masters? Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Clan's goo masters saw Bai Sheng and Bai Hua in Fang and Bai's hands. Upon hearing these words, his attacks immediately slowed down. Speak! What did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will have a miserable ending. Return my children. Bai Clan leader was furious. She pointed her finger and a cold light flew out. Cold fish goo. This goo was the size of a dart and was shaped like a small fish. It moved in an arc in the air and had the effect of tracking. Fang Yuan grunted, unable to dodge, and was shot by the frost fish goo. Immediately, cold air enveloped his entire body, and his speed plummeted. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, Fong Yuan's body rippled with light, and he was about to disappear. Don't even think about it. One of the elders suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Fong Yuan. Poof! With a soft sound, even though the stealth scales goo was hidden in Fong Yuan's aperture, it was suddenly destroyed. Fong Yuan's heart sank as he hurriedly activated the hopping grass. The soles of his feet suddenly felt numb and itchy, and two spring-like clumps of grass grew out of his skin and flesh. Fong Yuan relied on the elasticity of the grass to leap forward, his speed increasing rapidly. I'll go first. Remember to jump. He left behind these strange words. What? Bai Ningbing was naturally puzzled, but then the sound of wind behind her grew louder. She turned around to look, and her heart thumped. It was the matriarch of the 100 clans approaching. Her eyes were completely red, as if she was an enraged lioness. Her aura was so intense that even Bai Ningbing's heart shuddered. After all, she was a rank 4 Gu master. Bam! Bai clan leader punched, and the huge force immediately broke the sky canopy Gu's white armor. Bai Ningbing vomited a mouthful of blood, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede turned into a golden light, and coiled around Bai clan leader. Using this chance, Bai Ningbing sprinted towards the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood the meaning of Fong Yuan's words. He wanted her to jump off the cliff. You can't escape. Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the chainsaw golden centipede, it had already been torn into pieces by her brute force. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. At this height, jumping down was certain death. But the situation was dire, and she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, and jumped down the cliff. He really jumped. He's dead for sure. Some of the Bai clan Gu masters cried out in shock and stopped at the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down, and saw Bai Ningbing falling. Veins popped on her forehead and she screamed. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I must capture them. Her body continued to fall, and the wind whistled in her ears. Bai Ningbing had never thought she would have to jump off a cliff one day. Am I going to die like this? Although it was exciting, it doesn't feel good. The aura of death assaulted her, and Bai Ningbing's emotions churned intensely. I haven't even gotten the Yanggu. Dying as a woman is such a tragedy. But if I fall, I will definitely turn into meat paste, and I won't be able to tell if I'm a man or a woman. Bai Ningbing couldn't understand why she would have such a strange thought before she died. Right at this time, the sound of the wind became more intense, and an extremely familiar voice could be heard. Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing turned around, and who else could it be but Fong Yuan? Right now, Fong Yuan was also falling, but what was different was that he was stepping on a white bone bird. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh and blood, and its entire body was made of white bones. It had the head of an eagle, the body of a crane, the tail of a swallow, and 2 pairs of wings on both sides, but no feet. Fong Yuan's body was covered in blood, and he had evidently suffered many injuries in the secret tunnel. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, and tried to stretch his hand over. Clap! A soft sound was heard, and the 2 hands grasped tightly in the air. Fong Yuan exerted force again, and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the bird's back. But at this moment, a protruding mountain rock was less than 300 meters away from them. The footless bird was like a meteor, crashing towards this mountain rock. Be careful, we're going to fall. Bai Ningbing exclaimed, her heart in her throat. The mountain rock rapidly expanded in her vision. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he shouted fiercely. How can my demonic path fall in this tiny Baigu mountain? Rise! 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 His shout echoed in the valley. Hua hua hua. Under his control, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, and used all its strength to slow down the speed of its fall. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared on the 4 bone wings. The primeval essence in Fong Yuan's aperture was rapidly being consumed, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus gave off a warm light, and spewed out large amounts of natural primeval essence. Fong Yuan's primeval essence sea level decreased, and increased at the same time. A group of bone beasts that were strolling around the mountain rock felt the footless bird's movements, and looked up, and immediately scattered in all directions. A gray bone ostrich was so frightened that it stabbed its sharp beak into the white bone mountain rock, and raised its butt high. Ostrich animals were naturally like this. When they were afraid, they liked to deceive themselves like this. They were about to collide. Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe. Feng Yuan glared angrily. The huge wind pressure caused the white bone tree on the mountain rock to collapse. Finally, the footless bird brushed past the ostrich's butt, and flew up diagonally. The long tail of the ostrich's butt was completely shaved off. Its round butt was exposed. Ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed nonstop on the bird's back. After narrowly escaping death, all the pressure was gone. She felt that her heart had fallen back into her chest from her throat. Exciting, truly exciting. The excitement of life and death was always the most exciting. Wasn't this kind of life what she had always wanted? What she had always pursued? Footless bird, fly towards the blue sky. She was almost singing. Clan leader. They are still alive. At the cliff, the Bai Clan Gu master's expressions turned green. We can't catch up. That is a footless bird. It can fly 10,000 li in a day. Tai Daoku sighed helplessly. There were very few gu worms that could fly, and those that could catch up to the footless bird were even fewer. Below rank 5, the footless bird was a first-rate flying mount. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can they allow such evildoers to live in this world? Some elders shouted angrily, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Bai Clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to break, and her teeth were making cracking noises. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had a strong impulse to jump off the cliff and chase after the enemies. It was not that Bai Clan did not have flying gu. Some gu masters had already used their abilities to chase after Feng and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot knew it was wishful thinking to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the hearts of the Bai Clan gu masters. The criminals were roaming free in front of their eyes, but they could only watch helplessly. No. We cannot let them escape. No. A gu master old man shouted angrily, his body suddenly burning with raging flames. Bai Zhanwan. Bai Clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder. Everyone was shocked. Grandpa. Bai Zhanlai's face was covered in tears. Clan leader, everyone. We cannot let these two thieves escape. Otherwise, where will our Bai Clan's dignity go? The hatred between the two young masters is even more irreconcilable. After I leave, please take care of my grandson. This lad's temper is as fierce as mine. Saying so, he lost his voice. His skin, flesh and bones had turned into flames. His vocal cords had also disappeared. Even his eyes had turned into purple-black round pupils. He had turned into a human-shaped torch. The flames burned fiercely, the temperature rose rapidly, everyone retreated, and a sad song seemed to be playing on the mountain peak. Burning Man Gu. Rank 4 Gu once used, the whole body would burn and turn into flames. Until it was extinguished. This elder Bai Zhanwan chose to sacrifice his life to obtain this powerful strength. Good. This clan leader will stand here and watch elder's contribution. Bai Clan leader was moved. But elder Bai Zhanwan could no longer hear her. He felt his strength had reached an unprecedented level. His life was burning at this moment, reaching its peak, radiating with boundless radiance. His purple-black round pupils swept through everyone. He gave his grandson one last look, before turning into a stream of flames and flying towards the sky. The stream of flames approached Footless Bird at an extremely fast speed. Good. Everyone saw this and cheered loudly. The Bai Clan leader's steel-like, ice-cold face also revealed an excited expression. A strong enemy. Bai Ningbing's expression was grave. She lacked the experience of fighting in the air. If she did not handle it well, she would fall and die a horrible death. Howl. The Burning Man roared. His purple-black pupils were filled with killing intent. Flames flashed, and the Burning Man's speed increased rapidly, pouncing towards Feng Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight. Feng Yuan had been paying attention all this time, controlling Footless Bird to flap its wings. Footless Bird increased its speed and pulled apart the distance, causing the Burning Man to miss. On the cliff, there were sighs of regret and pity. But soon, the Burning Man pounced again. Footless Bird flew to the side, brushing past his shoulder. Bai Ningbing was almost flung off. She quickly grabbed onto the protruding bones on the bird's back. Howl. The Burning Man attacked again. Fang Yuan sneered. Footless Bird suddenly retracted its wings and dived towards the ground. The Burning Man followed closely behind. His speed was faster than Footless Bird, gradually closing the distance. Footless Bird suddenly spread its 4 wings and flew upwards, flying in the opposite direction. Boom. The Burning Man's flight relied entirely on the propulsion of flames. Without wings, he could not change direction in time, directly crashing into the mountain rocks. In an instant, the fire spread over an area of nearly 500 square meters, killing all the bone beasts and destroying large numbers of bone trees. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire condensed back into a human figure, flying out. Fang and Bai persevered. However, goo worms also depended on the type of person using them. In goo master cultivation, nurture, use and refine, use was one of the 3 major aspects. Not just anyone could casually take out a goo and display its prowess. The methods and knowledge involved were very profound. The Burning Man goo was a method to perish together. This was the first time Bai Zhanwen was using it. In contrast, although this was the first time Fang Yuan was piloting Footless Bird, he had used countless flying mounts in his previous life. His experience was many times more than Bai Zhanwen's. He was extremely familiar with it. It was so deep in his soul that it was almost an instinct. On the cliff, Bai Clan's people had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. From hope and expectation, it gradually turned into anger. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Footless Bird was toying with Bai Zhanwen like it was toying with him. The Burning Man's angry roar was originally so shocking and full of vigor, but now it was only strong on the outside, revealing sorrow and helplessness. Damn it! Someone clenched his fists tightly. How can this be? Tai Daoku was also shocked by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing helplessly. Fangzheng, I want you to die! Bai Zhanlai shouted. The seed of hatred was buried deep in his heart. Bai Zhanwen's sacrifice, under Fang Yuan's toying, seemed to become a joke, and also like a sarcastic slap on the Bai clan's people's faces. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch up. Don't tell me we can only watch helplessly. Guyue Fangzheng. Many people muttered this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew freely, once again brushing past the Burning Man. Young man, your bird manipulation skills are top-notch. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed, relieved. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Be careful. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, and resolutely chose to self-detonate. The flames of the explosion enveloped Footless Bird. Fortunately, Footless Bird was made of white bones. Even its wings were made of thin blade-like bone pieces. The flames could not cause any damage, but the true danger was the shockwave from the explosion. More cracks appeared on Footless Bird's body, and it lost its balance from the explosion, falling towards the ground. But after falling for some distance, under Fang Yuan's control, it regained its balance and flew far away. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, shouted in shock. Earlier, Fang Yuan had lent her the sky canopy goo, so she had a goo worm to protect herself, but Fang Yuan did not. The incident happened suddenly, and Fang Yuan did not have time to activate his goo worm to defend himself. Footless Bird charged out of the flames, and Fang Yuan's body was burning with flames. The intense wind pushed the flames, and the earth communication ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was like steel, as if he was not the person involved. After Footless Bird stabilized, Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flower, and a burst of milk spring water poured on his head. The flames were extinguished, but his whole body was covered in burns, and his face was disfigured. It was a horrible sight. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth to speak, but could not say anything. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's lips curled up and he laughed. I like Footless Bird, do you know why? His smile was somewhat horrifying. Why? Because it does not have bird legs, only wings. Thus it can only fly. When it lands on the ground, it signifies its destruction. All or nothing, if you don't fly you die. Her blue pupils expanded, and began to shine brightly. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and Bai Ningbing's lips curled up. Hee hee hee. Then let us spread our wings and soar. Footless bird flew far away, turning into a dot in her eyes, and finally disappeared. On the cliff, the by-clansmen watched anxiously, but did not speak. A deathly silence enveloped everyone. Heaven and earth were so vast. The sky was eerie blue, and Baigu Mountain was as white as snow. Sunlight shone down from the side. Footless bird Fong and Bai's figures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Anger was brewing, and hatred was sprouting puff. Bai clan leader suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the ground. Clan leader. Lord clan leader. Quick healing Gu masters, quickly save clan leader. There was panic on the cliff. Chapter 232. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the western sky was covered in burning clouds. Under the sunset, the footless bird, which had been flying for half a day, began to descend slowly. After a series of lifts and dives that exceeded its limits and withstood the explosion of the burning man, its body was covered in cracks, and it no longer had the strength to fly. Bang! With a loud bang, under Fong Yuan's control, the footless bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust rose, and the beasts fled. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off the bird's back and looked around. The trees around them were short and thick, but their branches and leaves were especially luxuriant, unlike the bone trees on White Bone Mountain that were sparse. The trees here were like canopies, and their leaves were all purple. Light purple, dark purple, purplish red, bright purple. The night wind blew, forming a purple wave as they looked into the distance. Purple forest. We've been heading north, and according to our journey, this should be near Zio Mountain, Fong Yuan estimated. He looked worried. Zio Mountain is safe during the day, but it's dangerous at night. It's getting dark. Let's leave this place quickly and find a safe place to stay. All right. Bai Ningbing nodded. After more than 2 hours, they were lucky enough to find a cave. The original owner of the cave was a bandana bear. This kind of bear had a natural pouch on its abdomen, similar to a kangaroo. The dry firewood crackled, and the bonfire burned quietly. The meat soup in the iron pot was already boiling, emitting a strong aroma. The fat and tender bear paws were also roasted. Apart from these, the tusita flour also contained delicacies from the 100 clans. The two of them ate heartily, and their tense hearts slowly relaxed. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, and looked at Fong Yuan with her blue eyes. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of siblings to death, and not long after, you were burned to this state. The light from the fire shone on Fong Yuan's face, and the terrifying injuries on his face made him look somewhat scary and ugly. If it was a timid girl, she would probably scream in fear when she saw his face. Fong Yuan smiled, not minding it, and was even secretly happy about it. Fortunately, I have flesh bone with me. It won't be difficult for you to recover your original appearance. All you have to do is cut off all the burned skin and flesh on your body, then use flesh bone to treat it, and you will be able to grow new skin and flesh. However, with your current first transformation cultivation, you can't use flesh bone regeneration. You can beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and can't bear to treat you. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any opportunity to mock Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, even though his eyebrows had been burnt off. Why do we need treatment? Isn't this a good situation? He laughed. We killed the only 2 young masters of Bai clan, and even fooled the Bai clan patriarch and clan elder. Do you think they will let us go? This kind of injury saves me the trouble of changing my appearance. The earth communication ear grass had already been destroyed, and Fong Yuan was now missing his right ear. There was cartilage in the ear, and this injury was not something that could be healed by the flesh-growing bone. But even if he had the means of treatment, he would rather lose an ear to change his image. In the past, there was a demon by EZ, who was captured and imprisoned in a prison. He pretended to be crazy and smeared his own feces on himself. He even cut off his 5th limb, and became a eunuch. His enemies finally thought that he had gone completely crazy, and thus let down their guard, allowing him to escape. In the future, he returned to take revenge, and killed the entire family of his enemies. There was also a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she ascended to the throne at a young age, her power was seized by her own elder sister, and she could only endure. But her elder sister was jealous of her beauty and made things difficult for her. She cut off her nose bridge, humiliated herself, and finally won the time to live and grow. More than 10 years later, she overthrew her elder sister's rule and regained power. She cut off her elder sister's 5 senses and made her wish she was dead. Those who achieved great things were all good at enduring and did not indulge in flesh and beauty. This was the same for both righteous path and demonic path, male or female. After Empress Wu Ji took power, even though she had the means of treatment, she had never restored her nose bridge, and this made me wary. That was why Wu clan was the #1 clan in southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, and Fei clan. Those who indulge in flesh and beauty were all superficial and could not achieve great things. Be it this world or Earth's history, they all proved this point. King Yu of Zhou, for the sake of his beloved concubine Bao Xi's smile, made a fool out of his vassals, but what happened to him? He was betrayed and was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu to Diao Chan, Wu Wang to Shi Shi, Xiang Yu actually brought Yu Ji with him to war. He. What happened to these people? On the other hand, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was crippled, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone has a love for beauty. But success had nothing to do with flesh and beauty. Having the determination to give up was the cornerstone of success. In fact, it is you with your blue eyes and silver hair. You are too dazzling, you need to change. Fang Yuan sized up Bai Ningbing's body and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly and did not speak. Fang Yuan continued. The footless bird was damaged, and we only flew a few thousand miles. Although it is quite far from Bai Clan village, since we committed this crime, Bai Clan will definitely come to arrest us. Our situation is still dangerous. If they issue a bounty for us, our days from now on will be even more difficult. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered for a moment before snorting. Forget it, I am tired of this outfit. If I change my appearance, it will be a wonderful experience. Next, the two began to summarize their losses and gains. There were losses. Earth communication eargrass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thorn brambles, stealth scales goo, and footless bird. They were all destroyed in the pursuit. But to Fang Yuan, escaping with his life was the most important. Only by staying alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation of everything. In order to survive, so what if he had to abandon spring-autumn cicada? One sentence, being able to abandon and give up is a man. As for his gains? In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo. Rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo, healing flesh bone goo, as well as several bone books that recorded all kinds of fusion recipes. Other than that, there was also the clearing heat goo that he obtained from Bai Clan camp. Of course, the most important thing was the bone-flesh unity goo that he took the risk to successfully fuse at the last moment. Compared to his gains, the losses were not serious. After all, this was a complete inheritance. That flower wine monk was a rank 5 expert, even stronger than the rank 4 Greybone scholar. But Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance lost to this Baigu inheritance. There was no other reason. The Baigu inheritance was something that Greybone scholar had meticulously planned for a long time. The flower wine inheritance, on the other hand, was a product of a sudden inspiration. In fact, Fang Yuan had only walked on one of the main paths of the Baigu inheritance. There were still many side paths, and in the flesh sack secret chamber, most of the teeth had not been opened. These things had all gone to Bai Clan village. They controlled this place, and as long as they spent time and effort, they could definitely devour the entire inheritance. But it doesn't matter. I have already taken all the goo worms in the plan. As long as this bone-flesh unity goo can be used, it will far surpass other things. But the earth communication ear grass has been destroyed. This is a bit troublesome. In Fang Yuan's philosophy, only practicality had value. The chainsaw golden centipede was lost, but spiral bone spear could barely replace it. There were no iron thorn brambles or carapace goo, but there was sky canopy goo and flying bone shield. Only the earth communication eargrass was lost, and in terms of scouting, there was a shortcoming. In the past, it was lacking healing and movement, but now these two aspects were more or less made up for, but there was a flaw in the scouting aspect. In life, Most things do not go according to one's wishes. The night of Ziyu Mountain was much more lively than the day. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, but did not sleep well. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from outside the cave, as well as the sounds of battle. Especially at dawn, when an intense battle unfolded near the cave entrance, Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by it. This was a battle between 2,000 beasts. Wangda, a winged black feathered python, provoked a dark leopard. Both sides fought back and forth, carrying out a great battle. The commotion was great, the commotion shocking. Dark leopard was a fierce beast unique to Ziyu Mountain. They had a strong body and purple spotted skin. Their speed was extremely fast, and they often shuttled through the forest, leaving behind an elegant phantom image. When hunting, they were silent, and their prey often became food in their stomachs before they could even react. Fang and Bai were on tenterhooks. It could be said that they were stuck in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard was gradually losing, falling into a disadvantageous position. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopards had always been a male-female pair. And now that the female leopard was pregnant, the male leopard naturally went out to hunt. But it did not want the black-feathered python to find a loophole. Eventually, the female leopard died under the entanglement of the black-feathered python. But the black-feathered python did not manage to escape, and was met by the returning male leopard. After another intense battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but only obtained the cold corpse of the female leopard. Dawn arrived. The light of dawn shone on the elegant fur of the dark leopard. But the female leopard was already dead. The male leopard wandered around the female leopard, letting out a sorrowful whimper. The two of them were so close, yet so far apart, separated by life and death. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bai Ningbing complained inwardly. "Don't worry, the male and female dark leopard are of one mind. If one dies, the other will definitely not live alone." Fang Yuan sighed. "I'll go back and sleep first." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep, while Bai Ningbing stayed at the cave entrance. The male leopard wandered around for a while, crawled down, and stuck out its tongue to lick the female leopard's wound. The female leopard's wound was pitch black, caused by the black-feathered python's poison. The male leopard lived here, and as long as it smelled it, it would be able to distinguish this poison. But now it did not care. In the end, its bright eyes became dimmer and dimmer, and its eyelids became heavier and heavier. When it was noon, it also died. It lay quietly with the female leopard, and its beautiful fur made them look like exquisite handicrafts. Witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, Bai Ningbing could not help but sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out of the cave energetically. He saw Bai Ningbing leaning against the cave wall, staring at the two dark leopard corpses in a daze. "How's the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged, somewhat dispirited. "The goo that should have flown have all flown away. I don't have any methods to capture goo. Besides, didn't you see the battle last night? Those goo are either dead or injured. The remaining ones are not what we need. Hee, if not for that, how could a person like you take the initiative to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beast kings, the goo on their bodies are indeed not much. But it might not necessarily be without any harvest, hee. Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpse. Chapter 233. Seeing Fang Yuan walk to the dark leopard's corpse, Bai Ningbing's gaze was attracted. The former squatted down and started to dig the ears of the dark leopard. Soon, Fang Yuan took out two small purple leaves from the male leopard's left and female leopard's right ears. This was a breath concealment goo. Rank 3 grass goo. Goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation, giving them a certain degree of camouflage. Almost every dark leopard had a breath concealment goo in their ears. But dark leopards always moved in pairs, and they had at least 1,000 Beast King strength. They were good at sneak attacks, fast and agile, making them very dangerous and troublesome to capture. Moreover, the dark leopard was a fierce beast that only existed near Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the information about the breath concealment goo hidden in the dark leopard's ears was not widely known. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a righteous figure appeared, known as Hunting King Sun Gone. With him as the first, he hunted dark leopards and obtained breath concealment goo, selling them in the market and reaping huge profits, thus becoming rich. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Just a few years later, the dark leopard went extinct. But now Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded place. Here it was safe during the day but extremely dangerous at night. There were no clans, but there were embryonic forms of clans, villages. Although there were no earth communication eargrass to scout, they were lucky to obtain 2 breath concealment goo. Fong and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They would not go up Ziyu Mountain. With their current strength, they could already travel through ordinary forests. But they did not have the strength to go deep into famous mountains and great rivers. To explore these places, even Bai clan would have to pay a huge price. Not to mention the current Fong and Bai. They moved around the foot of Ziyu Mountain, and 2 days later, they found a mountain path. Man-made mountain paths were much safer than ordinary forests. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would also encounter danger. Moving along the mountain path, one evening, Fong and Bai discovered smoke rising in spirals. The two glanced at each other and quickened their steps. At a call in the mountain, they found a village. The village was surrounded by low stone walls, and farmers returned in 2s and 3s, carrying hoes and other farming tools, walking into the village. There were also guards standing around the village. However, these people were all mortals, so they were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fong Yuan led the way down the village. Just like that. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curious, doubtful, and suspicious gazes of the villagers. Most villages in this world were very xenophobic. It was even more so for the clan's mountain stronghold. The security was tight, for fear of spies and thieves sneaking in. May I ask if these 2 guests from afar are you esteemed Lord Gu masters? Before they even reached the village entrance, 2 guards with similar appearances came up to them. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. According to the original agreement, everything would be handled by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan shook his head. Brothers, we're just mortals. Hearing this, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions became relaxed. The younger youngster disdainfully sized up Fong Yuan's body, saying with some disgust, I knew it, this person is so ugly, how can he be one of those powerful Lord Gu masters? Fong Yuan's body was covered in burns, and he was also missing an ear. His appearance was ugly and disgusting. Bai Ningbing also changed into ordinary attire. Her long silver hair not only shaved short, but also dyed black. Her whole body was covered in ice, and thus her skin was as white as snow. But the color of her eyes couldn't be concealed, so she wore a straw hat, covering the upper half of her face. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like 2 mortal villagers. Brother, don't talk nonsense. The older guard reprimanded, and then looked at Fong and Bai vigilantly. Where did you come from? Why did you come here? We came from the village on the other side of the mountain. Originally, he had dragged a handcart with medicinal herbs and cured meat, thinking of selling them. We met a tiger on the way. Oh my, that scared me to death. We ran all the way, and managed to escape with our lives. We don't dare to go back for now, so we came to your village to sleep for a night. Just one night, we will leave tomorrow. Fong Yuan said casually. The guard's vigilance decreased slightly. Fong Yuan said again, Brother, don't blame your brother. My injuries were caused by fire. That day when my house was on fire, I was burnt to this state in order to grab some rice. Life is hard these days. The older guard sighed. Enter the village. If no one takes you in, you can just stay in the corner for the night. Saying so, he moved aside. Watching Fong and Bai enter the village, the guard ordered his younger brother. Go and tell the village chief that there are 2 outsiders here. The old man has a lot of experience. Ask him to take a look. Brother, you are too careful. Why don't you think about it? How can these 2 be Gu masters? Moreover, why would Gu masters lie to us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, just go. Asking me to run errands again. The young man grumbled, but still went. The village was peaceful. The fragrance of food permeated the air. After a day of work, the laughter of a family gathering for a meal also reached Fong and Bai's ears. Being in such an environment, Bai Ningbing could not help but feel relaxed. The reason why he disguised himself was because he did not want to expose his tracks. That would make it easier for the Bai clan to hunt him down. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan was a cautious person and liked to hide in an unfamiliar environment, making it easier for him to deal with sudden and abnormal situations. It was very easy to find a family to take them in. Just give them a yuan stone fragment, and they would happily vacate the main house. But doing so did not match their current status. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the village for a while and stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This family only had one old lady. She originally had a grandson, but when he was playing outside, he was eaten by wolves. In front of the house, the old lady was drawing water from a well, looking very strenuous. "Auntie, let me help you." Fang Yuan put on a silly smile and ran over eagerly. The old lady saw Fang Yuan and was shocked by his appearance. But Fang Yuan was very enthusiastic, and with a silly smile on his face, he quickly helped her draw a few buckets of water, and the old lady's wariness disappeared. "Lad, you are from another village, right?" The old lady laughed. Her mouth was cracked, and only a few teeth were left. "Yes, I want to stay at Auntie's place for a night. Auntie, let me work for you. What do you think?" Fang Yuan said naively. "Sure." The old lady said happily. Although the villagers usually helped each other, she still needed this kind of labor force. Bai Ningbing was speechless as she watched from behind. This scoundrel Fang Yuan was too good at acting. After drawing water, it was time to chop firewood. Fang Yuan even took the initiative to cook, and his quick and efficient actions made the old lady praise him again and again. "Auntie, let me help you draw a few buckets of water. Let's talk after the water jar is filled." After dinner, Fang Yuan took the buckets of water and went out. The old lady said no need, but Fang Yuan insisted. After the water jar was filled, the old lady's eyes were filled with tears. "Lad, you are so honest. Sigh, it is a pity that your life is as bitter as mine." Evidently, the tragic story that Fang Yuan fabricated during dinner had left a deep impression on this simple and honest old lady. To mortals, lamp oil was precious. The house was dark at night. Only moonlight shone through the window. There were 2 beds in the house, and they were very simple. But Bai Ningbing was already very satisfied as she laid on the bed. The fatigue from these days of walking slowly dissipated at this moment. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and his mind entered his aperture, inspecting the bone-flesh unity goo. These days he did not use this pair of goo. After all, it was refined by altering the recipe. According to Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally had to do some research. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. "There should be no problem. I can use the bone-flesh unity goo now." Saying so, he summoned a pair of jade bracelets-shaped goo. These 2 jade bracelets, one was green like grass, while the other was red like blood, and they were still locked together, unable to be separated. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already refined them, but to use them, he had to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged and received the goo worm, but she did not refine it, instead looking at Fang Yuan. "What do you plan to do next?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't ask." Even in the darkness, Bai Ningbing could feel the teasing smile on Fang Yuan's face. She snorted. Fang Yuan did not think of hiding it from her. "Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain." "Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan?" Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Shang Clan was one of the top forces in southern border, not weaker than Tai Clan or Fei Clan, only being suppressed by Wu Clan. Shang Clan was famous in southern border for their trade. Even outside of southern border, anyone with some knowledge knew that southern border's Shang Clan was the center of trade, and how prosperous Shang Clan City was, with yuan stone everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had the northern dark ice soul physique, she had yearned to visit Shang Clan City, but now she was worried. "We committed a crime in Bai Clan. I'm afraid we will be hunted down by the righteous path. If we go to Shang Clan City, won't we be walking into a trap?" Fang Yuan smiled. "In the entire southern border, there are only 2 places that can accommodate us. Shang Clan City is definitely one of them. Although Shang Clan is one of the leaders of the righteous path, Shang Clan City is indeed a land of freedom, and the best place for demonic path people to sell their loot. Otherwise, why do you think Shang clan is the richest in southern border? Even the Wu clan is left in the dust in this aspect. Bai Ningbing's thoughts wandered as she heard this. The rumors say that anything can be bought in Shang clan city. Is that true? Fang Yuan shook his head. Those who say this are all low level. In this world, there are too many things that have a price but no supply. For example, a certain Yanggu? Hehehe. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ESO. Chapter 234. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an unhappy snort. Fang Yuan's words changed. But at this moment, Shang Clan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many shops there, and we can buy goo worms that suit us. Our current goo worms might be outstanding, but they are not compatible. Only with a complete set can we display greater battle strength, and even have the possibility of fighting above our ranks. Fang Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing to agree with him. Any outstanding goo master would have a set of mature goo worms to work with. For example, when Bai Ningbing was still in the northern dark ice soul physique, she had ice blade goo, icicle goo, water shield goo, blue bird ice coffin goo, ice muscles goo, frost demon goo. They were all ice and water type goo worms, and when used together, it was extremely smooth and complemented each other. But now, although they had many goo worms, they were very messy. If they changed to a complete set, their battle strength would at least double. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan had large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in his aperture. These things could be sold to Shang Clan City. Even without these goo, Fang Yuan had Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and could produce Yuan Stone. Going to Shang Clan City to hide was the first goal. Buying goo worms was the second. Fang Yuan's third goal, however, was not convenient to tell Bai Ningbing. This involved rock dissection. In a dark corner of a certain gambling den, a legendary goo was hidden in a rock. Fang Yuan had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, the rank 9 Immortal Venerable Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the Aptitude Changing Blood Skull goo, and the Bone Flesh Unity goo. Not to mention the Bone Flesh Unity goo, Blood Skull goo had almost lost its value, because almost all the clansmen related to Fang Yuan's bloodline were dead. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, although it had outstanding effects, it had no prospects. Fang Yuan did not know the refinement recipe, and the higher Fang Yuan's cultivation, the less useful it would be. Spring Autumn Cicada was even more nonsensical. Right now it is still in hibernation. Use it, there is a risk. Don't use it. When it recovers, it will burst your aperture. This guy was a ticking time bomb. Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull goo, and Bone Flesh Unity goo were the four most valuable goo in Fang Yuan's possession. And these goo all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all goo worms used to assist cultivation. How much help did they bring to Fang Yuan? Big. Huge. But for Fang Yuan in terms of combat, it wasn't so obvious. But the goo in Shang Clan City was different. It was a trump card for battle. With this goo and some other goo, it would be a complete set. Only then would Fang Yuan be considered to have been reborn, and he would have the posture of being invincible among those of the same level. He would have recovered a bit of the demonic path's glory from his previous life. There is still a long way to go to Shang Clan City. Let's not talk about such a distant matter. You should first refine this Bone Flesh Unity goo. Fang Yuan changed the topic. After Bai Ningbing found out about Fang Yuan's plan, she felt slightly relieved. The more time she spent with Fang Yuan, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was too sinister and cunning. Especially his performance today, he was so simple and honest that even she was almost fooled. Not long ago, she had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan refined the Bone Flesh Unity goo, and thinking of Fang Yuan's performance, she felt a chill in her heart. She secretly reminded herself to be careful. That pitiful matriarch of the 100 clans was a good example. If she did not guard against Fang Yuan, who knows if one day she would be betrayed by Fang Yuan, and would still be counting the money for him? Shaking her head, Bai Ningbing calmed her emotions and started to refine the Bone Flesh Unity goo. This pair of goo had a peculiar shape, one green and one red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and activated her primeval essence. This Bone Flesh Unity goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan beforehand. Right now, Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Without spending too much time, Zhang Xian managed to refine it easily. The moment she finished refining it, the bone-flesh unity goo underwent a change. This pair of interlocked jade bracelets suddenly vanished in the air. And almost at the same time, a ring mark appeared on Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's wrists. The difference was that the ring mark on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, and the ring mark on Bai Ningbing's right wrist was red. A mysterious feeling rose up in the hearts of Fang and Bai at the same time. This feeling allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing to sense Fang Yuan. It was as if they were connected by flesh and blood, inseparable. This feeling was not good, making Bai Ningbing feel disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Fang Yuan's brows were also tightly furrowed. The scroll left behind by Grey Bone Scholar did not explain this point clearly, but Fang Yuan thought for a moment and felt relieved. This Grey Bone Scholar only did theoretical research. He has never used his experience. It is normal that he doesn't know. This feeling was only a minor detail. The next step was the main point. The two endured the strange feeling in their hearts and sat cross-legged on the bed facing each other, starting to dual cultivate. They stretched out their palms facing each other. To be safe, Fang Yuan, who had the weaker cultivation, started the experiment. He mobilized a portion of green copper primeval essence from his aperture and carefully poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture strength. The green and red rings suddenly let out a bright light. The primeval essence, which originally carried a different aura, immediately changed into the same aura as Bai Ningbing after entering her aperture. It really worked. Bai Ningbing lightly shouted in joy. But I clearly mobilized 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but when it entered your aperture, only 6% was left, a reduction of 4%. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. What's so hard to understand? Didn't that scroll say so? This bone-flesh unity goo, according to the depth of the relationship between the two who refined it, can be divided into 5 grades. From lowest to highest they are flesh and blood mutual, flesh and blood bond, closes flesh and blood bond. She continued to analyze. If that pair of siblings became goo masters and refined it alone, based on their relationship, it should be the highest grade flesh and blood bond. If we refined it alone based on our relationship, I'm afraid it would be the lowest grade flesh and blood bond. With both sides neutralizing each other, it is the flesh and blood bond that is neither high nor low. This bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series of goo. Similar to boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo, and so on. According to the scroll, the bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The lowest quality was the flesh and blood mutual. 10% of primeval essence could only be converted to 2%. Above that was the flesh and blood bond goo. 10% of primeval essence could be exchanged for 4%. As for the flesh and blood bond goo, it could be exchanged for 6% of primeval essence. At the next rank was the flesh and blood bond goo. After 10% of primeval essence was converted, there would be 8% left. As for the highest grade, the flesh and blood bond goo, it had 100% conversion without any consumption. Fang Yuan relied on his previous life's experience to modify the recipe and obtain the rank 3 flesh and blood bond goo. His luck was not bad. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to develop a secret recipe. It required many goo worms, continuous deductions, and experiments. Fang Yuan was able to modify it successfully because of the inspiration from his experience, and also because his luck was good. But he did not like to rely on luck. This was not because he was born to be a jinx and had bad luck. Fang Yuan's luck was like ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but he did not like factors that were out of his control. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and of course, control himself. Let's do this. Next, it's your turn, Fang Yuan said. Overall, he was satisfied with the result of the flesh and blood bond goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence and poured it into Fang Yuan's aperture. This time, it was incredible. Just now, Fang Yuan's dark green primeval essence had entered her aperture and formed a green water that floated on the surface of the sea. Soon, it was engulfed by the snow-silver tide. The primeval sea had only risen a little. Right now, 10% of her primeval essence had entered Feng Yuan's aperture. But before it entered the primeval sea, Feng Yuan's entire aperture was trembling. Feng Yuan quickly shouted for it to stop. This was not a problem with the flesh and blood bond goo, but his aperture was only at rank 1 upper stage, and there were hundreds of bone spear goo inside. If he were to store the snow-silver primeval essence, he would be in danger of collapsing. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she poured in her primeval essence now, she might be able to burst Feng Yuan's aperture. But even if the aperture burst, the yang goo would be destroyed by Feng Yuan with a thought. She thought for a moment, and finally transferred the primeval essence back. This snow-silver primeval essence was originally 10%, but when it entered Feng Yuan's aperture, it changed its aura, and was left with only 60%. Now that it returned to her aperture, it shrunk again and was left with 3.5%. This made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh at the mystical nature of this flesh and blood bond goo. Feng Yuan moved the bone spear goo in his aperture into Bai Ningbing's aperture, before continuing to take in the snow-silver primeval essence. When this snow-silver primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it was still her aura. But once it entered Feng Yuan's body, it suddenly shrunk and turned into Feng Yuan's possession. This snow-silver primeval essence entered Feng Yuan's aperture and sank to the bottom, while his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float on top. The two coexisted peacefully, without any problems. It was as if this white-silver primeval essence was originally produced in Feng Yuan's aperture. If it was a different type of primeval essence, such close contact would immediately cause an explosion and cause damage to the aperture. Thus, normal importation was like walking on a tightrope, extremely dangerous and exhausting. Feng Yuan tried to move this white-silver primeval essence to wash the surrounding aperture walls. Goo masters were divided into 9 great realms, and each realm was further divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, flowing with light. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, condensed and stable. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls, clear and transparent. Feng Yuan was now at rank 1 upper stage, and the surrounding aperture walls were stone membrane. But when the snow-silver primeval essence washed over it, this layer of stone membrane could not withstand it and showed signs of trembling. Chapter 235. Feng Yuan quickly stopped in fright. Although he had used the liquor worm before, the liquor worm only cleansed his primeval essence and raised its quality by a small realm. When had he ever used such a huge difference in snow-silver primeval essence? Without a choice, Feng Yuan could only reduce the amount of primeval essence he used each time, and at the same time slow down the cleansing strength. To think that high-quality primeval essence has its drawbacks. Feng Yuan said with some distress. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. What kind of opportunity was this? If others knew about this, they would probably slap Feng Yuan to death in anger. This was a blissful worry. For hours later, the 60% of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Just this one round of cultivation had impressively caused the rough stone membrane to feel as if it had been polished and brightened. It was like a rough jade. After rough processing, it showed a smooth and round quality. Quick, use another 10% of primeval essence. Feng Yuan urged. Just like that, he spent the night cultivating. When the rooster crowed in the courtyard and the sky outside the window started to brighten, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes glowed brightly and revealed a strand of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Retracting his palm, he clenched his fist. Rank 1 peak stage. It was this night's cultivation that allowed him to advance from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What speed! Ever since Feng Yuan started cultivating, including his previous life, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree. He could not stop even if he wanted to. To make an analogy, when he was a C-grade talent, his cultivation was like a snail's crawl. After using the liquor worm, he could walk. With a grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it was like he was running. Damn it, using this bone-flesh reunion goo, It was like growing 2 wings and flying. Bai Ningbing's expression was one of shock from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely intelligent and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo is amazing. It might be able to break through a large realm. The liquor worm could only raise a small realm. And to break through a large realm, the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence. Thus, aptitude was very important. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, when breaking through a large realm, one could borrow someone else's aperture. What kind of advantage was that? With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain is definitely worth it. Even if we sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it will be worth it. At this moment, the morning light swept into the farmhouse. Bai Ningbing sighed deeply. There are so many talents in the world. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he was able to develop bone-flesh unity goo. He was truly a genius. As long as a goo master had a title, they all had their own outstanding points. In comparison, Fong and Bai were still nameless people. The sun was blazing in the field. Auntie, you should rest well. I'll help you. Fong Yuan snatched the hoe from the old lady's hand. Of course, the old lady couldn't compete with the young and strong Fong Yuan. She was even happier when the thing in her hand was taken away. She grinned and said, "Oh, where can I find a young man like you?" 2 days had passed since the first dual cultivation session. Their original plan was to stay for 1 night before leaving, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fong Yuan enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, he decided to change his plans and at least break through to rank 2 before leaving. Anyway, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock was found, so there was no hurry. Bai Ningbing did not object. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was huge. Becoming a rank 2 goo master would be of great help to their future journey. Thus, the two stayed in the village and did not leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. In fact, she wanted nothing more than for Fong and Bai to stay here forever. They were so diligent in their work. Although one was a bit dumb and the other ugly, they were both honest children. Fong and Bai did some work during the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. They could be said to have divine strength among mortals. Doing some farm work was a piece of cake for them. Moreover, in an old lady's house, how could there be any heavy farm work? Every day, Fong and Bai only slept for about 2 hours, but they were still full of energy. This kind of living condition was like heaven compared to trekking in the wilderness, living in the wind and sleeping in the open, living in constant danger. Fong Yuan made good use of his time, and threw himself into cultivation, as if he was addicted to it. Relying on the bone-flesh unity goo, his cultivation speed, using an idiom to describe it, was 1,000 li in a day. On the first night, he advanced to rank 1 peak stage. These days he had been progressing steadily, and his aperture walls were already sparkling and translucent. According to this speed, he would probably break through to rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times he cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's position in Fong Yuan's heart rose rapidly, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, second only to the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to talk about the liquor worm. It could only advance a small realm, and could not compare to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for the blood skull goo, the investment was too high and the return time was too long. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, but it could only provide help to a lone goo master. As for the bone-flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ningbing, it was a goo that could change the world. These words were not exaggerated at all, and were deeply acknowledged by Fong Yuan. The bone-flesh unity goo's rank was low. Even a rank 1 or 2 goo master could use it. Although there were many fusion requirements, the standard was not high. With a clan's foundation, it was easy to refine this goo. This goo had no attraction to lone goo masters, but to clans and sects, it was a divine weapon. Using this method, the clan elders could guide the younger generation, reducing the time and funds needed to nurture a goo master by many times. With the bone-flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating them in batches. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Fong Yuan had even wavered yesterday, and had the impulse to change his rebirth plan. He wanted to turn fighting alone into building a force. Speaking of which, an organization was just a tool to be used. Feng Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish a force in this life, it would be a walk in the park. But there was only one goal in establishing a force, and that was to occupy territory and resources, relying on layers of control to gather the strength of others for one's own cultivation. Gu Master cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. It was a process of accumulation, and naturally required resources. Thus, rank 5 Gu Masters and below would have an easier time cultivating with the help of an organization. Once they reached rank 6 and above, they would undergo a qualitative change and transcend mortals to immortals, gathering the heavenly power into their bodies, and the organization would be useless. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Feng Yuan's plan. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect to gather resources. In this life, he knew about all kinds of hidden inheritances, and could monopolize these resources to rush to rank 6 faster and more freely. What was the point of wasting so much time and energy to build a faction? But now that he had the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu, it would be much faster and more convenient to establish a force. The investment was less, but the results were faster. Creating Gu Masters in batches could quickly form a force. However, Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. Until this morning, his urge to establish a force had completely dissipated. If he really relied on the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu to establish a force, he would be courting death. Such a divine weapon, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces. Not to mention him starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu wantonly. It would attract too much jealousy. Even Wu Clan, the #1 clan in southern border, would not dare to use it alone. Feng Yuan estimated the conditions to use the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu on a large scale. It would require Wu Clan, Fei Clan, Tai Clan, Shang Clan, these huge forces to form an alliance. Only then would they be able to resist the greed of the world. If I want to establish a force, I'm afraid the moment I make any progress, I will be surrounded and killed. By then, even if I manage to escape, my painstakingly built foundation would be wasted. In the end, I would become a stray dog and be hunted by everyone. Feng Yuan had completely calmed down. He knew this path was a dead end, and he was firm in his decision to fight alone in this life. But speaking of which, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng were wise enough. In my previous life, they used the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu to grow into the Righteous Path Duo stars. But they did not use this strength to establish Bai Clan's force, adding on their intentional misdirection. Although the reputation of the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu spread, the world greatly underestimated this Gu's effect. Feng Yuan recalled it now, and suddenly realized the wisdom of this pair of Righteous Path duo. In this trip to Baigu Mountain, he was able to kill this pair of genius siblings while they were still growing. It was a huge harvest. But Feng Yuan had another thought. This Bone-Flesh Unity Gu can only be used by 2 people who have fused it. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua must have used the fusion method on the scroll. Without my tampering method, the difficulty of fusing the Bone-Flesh Unity Gu would greatly increase. Maybe they did not even think of this possibility. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Yuan felt his head aching. He hoed the field under the hot sun as he shook his head, collecting his scattered thoughts. After all, these things were no longer important. There was no use thinking about it. Unfortunately, I do not have thinking Gu, comet heart Gu, exquisite Gu, thoughts like lightning Gu and other Gu worms that can help me think. At the very least, a bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only buy them when I get to Shang Clan City. The old lady's field was small to begin with, and Feng Yuan quickly hoed half of it. Bai Ningbing was interested, and took the initiative to do it. When she was at Qingmao Mountain, she had seen farmers hoeing their fields. But at that time, she was still muddle-headed, but now that she was there, she wanted to experience the wonders. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 2 ate in front of the old lady's house. You must be hungry, there are sweet potatoes in the pot, make sure you eat your fill. The old lady smiled as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the rice from the rice bag grass, but coarse grains. But Feng and Bai were not picky people. Eat slowly, I have good news to tell you. On the dining table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 236. Auntie, what's the good news? Fang Yuan immediately asked naively. Just as he asked, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes secretly. This old man was a Gu master. However, he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, and looked old and clumsy. There was nothing to worry about. Young lad, this is our village head. The old lady introduced Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing quickly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat uneasy. Lord Village Head, I am. Before he finished his introduction, the village head smiled and waved his hand. I know you two outsiders. Gu masters could sense aura between each other. But Fang and Bai had the breath concealment Gu in their ears. The Gu master's aura was concealed. At least the village head could not see through it. These two outsiders, the old village head had received the villagers' report a few days ago. But he did not take it to heart. In the past few days, other than Fang and Bai, there were also many people who had stayed in the village for the night. Just come. Why did you bring anything? The old lady grumbled. The old village head did not come empty-handed. He held a skewer of fish. This was caught in the pond this morning. Your teeth are not good. Drink some fish soup. It can nourish your body. The old village head laughed. The old lady rolled her eyes at him, taking the fish. I will go to the kitchen to make the fish soup. Her voice was filled with joy. Bai Ningbing could not tell from the two's expressions and tone. But Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, understanding in his heart. This old man and the old lady were probably in love at twilight. Auntie, let me do it. Fang Yuan immediately said. Sit down and talk. There's good news. The old lady hurriedly waved her hand, gesturing for Fang and Bai to sit. I have already told your matter to the village. Our village head is a Gu master. He can help you. Gu master. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide, clearly stunned on the spot. Bai Ningbing saw his expression, and almost could not help but roll her eyes. She also tried her best to look surprised, but it was obvious that she was far inferior to Fang Yuan. She was well aware of this. When the old village head saw Fang Yuan's expression, he laughed heartily. He suddenly felt that this ugly man was somewhat adorable. As for Bai Ningbing, she seemed to be in a daze. In comparison, the old village chief preferred Fang Yuan. You two youngsters, take a seat. Don't be so reserved. He waved his hand and sat down first. Fang Yuan fidgeted for a moment before he sat down, panting nervously. Bai Ningbing also learned from behind him, but it seemed a little unnatural. The old village head didn't suspect anything. I heard that you came here to sell herbs and cured meat, but you ran into a wild beast. Bad luck. Your auntie has already told me that you guys have helped her so much here. I have some purple maple leaves here. A few days later, a caravan arrived. Take these purple maple leaves and sell them. Maybe you can get back some money. When Bai Ningbing heard this, she immediately lost interest. So this was the good thing the old granny was talking about. This. Fang Yuan was so happy that he stuttered. His eyes teared up as he choked. Village lord, you are really a good person, a very good person. The old village had patted this demon's shoulder and said with sympathy, you don't need to say these words. Who doesn't have times when they are down and out? But I can't give these to you for free, otherwise the villagers will have an opinion. How about this? You guys come to the east side of the village to hoe the fields. After 7 days, the caravan will arrive. He was quite grateful to Fang and Bai. He was a mortal born and raised in this village, and was childhood sweethearts with the old granny. But the world is fickle, and the old granny married someone else. During a caravan transaction, a Gu master saw that he was quick-witted and gave him some pointers, making him a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old granny, they were old people with children, and it would have a bad influence on them, so they didn't interact too much. Although he was the village head, he couldn't help the old granny too openly. He had secretly observed them, and felt that Fang and Bai had good temperaments. They were hard-working and honest children, but their luck was a little bad. Thus, when the old granny told him, he immediately agreed to help Fang Yuan. When you were eating, you promised the old village head. Don't tell me you really want to hoe the fields for 7 days, and that cart of purple maple leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. The purple maple leaves are naturally not my true goal. Didn't you hear earlier? There is a caravan passing through here. Fang Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that there are caravans passing through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans sometimes pass once a year, sometimes once every half a year. I just didn't expect there to be a caravan in such a short time. I've just been beating around the bush. This caravan travels from east to west. Even if they don't reach Shangclan City, they are going in the same direction as us. Bai Ningbing realized. You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shangclan City? She thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. First, the Earth communication ear grass was destroyed, and they lacked investigative goo worms. It would be troublesome for them to move on their own. Secondly, if they committed a crime, the Bai clan would definitely pursue them and would not let them go. Joining the caravan was a good way to cover their tracks. Finally, they had the breath concealment goo, and could disguise as mortals. The caravan was on guard against foreign goo masters, but they were not so vigilant against mortals. Even if they were discovered, it would not be a big deal. At that time, one rank 3 and one rank 2, they would have the ability to escape. The leader of the caravan was usually rank 3. A rank 4 leader like Jiafu was rarely seen. But even if we disguise as mortals, it would be impossible for us to casually join the caravan, right? Bai Ningbing thought for a while, still having some misgivings. Fang Yuan chuckled. Of course we can't casually join the caravan. Even mortals need a guarantor. But I think the old village head will help us solve this problem. Bai Ningbing felt relieved, letting go of her worries. That's true. I was worried for nothing. With Fang Yuan's craftiness, how could he miss this point? She thought in her heart. All right. 7 days later, I will definitely break through to rank 2 initial stage. But other than this, I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, not minding. I said I wanted to use them earlier, but you didn't agree. I have raised them for so many days and wasted a lot of milk spring water. Fang Yuan sighed. Young man, you are ignorant and fearless, you don't know the pain in this. Tonight we will not dual cultivate, rest well, and I will use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. The next day, Fang and Bai went to the east side of the village to work as promised. Fang Yuan specially worked from morning until sunset. He concealed his great strength in his body. This amount of exercise was not worth mentioning, but it was enough to make the other farmers look at him in a different light, even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his mind and pouring his primeval essence into the iron bone goo in his aperture. This goo was like a bone, round at both ends and slender in the middle. Its whole body was black, like it was made of steel. This goo was a rank 3 goo, instantly consuming a large amount of primeval essence to activate. Fang Yuan was a mere rank 1 goo, he could not use it. But Bai Ningbing poured in a lot of white-silver primeval essence, giving him the qualifications to use it. The borrowed snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up. All of it was poured into the iron bone goo. This goo first let out a black light, before melting into a liquid iron, flying out of the aperture and fusing into Fang Yuan's bones. Pain. Intense pain. Unimaginable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being branded by a hot iron. Wherever the liquid iron flowed to, that bone would feel like it was being roasted on charcoal. This pain was so deep that it made Fang Yuan's expression distort. Immediately after, cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, and in a moment his whole body was drenched in sweat. After a while, Fang Yuan could not hold on any longer, letting out groaning sounds. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. In the darkness, she could not see Fang Yuan's expression and condition, but from this suppressed sound, she could tell the pain was no small matter. She knew how strong Fang Yuan's willpower was. Even when his whole body was shrouded in flames, he did not make a sound. Right now, after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound, it could be seen how intense the pain was. Goo masters nurture, use and refine, and in terms of use, some goo's usage was extremely special. The iron bone goo was like this: once used, it would cause extreme pain. But this pain could only be endured. If he fainted midway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. In history, many famous goo masters had died from the pain of using goo worms like the iron bone goo. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. He could not endure the torrential pain. letting out a few groans from his nose. In the end, he was in so much pain that his whole body was numb, and his teeth felt weak from clenching. When all the bones in his body were dyed black by the iron liquid, he finally relaxed. And almost at the same time, a strong wave of dizziness hit him. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. But he held on, taking a few breaths and lying down. Finished. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing probed. Of course. Fang Yuan breathed in, his voice was hoarse but calm. Go to sleep, we still have work tomorrow. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan was still conscious, but she was actually very disappointed. If he fainted, she might be able to get the Yanggu. But that's not right, the Yanggu is in Fang Yuan's aperture. I don't have any special methods, how can I take it out? Thinking of this, some of her dark thoughts dispersed. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not get up to work, instead lazing around on the bed. The pain was still tormenting him. As long as he moved, the intense pain was like a hacksaw, mercilessly sawing at his nerves. The pain temporarily dominated him, making him weak and powerless. Not to mention farm work, he could not even walk on the ground. Bai Ningbing realized that last night, Fang Yuan was just putting up a facade. She did the farm work alone that day. That night, Fang Yuan recovered to a state where he could move. Bai Ningbing did not believe it, and also used the jade bone goo. Only then did she know how much pain Fang Yuan was enduring. Even someone as prideful as her could not help but groan in pain, even tearing the bedsheets. But in the end, her whole body trembled as she persevered to the end. Realizing her success, under the assault of intense dizziness, she laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 237. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, unable to move due to the pain. Fang Yuan had mostly recovered, and went to the east of the village to plow the fields. The old granny walked into the house and expressed her concern. Bai Ningbing immediately said that she was fine. She was probably tired from yesterday's work, and would be fine after a day of rest. The old granny smiled meaningfully. I am indeed a little tired. You guys have been making a lot of noise these 2 days. I heard it all. What? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Miss, don't hide it from me. I already knew. The old granny smiled. Bai Ningbing's pupils contracted. Was her identity exposed? How was that possible? A murderous intent brewed in her heart, but she could not bear to do it. She could coldly watch the Bai siblings being burned to death, but that was because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemy. Although she was proud, she was not like Fang Yuan, who was unscrupulous. She could not bear to kill those who were indebted to her. The old granny in front of her was like this, and so was the previous leader of the Bai clan. The old granny did not notice Bai Ningbing's thoughts. She grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and patted it lightly. Miss, I can see that no man has a butt and waist like yours. No wonder you wear a straw hat and don't like to talk. Although I'm old, I'm still a woman. We women have an advantage over those stinky men. We're more attentive. Ah. Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old granny was very enthusiastic and said in an understanding tone, I understand. You're a woman after all. You have to disguise yourself like this when you're outside. Otherwise, it would be bad if something happened to you. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated it when people used the word woman to provoke her. However, she felt helpless against the warm and honest old granny. The old granny smiled until her eyes squinted. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. You two must be a couple. Auntie has heard what you've been doing these past 2 nights. I'm not trying to lecture you, but you have to take it easy when doing that kind of thing. These words were like a bolt out of the blue. Bai Ningbing's expression froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Auntie, it's not what you think. After a long time, she squeezed out these words with great difficulty. Her expression was extremely stiff. Aya, why are you so embarrassed? It's nothing. You can say anything to Auntie. I've lived for so long, what haven't I seen? The old lady blinked her eyes and grinned. Then her gaze fell on the bedsheet. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze and suddenly felt like dying. But then again, this bedsheet was indeed torn by her. Then, the old lady said a lot of things to her, but Bai Ningbing's mind was in a mess, and she didn't listen to a single word. At noon, when Fang Yuan came back for lunch, the old lady stopped him at the door and kindly reminded him, "Young man, your wife has already told me. Young people were hot-tempered, but they also had to take care of their bodies, and they had to take care of their wives even more. Do you remember what Auntie said?" "What?" Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, unable to react for a moment. The old lady smacked her lips in dissatisfaction and helplessness. "You're good at everything, but you're too simple and honest. If you're so honest, you'll lose out when you brag." If Guyua's clan divine investigator Tai, 100 Flowers and 100 Lives heard this, they might be so angry that they would come back to life. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in a daze. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and he finally reacted. "Oh, this matter, hee." He scratched his head and laughed foolishly, nodding his head. "Auntie, you're right, I understand." At the dining table he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly. Her entire body seemed to be emitting an icy aura. And the corner of Fang Yuan's eyes kept twitching. This matter reminded Fang Yuan of something. Fang Yuan could act like whatever he wanted. That was because he had rich experiences and broad horizons. But Bai Ningbing wasn't, so there was a flaw in her disguise. Fortunately, this flaw was very small. In this world, when mortal women wanted to travel, they would indeed disguise as men to reduce the danger. Even though he was sick of this misunderstanding, Fang Yuan had to admit that this misunderstanding was even better at concealing his identity. Bai Ningbing's mood became extremely terrible. That night, she questioned Fang Yuan again when he would give her the Yanggu. Fang Yuan could only answer clearly. Once he reached rank 3, he would give it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted. She understood Fang Yuan. She would rather die than believe Fang Yuan's honesty. But now, she had no way to take the Yanggu by force. "When I reach Shangclan City, I need to buy a poison vow gu. 3 hands gu, grand snatch gu is also fine." Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt even more urgency to get to Shangclan City. Other than cooperative cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation content had increased by a whole new level. That was to use the crocodile strength gu to cultivate his strength. Speaking of which, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations that he could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. The greatest contributor to the war was still the Bai clan. It was because of the crocodile meat from Bai clan that Fang Yuan could raise the crocodile strength gu until now. Otherwise it would have died from lack of food. The crocodile strength gu was similar to the black and white boar gu, permanently increasing the gu master's strength. But before rank 6, the gu master's body was still immortal. It was like a bowl, it could not contain a lake. The gu master's body had a limit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength gu before. Fortunately, he obtained the iron bone gu and jade bone gu from Bai Gu Mountain. These 2 gu were consumption type gu. Each had their own merits. Their value was about the same, and they could permanently increase the gu master's body constitution. The choice of gu would determine the gu master's future development. There were many considerations when gu masters used gu. Some gu could not be used together, while some gu together had an outstanding effect. For example, Bai Ningbing had once used the ice muscles gu. Thus her skin was ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding. Thus Bai Ningbing could no longer use gu worms like the blood sweat gu. And after she used the jade bone gu, her mortal bones became jade bones. Ice muscles, jade bones, the 2 complemented each other. It was an excellent combination. Everyone's needs were different. Ice muscles and jade bones suited Bai Ningbing, but not Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary gu worm in Shangclan City, in Fang Yuan's plan, the combination effect he wanted the most was steel tendons and iron bones. Being able to obtain the iron bone gu from Bai Gu Mountain, to him, it was very satisfying. After using the iron bone gu, Fang Yuan's bones were as hard as steel. With the strengthening of his body, he could already bear the strength of a crocodile on top of the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to increase. 7 days passed in a flash. According to the original agreement, Fang and Bai obtained a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap. A cart could not even be sold for 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. This was only a stepping stone for him to hide his identity and follow the caravan. The caravan's arrival was 3 days later than the old village head had expected. Only on the 9th day did the caravan appear. The originally peaceful mountain village suddenly became lively. The caravan was huge. Black-skinned fat beetles the size of buses crawled slowly with goods and people on them. Beside them, colorful ostriches were dragging carts. Large mountain spiders had cargo boxes tied to their bodies. Winged snakes slithered around. Toads carried huge bags. These goo mounts formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were also large numbers of mortals driving carts with oxen and horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I feel afraid. Lord Goo Masters are really amazing, to be able to make such fierce snakes listen to you. I hope the cured meat can be sold. I don't expect to get a high price. I will be satisfied with a few yuan stone fragments. That's right, our luck is not as good as outsiders. The village head is too biased. That is a cart full of purple maple leaves. He gave it away just like that. The villagers set up many temporary stalls at the village entrance. Fong and Bai dragged a cart full of purple maple leaves, mixed in among them. Some of these people were from the village. Some came from other villages bringing their own goods. Where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. Even though Fong and Bai had been hoeing the fields in the east of the village for 7 days, a cart full of purple maple leaves still made many villagers jealous. Fong Yuan naturally did not care about these words. He secretly observed the caravan members. This caravan was a mixed group, formed by many clans and forces. Unlike the Jia clan caravan, the main body was the Jia clan. In this caravan, other than the publicly elected leader, there were a dozen deputy leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fong Yuan. The more complicated the caravan's structure, the easier it was for him to sneak in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Soon, someone came to ask for the price. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone. Fong Yuan said. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone? You might as well rob. The person's eyes widened. Buy or not? Bai Ningbing said. Umph. The person flicked his sleeves and left. If they really sold this cart of goods, what excuse could Fong and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely did this, and in a short while they angered 3 people who wanted to buy. Until the evening, this cart of purple maple leaves was still unsold. On the contrary, more than half of the medicinal herbs, cured meat, milk and so on were sold. After all, the caravan had a large number of people. These things needed to be replenished. Many people wanted to see Fong and Bai as a joke. Some even started to mock and ridicule them. There were also kind-hearted people who reminded them to lower their prices. But Fong and Bai ignored them. When night fell, Fong Yuan pretended to be dejected, pulling the cart of purple maple leaves to the old village head's house. The old village head asked about the situation, and sighed. You guys, I clearly told you it's good enough to buy 2 pieces of yuan stone. You can even sell 1.5 pieces of yuan stone. Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you have to sell it for 2.5 pieces? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.